Tonight, let your mind drift somewhere far older than the world you know, past the deserts of time, down the Nile where the air is thick with incense and the stone temples glow beneath the rising sun. This is not the history of kings alone, nor only of towering pyramids, but of the people who fill their world with gods, gods of the river, the sky, the earth, and the hidden places beyond death. You'll hear stories of creation and chaos, of falcons and jackals, of thrones claimed and stolen. These myths were not simply tales. They were the breath of Egypt itself, shaping every harvest, every prayer, and every journey into the afterlife. If this kind of slow storytelling helps you find rest, you're welcome to like the video and subscribe, but only if it brings you some peace. And do let me know in the comments where you're listening from and what time it is there. Somehow, it's always soothing to see the quiet company of others scattered across the world settling into the same story. So, adjust your pillows, let the room grow still, and allow yourself to step into a land of sand, stone, and story, the timeless realm of Egyptian mythology. Close your eyes and picture nothing. Not a star, not the moon, not even a polite patch of darkness. Just a vast watery silence. The ancient Egyptians called it Nun, the primeval ocean, the endless expanse of formlessness that existed before the world even thought of existing. It wasn't particularly friendly, nor particularly unfriendly. It was simply there, stretching in every direction, timeless and deep. And from this watery nothingness, the Egyptians believed, creation would bubble up. Now, if you were a practical farmer on the Nile, the idea of an endless ocean was more than a metaphor. Every year, the Nile swelled and spilled across the land. It drowned fields, carried off mud brick homes, and then, when it receded, left behind fertile black silt. Life and destruction arrived together. So naturally, when the Egyptians imagined the beginning of everything, they thought in terms of floods, waters, and the mystery of what might rise from beneath them. According to the priests of Heliopolis, one of the great religious centres of Egypt, it was from Nun that Atum appeared. He was the first god, a being who somehow created himself, which is impressive by any standard. Atum, they said, emerged on a mound, a raised hill of earth pushing above the waters, like the first island after the flood. It made sense. In Egypt, when the floodwaters receded, little mounds appeared first, becoming the foundations for villages and fields. Creation mirrored daily life. But Atum was not content to sit alone on his mound. In one myth, he produced other gods through the slightly awkward method of sneezing and spitting. His children, Shu, air, and Tefnut, moisture, brought with them the beginnings of structure. Air to breathe, moisture to drink. These were necessities, and the Egyptians, practical as always, built their myths around the essentials. Shu and Tefnut, in turn, had children of their own, Geb, the earth, and Nut, the sky. Here, the Egyptian imagination paints a dramatic picture. Geb lay flat, solid, and fertile, while Nut arched above him like a great dome of stars. The two were in love, embracing constantly, which, according to the myths, left no room for life between them. So Atum, sometimes it's Shu instead, pushed them apart, Geb below, Nut above. And in that separation, the world gained space, the air humans would one day breathe, and the gap in which creation could unfold. This moment, the splitting of sky and earth, was a powerful image, and it seeped into Egyptian art. In tombs and temple walls, Nut is often shown stretching across the heavens, her star-speckled body arching protectively, while Geb rests below, sprouting plants. In a way, they're frozen in that eternal separation, a reminder of the sacrifice required for life to exist. But creation myths in Egypt were never entirely straightforward. Different cities had their own versions, each eager to promote their local deity as the true origin of all things. At Memphis, the priests insisted it was Ptah, the great craftsman god, who created the world, not through bodily fluids but through thought and speech. Ptah conceived the world in his heart and spoke it into existence. If that sounds familiar, it's because it has echoes in other traditions. Creation through the power of divine speech. To the Egyptians of Memphis, this made perfect sense. Ptah was patron of artisans, builders, and craftsmen. Their god imagined, and with his words, shaped reality itself, much like a mason envisioning a temple before laying the first stone. Meanwhile, in Hermopolis, the locals told of the Ogdoad, a group of 8 primordial deities who represented the chaos of none in pairs: darkness, hiddenness, infinity, and water, each with a male and female counterpart. From their swirling chaos, an egg or a lotus flower emerged from which the sun god was born. It's a slightly more poetic image, the fragile egg of creation, the opening of a lotus on the waters at dawn. Egypt, after all, was full of lotus blossoms rising fresh each morning from muddy pools. These competing myths weren't necessarily contradictions. To the Egyptians, truth could be layered and multiple. Creation could have happened in different ways, depending on where you lived, which temple you attended, and which god your city promoted. It was less about absolute consistency and more about affirming the divine order in ways that tied neatly into your local traditions. Still, whichever version you follow, the essential point is the same. Order emerged from chaos. None was limitless and undefined, but out of it came the gods, who brought shape and meaning. And this wasn't a one-time event. For the Egyptians, creation was ongoing. Every sunrise was a reminder of that first dawn, every flood a reminder of the watery chaos. The universe wasn't a finished project, but a constant act of renewal, a delicate balancing act between the forces of order, Ma'at, and the lurking threat of chaos. Now let's pause for a moment on this idea of Ma'at, because it underpins the entire Egyptian worldview. Ma'at was truth, balance, harmony, and justice, embodied as a goddess with a feather on her head. The act of creation itself was a triumph of Ma'at over disorder. Pharaohs were seen as guardians of Ma'at, maintaining cosmic balance just as the gods had at the dawn of time. Without Ma'at, the floods would not recede, the crops would fail, and chaos would creep back in. You could say the entire state was built on keeping none at bay, not literally, but symbolically. Returning to the myths, once Nut and Geb were separated, their children arrived: Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Here we begin to see the stage being set for the great dramas that would define Egyptian mythology: murder, betrayal, resurrection, and the eternal struggle for kingship. But in chapter 1, we leave them only as divine infants, the seeds of stories yet to come. For now, the focus is on the first moment of existence, the leap from water and silence to form and life. One could imagine an ancient Egyptian priest standing before an audience, explaining this not with dry theology, but with vivid images. The lotus opening, the first mound rising, the gods stretching and separating, the sun gleaming for the first time. And the audience, many of them farmers, traders, or artisans, would nod in understanding, because these were images drawn from their own lives. Creation wasn't an abstract idea. It was a mirror of the Nile's cycle, of daily sunrise, of the fragile balance between survival and disaster. It's worth noting how different this is from, say, the Greek or Norse outlooks on creation, where the Greeks told of violent castrations and titans devouring children, and the Norse spoke of a frost giant hacked to pieces. The Egyptians leaned towards a quieter, more organic birth of the world. Yes, there was separation. Yes, there were struggles. But there's a gentleness too, a rhythm to it. Creation emerges like the Nile's ebb and flow, like crops growing from the soil. You could argue it's a world-view shaped by relative stability. 3,000 years of civilization grounded in a river that more often than not behaved predictably. Of course, things weren't always serene. Even in these earliest myths, the spectre of chaos lurks. None never goes away. The primeval waters always remain beyond the edges of the world, a reminder that order is fragile. The Egyptians feared that without proper rituals, temples and pharaohs keeping balance, the world could dissolve back into that formless ocean. Every dawn, when Ra rose again in the sky, it was a small victory, a repeat performance of that first sunrise out of the void. And so we end our first chapter here, with the world freshly born, the gods stretching sky from earth, the sun gleaming for the very first time, and humanity not yet on the scene. The waters of Nun still ripple quietly in the background, waiting, watching. Creation has begun, but its permanence is never guaranteed. The first gods, once separated into their proper stations, sky above, earth below, and air in between, began to people the cosmos with stories. It was in this delicate space, freshly carved out of chaos, that Egyptian mythology truly set down its roots. The world had form now, and with form came character, rivalry, love, and family quarrels. Because even divine households, it seems, cannot quite escape the dramas that beset ordinary ones. Let's begin with Nut, the sky, and Geb, the earth. Their forced separation was not the end of their story. They still yearned for one another, and from their union, however forcibly interrupted, came 4 children who would define the heart of Egyptian mythology: Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. They are, if you like, the first dynasty of Egyptian gods. Osiris, the eldest, was handsome, noble, and just. He became the model of the good king, ruling over Egypt with fairness. His sister wife, Isis, was equally important, clever, devoted, and endlessly resourceful. If Osiris was the ideal pharaoh, Isis was the ideal queen. She embodied loyalty and magical power, and the two together were said to have reigned in a golden age when humanity learned farming, laws, and civilization itself. It's all very idyllic, which, in mythology, usually signals trouble is on the way. Enter Seth, the brother of Osiris and Isis, and the eternal outsider. Seth was associated with chaos, violence, and storms. His animal form, an odd composite creature with square ears and a curved snout, was unlike any known beast, emphasizing his strangeness. While Osiris built order, Seth relished disruption. He is one of those characters who, if you invited him to dinner, would overturn the table just to see what happened. And then there was Nephthys, sister of Isis, goddess of the margins and protector of the dead. She often kept to the sidelines, but her role would prove quietly essential. This divine quartet did more than populate myths. They mapped directly onto Egyptian kingship. The pharaoh was the living Horus, heir to Osiris, upholding Ma'at, while his enemies were cast as Seth-like figures of chaos. The succession disputes, the balancing of dynasties, the ceremonies of power, all found resonance in the squabbles of these first gods. Religion and politics, as usual, were inseparable. Now, Osiris's reign was not destined to last. In one of mythology's great turning points, Seth grew jealous of his brother's success. Depending on the version, he tricked Osiris into lying in a coffin, sealed it shut, and threw it into the Nile. In another, he dismembered Osiris, scattering his body parts across the land. Either way, Osiris was killed, a god slain not by fate or accident, but by the envy of family. This story has been retold countless times, the good ruler undone by treachery. But in Egypt, it carried profound symbolism. Osiris became the god of the dead, ruler of the underworld, and the model for resurrection. His death was not final. With Isis's devotion and magical arts, Osiris was reassembled and revived, not as a king of the living, but as king of the dead. This is where Egyptian myth shows its depth. The Nile Valley was obsessed with cycles, floods and recession, sowing and harvest, day and night. Death, too, was not an ending, but a passage into another form of life. Osiris, therefore, embodied that eternal rhythm. When crops sprouted after the flood, Egyptians saw Osiris rising. When the fields turned brown in drought, Osiris lay slain once more. It was not a tragedy but a pattern, reassuring in its regularity. Isis's role here cannot be overstated. She scoured Egypt to gather Osiris's parts, reassembled him with care, and with her magic conceived their son Horus. Horus would grow to challenge Seth for kingship, but that is a tale for a later chapter. For now, it's worth noting how Isis's devotion shaped Egyptian ideals of womanhood, loyal, clever, and imbued with a quiet but formidable strength. No wonder her cult spread beyond Egypt into Greece and Rome, centuries later. Even sailors in the Mediterranean prayed to Isis, goddess of magic and protection. But let's not hurry too far ahead. The birth of the first gods also marked the beginning of Egyptian cosmology taking root in daily life. The myths were not just campfire stories. They explained why the pharaoh ruled, why rituals mattered, and why temples stood at the heart of every city. For example, Osiris's death and resurrection were ritually reenacted in festivals. Priests planted seeds in soil-filled statues of Osiris, which would sprout into green shoots, a symbol of rebirth. The whole community participated, watching their myth come alive in the fields that fed them. These festivals weren't optional entertainment. They were spiritual necessities, keeping the cycles of nature aligned with the cycles of myth. And Seth, the eternal villain, wasn't simply banished. He had his uses. Egyptians recognized that chaos could not be eliminated. It was part of the cosmic balance. Seth, after all, helped defend Ra's solar bark against the serpent Apophis in the underworld. Even chaos had its proper place, provided it was kept in check. You could almost say the Egyptians were realists. They knew storms and disorder were as natural as sunshine, and rather than denying them, they folded them into their theology. One cannot tell this story without pausing on the pharaohs themselves. To the Egyptians, the king was not merely human. He was Horus in life, Osiris in death, and the bridge between gods and men. When a pharaoh died, rituals ensured he became Osiris, ruler of the dead, while his heir took up the mantle of Horus, continuing the eternal struggle against Seth. It was theology as politics, politics as theology, a seamless web of myth and power. Archaeology gives us glimpses of how seriously this was taken. In tomb inscriptions, pharaohs are addressed as Osiris, their bodies mummified to mirror his, their burial goods meant to ensure a safe passage into the afterlife. In temples, reliefs show the king receiving life from the gods, his authority literally carved in stone. Myth was not metaphor here. It was reality, made manifest in ritual and kingship. Now, while Heliopolis promoted the story of Atum, Shu, and Nut, and Memphis championed Ptah, it was the Osiris cycle that truly captured Egyptian hearts. Why? Because it spoke to the most pressing human concern: death. No matter how wealthy or poor, every Egyptian wanted assurance that life continued beyond the grave. The story of Osiris, who died and yet lived again, offered precisely that. To be justified in death was to become like Osiris. His myth became the foundation of the Egyptian afterlife. It's also striking how Egyptian mythology differs from others here. In Greece, Hades ruled the underworld, but remained rather joyless. In Mesopotamia, the afterlife was a bleak, shadowy place. But in Egypt, death was not merely survival, it was renewal, a continuation of existence under Osiris's benevolent rule. If one had lived in Mayot, truth, justice, balance, then one could share Osiris's resurrection. It was, in a sense, an optimistic theology, promising eternity rather than mere endurance. Let us not forget, though, that these myths evolved across centuries. In earlier periods, Osiris was a relatively minor god of fertility. Only later did he rise to become lord of the dead. Similarly, Isis grew from a supporting character into perhaps the most beloved goddess of all. Mythology is never static. It breathes and shifts, just as the Nile alters its course over millennia. What we call Egyptian mythology is, in truth, a grand accumulation of layers, retellings, and reinterpretations, each era shaping the gods in its own image. And here we come to an important observation. These first gods were not simply distant figures. They were woven into the very geography of Egypt. Abydos, for instance, became the cult centre of Osiris, its tombs believed to house his remains. Philae was sacred to Isis. Temples doubled as political hubs and economic centres, binding people to their myths with architecture as much as with ritual. Even the stars above, Orion and Sirius, were linked to Osiris and Isis, marking the agricultural calendar with their rising. So the birth of these gods was not just a tale of divine family squabbles. It was the birth of a world view, one in which kingship, agriculture, death and resurrection all found meaning through story. Osiris, Isis, Seth and Nephthys were not distant immortals. They were patterns, archetypes and explanations for the rhythm of Egyptian life. By the end of this chapter, then, we find ourselves in a cosmos that is no longer silent. The primordial waters have receded, the first mound has risen, and from it has sprung not just sky and earth, but a family of gods whose dramas mirror human struggles. Life and death, loyalty and betrayal, order and chaos, all are present already, reflected in the myths told beside the Nile. And it is here, with Osiris slain and reborn, Isis gathering her strength, and Horus yet to come, that we pause. Egyptian mythology has moved from formless waters into the realm of story, where gods take sides, households quarrel, and the very fate of kings is tied to their struggles. The world is alive now, peopled with characters who will shape not only eternity, but the daily bread and politics of mortal men. The sun rises over Egypt. It always has, and for the Egyptians it always must. That fiery disk climbing into the sky wasn't just the weather behaving itself. It was the daily journey of Ra, the sun god, the great shining king of the heavens. If chapter 2 gave us the first family drama of gods, then this chapter gives us their centerpiece. The blazing sun, whose cycles told Egyptians that order, life, and kingship were firmly in place. To live in Egypt was to live by the rhythm of the sun. The Nile Valley is a place of extremes. Hot days, cool nights, the sun beating down without interruption for most of the year. For the Egyptians, Ra was not just a light in the sky, but the very heartbeat of creation, the one who separated day from night, life from the threat of chaos. He was, quite literally, the clock and calendar of their world. Ra's mythology presents him as the first ruler of gods and men. Having emerged at the dawn of creation, he took up the throne of the heavens. He journeyed across the sky each day in his solar bark, a divine boat pulled across the celestial waters. By evening, he disappeared in the west, slipping into the underworld. There, through 12 perilous hours of night, he battled dangers. Above all, the great serpent Apophis, embodiment of chaos, before rising triumphant again at dawn. This cycle was not symbolic to the Egyptians. It was reality itself. Without Ra's victory, dawn would not come. And because Ra was king of the gods, his journey became the model for kingship on earth. The pharaoh was not merely a man with a crown. He was Ra's chosen, his living embodiment. The very word pharaoh, from per-aa, great house, spoke not just of palaces, but of divine order. To sit on the throne was to uphold Ma'at, to ensure that the world mirrored Ra's eternal cycle of victory over chaos. Let's pause for a moment on that word Ma'at. We touched on it earlier, but here it becomes even more central. Ma'at was truth, balance, harmony, justice, the proper ordering of things. Pharaohs weren't expected merely to collect taxes and look good in gold. Their most vital duty was to maintain Ma'at, to keep the world aligned with cosmic truth. If chaos rose, if famine struck, floods failed or enemies invaded, it was a sign Ma'at had faltered, and the king was to blame, no pressure. Pharaohs, then, were not just politicians. They were walking, breathing guarantees that Ra's cycle would continue. Coronation ceremonies tied them explicitly to Ra. Reliefs on temple walls show kings offering miniature statues of Ma'at to Ra, as if to say, "Look, great sun, I've kept balance in your world. Please keep shining." It was a relationship of mutual reinforcement. Ra gave legitimacy to the king, and the king in turn upheld Ra's order on earth. Historically, this link between Ra and kingship was strongest in the Old Kingdom circa 2686 to 2181 BCE, the age of the pyramids. The pharaohs of the 4th and 5th dynasties styled themselves as sons of Ra. Temples to the sun sprang up near Memphis, and pyramid complexes were aligned with solar cycles. Inscriptions from this time leave no doubt Ra was not just a distant god in the sky, but the father of the reigning king, the source of his power and the promise of his afterlife. Now, Ra himself wasn't always alone in the sky. Egyptian mythology is nothing if not flexible, and Ra's identity merged with other deities over time. At Thebes, for example, Ra fused with Amun, the hidden god, to form Amun-Ra, a supreme deity who combined visible power, the sun, with invisible mystery, the hidden essence of creation. This fusion wasn't theological confusion, it was political. As Thebes rose in prominence, its priests needed to elevate their local god. What better way than to merge him with the universal sun? Egyptian religion, in this sense, was pragmatic. Gods could overlap, evolve, and combine as needed, reflecting the shifting tides of political power. But however he was worshipped, Ra, Amun-Ra, Ra-Horakhti, the essence was the same. The daily journey of the sun across the sky was the drama of life itself, and the king was its earthly counterpart. The pharaoh shone in life as Ra, and in death descended to join Osiris, only to rise again like the morning sun. The myths mirrored, and perhaps justified, the extraordinary continuity of Egyptian kingship. Yet Ra's story wasn't without vulnerability. Each night, as he entered the underworld, he faced danger. The serpent Apophis lay in wait, jaws wide, coiled in the waters of chaos. Priests recited spells to aid Ra's victory. Sometimes they performed rituals in which wax models of Apophis were stabbed, hacked apart, or burned. A bit of sympathetic magic to make sure the serpent stayed down. Imagine it. A temple chamber by lamplight, priests chanting while cutting up wax serpents, all to ensure the sun would rise tomorrow. You might call it superstition. The Egyptians would have called it survival. In art, Ra was most often depicted with the head of a falcon, crowned with the solar disk, sometimes encircled by a serpent. The falcon emphasized swiftness and vision, qualities of a ruler, while the disk reminded all of the blazing force of the sun. His bark, the boat of millions of years, was shown sailing across the heavens, crewed by protective gods who fended off monsters. The imagery was not abstract, it was immediate, a visual reassurance that cosmic order was being defended every single day. Now, here's where the subtle humour comes in. You might think, given how central Ra was, that everyone adored him without question. Not entirely. In later myths, humans actually plotted against Ra, tired of his rule. The sun god, insulted, unleashed his fiery eye, in the form of the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet, to punish humanity. The rampage was so brutal that Ra regretted it, and only tricked Sekhmet into stopping by getting her drunk on beer, dyed red to look like blood. So yes, according to Egyptian myth, humanity was once saved by a hangover. But even this myth underscores kingship. Ra's wrath mirrored the pharaoh's power. Benevolent, but not to be crossed. Mercy had to be balanced with authority. Just as Ra withdrew to the heavens, leaving kings to rule on earth, so pharaohs had to balance their divine authority with human reality. In daily life, the worship of Ra was everywhere. Temples aligned to the east greeted the sunrise. Hymns praised his journey. Farmers waking at dawn, priests lighting lamps, sailors guiding boats by the sun's path. All were participating in Ra's cycle. To live in Egypt was to live in his rhythm. When you think about it, Ra's dominance makes sense. In a land where the sun could both bless, ripening crops, and curse, scorching fields, what greater power could there be? Historically, this focus on Ra also led to political experiments. The most famous was Akhenaten, the heretic pharaoh of the 14th century BCE, who abandoned most traditional gods in favour of Aten, the solar disk. Akhenaten declared that Aten alone was supreme, depicted not as a falcon-headed god, but as a blazing disk with rays ending in tiny hands. It was a radical step, often compared to monotheism, and it disrupted centuries of tradition. After his death, Egyptians eagerly returned to their older pantheon, but the episode reminds us just how closely religion and kingship were intertwined with the sun. Even when challenged, the centrality of solar power never really waned. So, by the close of this chapter, we see Egyptian mythology taking on its distinctly royal character. Ra, the sun god, was not just a figure of devotion, but the very symbol of pharaonic power. His journey across the sky mirrored the king's rule over earth. His nightly struggle against chaos reminded Egyptians that order had to be maintained, renewed, defended. And his shining presence reassured them that Ma'at was intact, that the balance between gods and men was still secure. The first gods gave Egypt its family drama. Ra gave it its throne. And with throne came the full weight of divine kingship. A system that would endure for millennia, shining as surely as the rising sun. If Egyptian mythology has a heart, it beats in the story of Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Horus. Creation myths set the stage, and Ra gives us the throne, but it is the tale of Osiris's murder, Isis's devotion, and Horus's struggle for kingship that truly animates Egyptian religion. Here we find betrayal, grief, magic, resurrection, and the eternal struggle between order and chaos. If you wanted drama, the Egyptians had it in spades. The story begins with Osiris. As eldest son of Geb and Nut, he inherited the throne of Egypt. Osiris was not merely a ruler, he was civilization embodied. The myths credit him with teaching humanity agriculture, laws and rituals. He transformed Egypt from wilderness into ordered society. The Greeks, later hearing this tale, compared him to Dionysus, the bringer of cultivation. But in Egyptian thought, Osiris was more than a culture hero. He was the archetype of the just king. By his side stood Isis, his sister wife. Egyptian gods, like Egyptian royalty, married within the family, not because of a lack of imagination, but because divinity was a concentrated essence, best preserved by keeping it close. Isis was as vital as Osiris. She embodied loyalty, magic, and ingenuity. In art, she appears with a throne-shaped crown upon her head, symbolizing her role as the seat of kingship itself. Where Osiris represented rulership, Isis represented the power behind it, the protective, sustaining force that held the throne steady. But not all siblings make supportive partners. Enter Seth. If Osiris was order, Seth was disorder. He was god of the desert, of storms, of violence, of foreign lands. Where the fertile Nile Valley offered abundance, Seth's deserts offered nothing but sand and wind. In his strange animal-headed form, neither dog, donkey, nor any known creature, Seth stood apart. To the Egyptians, he was the necessary outsider, the principle of chaos that could never quite be banished. The quarrel was inevitable. Seth resented Osiris's success. Some versions of the myth tell us he built a beautiful chest, crafted to fit Osiris exactly. At a banquet, Seth invited Osiris to lie in it, promising it as a gift to whoever fit best. The moment Osiris reclined inside, Seth slammed the lid shut, sealed it with molten lead, and cast it into the Nile. In other tellings, Seth went further. He hacked Osiris into pieces, scattering the fragments across Egypt. Either way, the result was the same. Osiris was dead, the Golden Age ended, and chaos reclaimed the throne. This story carried enormous weight. For Egyptians, the murder of Osiris was not just divine gossip, it was a mythic explanation for death itself. Osiris, who embodied life, was struck down by chaos. Every human death echoed his. But this was no final defeat. for here enters Isis, whose loyalty has made her one of the most beloved figures in mythology. Grief-stricken, Isis searched the lands for her husband's body. In one version, she found the chest lodged in a tamarisk tree at Byblos in Phoenicia, a detail that hints at Egypt's trading links with the wider world. The king of Byblos had incorporated the chest into a palace pillar, not realizing he had trapped a god inside. Isis, in disguise, charmed the queen, gained access, and retrieved her husband's remains. This mixture of cunning, perseverance, and magical power is Isis's hallmark. She is never passive, she acts. But Seth was not finished. In the versions where Osiris's body was dismembered, Isis had to gather the scattered pieces one by one, assisted by her sister Nephthys. In some accounts, only one part was missing: Osiris's phallus, lost to the Nile and swallowed by a fish. No matter. Isis, with divine ingenuity, fashioned a replacement, reassembled her husband, and breathed life back into him. Through this union, she conceived Horus, the son destined to avenge his father and restore balance. Osiris himself did not return to rule the living. His resurrection was incomplete. He became instead king of the dead, ruler of the underworld. This was no demotion but a transformation. Osiris's throne moved to the afterlife, where he presided as judge of souls. In this way, Egyptians could believe that death was not an ending, but a passage to Osiris's realm, where, if justified, they could live eternally. The myth gave a structure to death, as natural and dignified as life. Meanwhile, Horus grew to adulthood under Isis's protection. He was often depicted as a falcon or falcon-headed man, symbolizing vision and kingship. Horus was the avenger, the rightful heir, the embodiment of youthful strength. His struggle against Seth became the central conflict of Egyptian myth, one that mirrored and justified the earthly struggles of pharaohs for the throne. The contendings of Horus and Seth, a set of tales preserved on papyri, recount their disputes. Some versions present a courtroom drama. The gods sit as judges while Horus and Seth argue their cases. Seth, predictably, favours brute strength, while Horus appeals to legitimacy as Osiris's son. The contest drags on for 80 years. Seth suggests absurd challenges: racing boats, transforming into hippopotamuses, even inappropriate sexual advances to humiliate Horus. Isis intervenes with clever tricks, sometimes even embarrassing her own son. The gods, for their part, bicker and change their mind repeatedly. It is all surprisingly comic, suggesting that even the divine court was not immune to bureaucracy and indecision, but the outcome was inevitable. Horus triumphed, becoming king of the living, while Seth was banished to the deserts, embodying the barren lands beyond Egypt's fertile valley. The myth reaffirmed a pattern: order restored, chaos contained. Pharaohs, as living Horus, reenacted this victory in their own reigns. Their enemies were Seth's followers, their wars the eternal struggle between legitimacy and disruption. One can see this reflected in art. On temple walls, the king smites enemies with raised mace, not merely conquering foreigners, but reenacting Horus's triumph over Seth. In rituals, priests told and retold the story, embedding it into the very fabric of kingship. Every coronation, every victory festival, every funeral carried echoes of Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Horus. Historically, the Osiris myth grew in importance over time. In the Old Kingdom, Ra and solar theology dominated. By the Middle and New Kingdoms, Osiris cults were widespread. Ordinary Egyptians, not just kings, identified with Osiris in death. Coffins and tomb inscriptions call the deceased the Osiris name, marking them as participants in his cycle of death and rebirth. Festivals at Abydos, Osiris's sacred city, drew crowds from across Egypt, dramatizing the god's death and resurrection in public pageantry. It was myth as theatre, faith as community ritual. Even outside Egypt, Osiris's story travelled. The Greeks adapted him into Dionysus, the Romans into Serapis, and later mystery cults promised salvation through him. But in Egypt, his story was never abstract philosophy. It was as real as the Nile's flood, as immediate as a funeral procession. Death had meaning because Osiris had walked the path first. And Isis, too, took on a life of her own. By the late period, her cult was international, worshipped from Alexandria to Rome, celebrated as a universal mother goddess. Sailors invoked her on the seas. Women sought her aid in childbirth. Rulers borrowed her imagery to claim legitimacy. She was in many ways the most enduring of all Egyptian deities, her popularity outlasting the empire itself. So, what do we make of this central drama? At its core, it is the eternal human story. Life cut short, love persisting, death overcome, children carrying on the legacy. But for the Egyptians, it was also the political story. The rightful king murdered, chaos rising, order restored through lawful succession. And it was the natural story, crops dying in drought, rising again in floods. All these layers folded into one myth, told and retold for 3,000 years. As we close this chapter, picture the tableau. Osiris, enthroned in the underworld, green-skinned, wrapped in linen, holding crook and flail. Beside him stands Isis, wings spread in protection. At their feet, the young falcon Horus prepares for battle, while Seth, snarling, recedes into the desert. It is a family portrait, yes, but also a cosmic drama, a political manifesto, and a promise of life beyond death. No wonder it became the beating heart of Egyptian mythology. Death, for the Egyptians, was not an end. It was a journey. And like any long journey, you'd want a reliable map, a few protective charms, and, ideally, someone to tell you the rules of the road. The Egyptians took this idea to heart, quite literally. The afterlife was imagined as a carefully ordered process, a cosmic courtroom drama in which the fate of your very soul hung in the balance. And at the centre of it all was one deceptively simple test, the weighing of the heart. To understand why the Egyptians thought this way, you need to picture their world. Life in the Nile Valley was relatively predictable. Each year the river rose, spread fertile silt across the fields, and retreated. Crops grew, harvests came, and life continued. The cycle was reassuring. Death, then, was not a catastrophic break, but a continuation, another phase of the cycle, just as the sun set only to rise again, or Osiris died only to be reborn. Still, there was a catch. You couldn't just stroll into eternity unchallenged. The Egyptians were firm believers in accountability. To live in balance with Ma'at, truth, justice, harmony, was the key. If you'd lived selfishly, dishonestly, or violently, then eternity was not going to be particularly comfortable. If you'd upheld Ma'at, you had a chance to join the blessed dead, walking forever in fields of plenty. So how did this judgment work? Picture the grand hall of Osiris, lord of the underworld. The walls are vast, inscribed with spells and hymns. Torches flicker, casting long shadows. At the far end sits Osiris himself, green-skinned, wrapped in linen, crook and flail in hand. Beside him are his sisters, Isis and Nephthys, mourning yet watchful. In front stands a great balance scale. On one side, your heart is placed, not the brain, which the Egyptians thought rather useless, but the heart, seat of thought, memory, and morality. On the other side lies the feather of Ma'at, symbol of truth. If your heart is lighter than the feather, congratulations, you've passed. You are declared Makeru, true of voice, and admitted into the blessed afterlife. If your heart is heavy with lies and misdeeds, well, that's where things get interesting. Waiting beside the scales is a fearsome creature called Amit, whose name means devourer. She is part crocodile, part lion, part hippopotamus. Basically, the most terrifying animals an Egyptian could imagine, all rolled into one. If your heart tips the balance the wrong way, Amit lunges forward, snaps it up, and that's it. No second chances, no appeals. Your soul is annihilated, cast into eternal nothingness. For Egyptians, this was the true horror. Not torment, but total obliteration. The one overseeing this delicate process was Anubis, the jackal-headed god of embalming and protector of graves. Anubis guides you through the hall, places your heart on the scales, and watches the outcome. In later texts, Thoth, the ibis-headed god of wisdom, records the verdict on a scroll, a kind of divine court reporter. It is all rather formal, almost bureaucratic. The Egyptians, great lovers of order, extended it even into death. Of course, one didn't go into this judgment unprepared. Enter the Book of the Dead. This wasn't really a single book, but a collection of spells, hymns and instructions written on papyrus or painted on tomb walls. They served as a guide for the deceased, a sort of lonely planet for the afterlife. Spells could help you avoid traps, answer difficult questions, and, most importantly, make your case in the Hall of Ma'at. Among these was the famous negative confession. Standing before the 42 assessors of the dead, minor deities who each specialized in one particular sin, the deceased would declare their innocence. I have not stolen. I have not murdered. I have not told lies. I have not diverted water in my neighbour's canal. It was not enough to mumble generalities. You had to account for specific actions. The scene feels strangely familiar, almost like a courtroom oath, only with much higher stakes. But here's where Egyptian subtlety shines. These declarations were not about absolute perfection. Egyptians were practical people. They knew everyone slipped up now and then. What mattered was alignment with Ma'at, that one's life overall upheld balance and truth. Rituals, amulets, and spells could help cover gaps, smoothing over human imperfection. The gods, after all, were not without their flaws. So why should mortals be expected to be spotless? For those who passed judgment, the afterlife was a rather appealing prospect. They entered the field of reeds, a perfected version of Egypt itself. The Nile flowed eternally, crops stood tall without labour, and families were reunited. It was not a paradise of golden streets or harp-playing clouds, but a familiar, comfortable land. Egypt, only better. For a people so tied to their environment, this was the ultimate dream, to live forever in a perfected version of their own homeland. Mummification was central to ensuring one reached this blissful eternity. Preserving the body was essential because the Egyptians believed in multiple aspects of the self. The Ka was your life force, the Be your personality, often depicted as a bird with a human head. Both needed to reunite with the preserved body to continue existence. Hence the careful embalming, the wrapping of linen, the jars for organs, the tombs stocked with food, furniture, and even board games. Eternity required preparation, and plenty of supplies. From a historical perspective, the emphasis on judgment and the afterlife also reinforced social order. If even kings faced Osiris's scales, then justice applied universally. Tomb texts remind pharaohs as much as peasants, live in May-at or risk obliteration. At the same time, it comforted the living. Death was not an abyss, but a passage to Osiris's realm, provided one had lived rightly. And here comes the humour. Imagine standing in that hall, heart on the scale, gods watching. You've confessed to not stealing, not lying, not cheating. And then some minor deity pipes up. Ah, but did you return that borrowed plough in good condition? The Egyptians pictured judgment in painstaking detail, down to irrigation disputes, because for them, divine order included the most practical aspects of life. Ma'at wasn't lofty philosophy. It was fairness in farming, honesty in trade, kindness in family. Eternity hinged on the daily decency of how you lived. The imagery of the weighing of the heart appears again and again in tomb art. Papyrus scrolls show tiny human figures standing nervously while Anubis adjusts the scales and Thoth scribbles notes. Osiris sits enthroned, calm and majestic, waiting for the verdict. The scene is so iconic that it became a shorthand for Egyptian religion itself. The belief that the soul is weighed, judged, and granted eternity not by favouritism, but by truth. Compared with other ancient cultures, this was remarkably humane. Mesopotamian afterlife beliefs were grim, portraying the dead as dusty shades in a shadowy underworld. The Greeks imagined Hades as a bleak realm with few rewards, but the Egyptians envisioned an eternity of abundance, provided one upheld justice. Theirs was not a pessimistic faith, but an optimistic one. Life eternal in a perfected Nile Valley, under the watchful eye of Osiris. Archaeology confirms how widespread and deeply felt this belief was. From grand pyramids to modest pit burials, evidence of afterlife preparation appears everywhere. Amulets inscribed with spells, small scarab charms representing the heart, even cheap papyri with shortened versions of the Book of the Dead, all show that eternity was not just for kings, but for anyone with enough devotion and perhaps enough savings to prepare. The endurance of this belief cannot be overstated. For over 3,000 years, Egyptians buried their dead with care, invoking Osiris, Anubis, and Ma'at. Even when Greek and Roman influence spread across the land, the heart-weighing scene persisted, a powerful reminder of continuity. In the end, it was one of Egypt's most enduring gifts to world thought, the idea that moral life has eternal consequences, that truth is the standard against which the soul is judged. And so, Chapter 5 closes with a vivid image. The grand hall, the scales poised, the feather of Ma'at gleaming. Anubis steadies the balance, Thoth records the outcome, Ammit waits hungrily, and Osiris watches from his throne. The deceased stand small and uncertain, yet hopeful. Their entire life distilled into a single moment, a single truth. If the heart is light, eternity awaits in the fields of plenty. If not, silence. The stakes could not be higher, nor the symbolism clearer. For the Egyptians, to live well was to prepare for this moment. Death was only the beginning of a far greater journey. When the sun sinks below the western horizon, we might think the day is done. But for the ancient Egyptians, this was when the real danger began. Night was no peaceful curtain. It was a battlefield, and the very survival of creation was at stake. The Egyptians believed that when Ra, the sun god, vanished from the visible sky, he was not idle. He boarded his solar bark, the great boat of millions of years, and sailed into the underworld, the Duat. The Duat was no simple cavern, but a mysterious river system, twisting through 12 regions that marked the 12 hours of night. Each hour, Ra faced new challenges: lakes of fire, locked gates, strange guardians who demanded passwords and secret names. But at the heart of this voyage waited his most dreadful foe, Apophis, or Apep, the colossal serpent of chaos. Apophis was not a god in the sense of being worshipped. He was the antithesis of creation itself, a force of disorder, unmaking, and violence. He did not want to rule or to share power. He wanted to swallow the sun, erase time, and return the world to the formless waters of Nun. In Egyptian terms, he was the embodiment of Isfet, chaos, forever opposed to Ma'at, the principle of truth, balance, and order that held the cosmos together. The nightly battle between Ra and Apophis was described in sacred texts like the Amduat and the Book of Gates. These works guided both the sun and the souls of the dead through the night. At the midpoint of darkness, Apophis would rise from the waters, vast and coiled, his jaws stretching wide enough to engulf the bark itself. Sometimes he tried brute force, binding the boat in his coils. Sometimes he drank the river dry, stranding the vessel in stagnant mud. Other times he cast spells, freezing the crew in silence. But Ra did not sail alone. His entourage of gods defended him tirelessly. One of the most surprising allies was Seth, that notorious god of deserts and disorder. In most myths, Seth was the murderer of Osiris, the rival of Horus, the disturber of harmony. Yet here he was indispensable. Standing at the prow of the solar bark, spear in hand, Seth fought with ferocity, piercing Apophis again and again. The Egyptians were not afraid of contradiction. They understood that chaos could sometimes be turned against itself. Who better to fight a serpent of disorder than a god of storms? The rest of the crew also had their roles. Protective deities like Mehen, the coiled serpent of defense, surrounded the boat with his body. Spellcasters neutralized Apophis's magic with counter-incantations. Archers and knife-wielding gods hacked at his flesh. Hour after hour, the struggle raged until the serpent was subdued and Ra's bark could continue eastward. By dawn, the sun emerged victorious, reborn in the sky, and the world was safe for another day. Yet this victory was never permanent. Apophis could not be killed once and for all. Each night he rose again. Each night he had to be fought again. This was perhaps the most Egyptian feature of the myth. Order was never assumed, never final. It had to be renewed, maintained, and defended constantly. Just as canals had to be dredged and fields replanted each year, so too the cosmos had to be kept in working order. And this is where human beings entered the story. Priests across Egypt took part in the nightly struggle through rituals. In temple chambers, by the light of flickering oil lamps, they recited the books of overthrowing Apep. They made wax models of serpents, spat on them, trampled them, hacked them with knives, and burned them in braziers. Each blow was believed to strike Apophis himself in the Duat, weakening him for Ra's crew. Ordinary people, too, shared in this battle through magic, or Heka. Amulets depicting bound serpents, scarab charms with protective spells, and the ever-popular eye of Horus were weapons in miniature. A mother tying an amulet to her child's neck was, in her own way, helping Ra fend off the great serpent. Ma'at, meanwhile, was not just an idea for gods and kings. It governed every sphere of life. Pharaohs presented themselves as the keepers of Ma'at. In temple reliefs, they are shown offering a tiny statue of the goddess Ma'at to Ra, symbolizing their duty to uphold order on earth just as he upheld it in the heavens. Judges wore Ma'at emblems in court, scribes swore to record fairly, and traders were expected to use honest weights. Even a neighbourly quarrel over water rights was a test of Ma'at. To cheat, lie, or steal was not simply immoral. It was siding with Apophis. Temple architecture embodied the same struggle. Pylons rose like the horizon at dawn, sanctuaries symbolized first light, and festival processions recreated Ra's emergence into day. At the new year, timed with the rising of Sirius and the flood of the Nile, Egyptians celebrated the renewal of creation, another victory of Ma'at over chaos. Interestingly, Egyptians often mocked Apophis. Some texts gleefully describe him swelling with air until pierced and deflating like a wineskin. Others show him blinded by his own reflection. These humorous touches weren't trivial. They were teaching tools. Laughter robs fear of its sting. To joke about Apophis was to affirm that chaos, however terrifying, was doomed to defeat. Archaeology confirms how widespread these ideas were. Amulets of serpents bound and stabbed have been found in tombs. Coffin inscriptions sometimes instructed the deceased to join Ra's crew, chanting spells to ward off Apophis in the afterlife. Eternity, in this vision, was not passive idleness, but active participation in the defense of creation. Even in death, Egyptians imagined themselves as helpers on the solar bark, rowing and chanting until dawn. Historical crises gave the myth even sharper relevance. During droughts or political collapse, inscriptions lament the land falling into Isfet, as if Apophis had momentarily prevailed. In such times, wisdom texts urged people to live truthfully and generously. A fair steward, an honest merchant, a kind neighbour, these were bulwarks against chaos just as surely as the priest's spells. This endless struggle also set Egypt apart from other cultures. In Mesopotamia, the god Marduk slew the chaos dragon Tiamat once and forever. In Greek myth, Zeus overpowered the monster Typhon, securing eternal order. The Egyptians had no such finale. Their serpent returned every night. Victory was rhythmic, not absolute. It mirrored the Nile's cycles of flood and drought, the sun's daily rising and setting. For them, existence was not a final conquest, but an eternal renewal. Picture, then, the scene at midnight. Ra's bark glides through black waters. Torches blaze on deck. At the prow stands Seth, spear raised. Beside him, gods chant spells. Mayhem coils protectively round the hull. From the depths surges Apophis, vast and gleaming, his coils wrapping, jaws wide. Above ground, priests stab wax serpents, farmers tend canals, judges weigh disputes fairly. Each act, cosmic or mundane, is part of the same defence. Harpoons strike, chants rise, the serpent writhes, and the boat pushes forward. At last, the eastern horizon glows pale. Dawn arrives, fragile yet certain. For the Egyptians, this was the truth of life. Order is fragile, chaos persistent, but together they could ensure balance. The sun rose each morning, not because it had to, but because gods and humans alike fought to make it so. Every sunrise was proof that Ma'at still held, that Apophis had failed once again, and that the cycle of life could continue under the golden light of Ra. If there's one thing you quickly learn about Egyptian mythology, it's that it wasn't a neat, tidy system agreed upon by everyone from Alexandria to Aswan. Far from it. Egypt was a long, narrow country, stitched together by the Nile, and along its banks sprouted dozens of towns and cities, each with its own patron deity, its own temple, and its own theological pride. Imagine a nation where every town insists its local football club is the best. Only instead of teams, you have gods. Welcome to Egypt. At first glance, this might sound chaotic, but the Egyptians were remarkably comfortable with a little theological variety. A god worshipped in one city could be acknowledged elsewhere under a different form, or merged with another deity entirely. The result was a religious landscape as fertile and shifting as the Nile itself. Let's start with Memphis, the ancient capital during much of Egypt's early history. Here, the great creator god was Ptah, patron of craftsmen, builders, and artists. Unlike Atum of Heliopolis, who fashioned the world through bodily fluids, Ptah was said to create through thought and speech. He imagined the world in his heart and spoke it into existence. It's a theology that suited a city of artisans and masons. Memphis was a hub of construction, and its god was the divine architect. Pharaohs, who needed endless temples and tombs built, were only too happy to honour him. Ptah's cult made Memphis not only a political centre, but a spiritual one as well. Travel south to Heliopolis, and you'd find a very different emphasis. This was the city of the Ennead, the great family of 9 gods headed by Atum, then Shu and Tefnut, Geb and Nut, and their children Osiris, Isis, Seth, and Nephthys. Here, theology was cosmic, tracing the very origins of existence. The priests of Heliopolis developed grand creation myths, which gave their city prestige as the intellectual heart of religion. Pharaohs eager for legitimacy often aligned themselves with Heliopolitan theology, linking their reigns to the ancient cycle of creation. Farther south still lay Thebes, which rose to power in the Middle and New Kingdoms. Here the great god was Amun, whose name meant the Hidden One. Amun was mysterious, invisible, and all-encompassing. When Thebes became the capital, Amun merged with Ra to become Amun-Ra, king of the gods. His temple at Karnak grew into one of the largest religious complexes the world has ever seen, expanded by successive pharaohs who wanted to honour him, and, of course, remind everyone that they were his chosen. Thebes' political rise and Amun's divine supremacy went hand in hand. By the New Kingdom, Amun-Ra was worshipped across Egypt as the supreme deity, though locals in other cities continued to champion their favourites. Egyptian religion was never just about the lofty gods of creation. Many cults revolved around animal deities, rooted in the landscape and daily life of the people. In Bubastis, the goddess Bastet was worshipped in the form of a cat or a woman with a feline head. She began as a lion-headed warrior goddess, but evolved into a gentler protector associated with domestic cats. Festivals of Bastet were famously lively, with music, feasting, and processions along the Nile. Her cult reveals how Egyptians blended the cosmic with the everyday. A goddess of war transformed into a household guardian, reflecting the growing affection Egyptians had for their feline companions. In the Fayum, the crocodile god Sobek reigned supreme. He embodied both the fearsome and the protective aspects of the Nile. Sobek could be dangerous, like the crocodiles that lurked in the river, but he was also essential for fertility and water. Temples dedicated to Sobek often kept live crocodiles, pampered with offerings and sometimes even adorned with jewellery. To modern ears, this might sound absurd, but to Egyptians it made perfect sense. Sobek was the Nile's raw power incarnate. If you wanted safe passage and plentiful floods, you showed him respect. At Memphis and later throughout Egypt, the Apis bull was worshipped as a living manifestation of Ptah. A sacred bull, chosen by priests for specific markings, lived in splendour at the temple, believed to be Ptah's earthly form. When it died, the bull was mummified with great ceremony, and a new Apis was selected. The continuity of the cult reinforced the idea that divine power was always present in Egypt, renewed generation after generation. Then there was Hathor, worshipped especially at Dendera, but honoured widely throughout Egypt. Hathor was the goddess of love, music, dance, and motherhood. She was often depicted as a cow, or a woman with cow horns and a solar disk. Her festivals were joyous occasions, filled with song, dancing, and plenty of wine. To the Egyptians, Hathor embodied joy and abundance, a divine mother who welcomed the dead into the afterlife with open arms. This patchwork of cults might sound fragmented, but the Egyptians saw no contradiction in honouring multiple gods. A farmer in the delta might pray to Bastet for protection of his household, offer to Sobek for safe waters, and still recognise Ra, Osiris, and Amun as supreme. Religion was not exclusive but layered. Deities overlapped, merged, and evolved, depending on local needs and political winds. Pharaohs, of course, had to balance all this carefully. To favour one god too strongly risked offending others, and, by extension, the cities and priests who supported them. This was not a purely spiritual concern. Temples were major economic powers, owning land, employing workers, and controlling wealth. A politically astute pharaoh ensured temples across the land were well funded, while also centralizing his authority through a primary deity. In the New Kingdom, this deity was usually Amun-Ra, but local cults still thrived, creating a religious ecosystem both competitive and cooperative. One of the more fascinating aspects of Egyptian religion is how gods merge to reflect shifting political landscapes. Ra fused with Horus to become Ra-Horakhti, a solar falcon god. Amun merged with Ra as Amun-Ra. Even foreign deities could be incorporated. The goddess Isis, originally a member of the Heliopolitan Enneads, grew so popular that by the Greco-Roman era she was worshipped across the Mediterranean, her cult absorbing traits of other mother goddesses. Egyptian religion was never static. It adapted, absorbed, and reinvented itself constantly. Festivals gave these cults life. At Bubastis, Herodotus tells us that thousands travelled by boat to Bastet's festival, singing, dancing, and drinking wine until the town rang with celebration. At Thebes, the Opet festival saw statues of Amun, Mut, and Khonsu carried from Karnak to Luxor in grand processions, renewing the pharaoh's divine right to rule. These festivals were more than religious spectacles. They were social events, uniting communities, reinforcing political authority, and reminding everyone of the god's central place in Egyptian life. Humour, too, crept in. Egyptians told stories of animal deities quarrelling, or depicted gods with exaggerated traits. Yet behind the playfulness lay respect. The gods could be joked about, but never ignored. They were part of every aspect of existence, from birth to death, from politics to fishing trips. The diversity of local gods also reflected Egypt's geography. The Nile tied the country together, But life in the delta, with its marshes and cats, differed from life in the Fayum, with its crocodiles, or in Upper Egypt, where desert winds howled. Each community looked at its environment and saw divinity mirrored in it. The landscape shaped the pantheon. So what does all this mean for Egyptian mythology as a whole? It tells us that there was never one single, rigid system. Instead, there was a living tradition, constantly reshaped by politics, geography, and daily life. Osiris and Isis might dominate in one region, Amun-Ra in another, Sobek or Bastet elsewhere. Yet Egyptians never saw this as a contradiction. To them, the gods were many faces of the same cosmic truth, different expressions of the divine order that held chaos at bay. Picture Egypt in its prime. Along the river stand great temples, each devoted to a different god. Priests chant hymns at dawn. Farmers leave offerings at village shrines. Sacred animals are tended with care, and processions wind through crowded streets. At Karnak, Amun-Ra receives royal homage. At Bubastis, cats bask in the sun as worshippers sing to Bastet. At Crocodilopolis, Sobek's sacred reptile lies fat and content, garlanded with flowers. It is a tapestry of devotion, vibrant, varied, and yet unified by a single thread. Mayat, the balance that binds gods and people, river and desert, life and death. For the Egyptians, local gods and regional cults were not parochial oddities. They were the heartbeat of religion. They gave texture to daily life, linked communities to the cosmos, and tied politics to piety. Together they made Egypt's religion not a fixed creed, but a living, evolving faith, one that could endure for 3 millennia and still fascinate us today. If the grand temples and sweeping myths made Egypt look like a land ruled entirely by priests and pharaohs, the truth is more personal. Religion in Egypt wasn't confined to Karnak's hypostyle halls or the vast pyramids at Giza. It spilled into kitchens, workshops, and bedrooms. Every household, from the humblest farmer to the grandest noble, lived under the influence of Heka, magic. Now, when we hear magic, our minds conjure stage tricks or fantasy novels. But for Egyptians, Heka was not entertainment. It was the fundamental energy of creation itself, older even than the gods. The creator had used Heka to form the world. Ra relied on it in his nightly battle against Apophis. Humans too could wield it, carefully in small doses, through spells, rituals, and charms. In Egyptian thought, magic was not superstition. It was a practical tool, as ordinary as baking bread, and often far more essential. Let's begin with the professional class of magicians, the priests. Temple priests were masters of ritual. They recited elaborate hymns, burned incense, and poured libations, not merely as acts of devotion, but as practical ways to maintain Mayat. They wielded scrolls like the Book of Overthrowing Apep, or the Book of the Dead, collections of spells that guided both gods and mortals. Priests often doubled as healers, drawing on magical remedies as well as herbal ones. A spell might be chanted while a poultice was applied, combining medicine with incantation. To the Egyptians, the two were not separate. Words themselves carried power. But magic was not the monopoly of temples. Ordinary people practiced it daily. Consider the use of amulets. These small charms, often shaped like scarabs, ankhs, or eyes, were worn on necklaces, tucked into clothing, or buried with the dead. The most popular was the Eye of Horus, symbol of protection and healing. Another was the Digid pillar, representing stability, linked to the backbone of Osiris. These weren't decorative trinkets, they were portable pieces of cosmic order, small assurances that chaos would be kept at bay. Households also turned to magical spells for protection. A mother might recite charms over a child's bed to ward off demons. Doorways were painted with protective symbols, ensuring that only good spirits could pass. Figurines of guardian gods like Bes, a squat, lion-faced deity, or Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, were kept in homes. Bes, with his protruding tongue and shaggy mane, may look comical to us, but to Egyptians he was a fierce defender, scaring away evil with his very ugliness. In a land where infant mortality was high, having Bes carved on your bedpost was no laughing matter. It was survival. The Book of the Dead, despite its ominous modern name, was not morbid, but deeply practical. Families commissioned copies for their loved ones, filling them with spells to help the deceased navigate the perils of the Duat. Some spells opened gates, guarded by demons. Others ensured the dead could breathe air, drink water, or avoid decapitation. My favourite is the spell to prevent your heart from testifying against you at the final judgment. It's the spiritual equivalent of asking a friend not to mention embarrassing stories when you meet new people. The Egyptians had a spell for everything, large or small. Even animals were drawn into magical practice. Cats, sacred to Bastet, were often kept to ward off snakes and vermin, but they also embodied divine protection. Crocodiles, dangerous as they were, could also be sacred to Sobek. Mummified animals, cats, ibises, crocodiles, were offered at temples as votive gifts, each representing a prayer wrapped in linen. Archaeologists have found catacombs filled with thousands of these creatures, a testament to how ordinary Egyptians used small acts of devotion to link their daily lives with the divine. Magic also functioned in law and politics. Oaths in court were binding not just socially but cosmically. To lie under oath was to disrupt Ma'at, risking divine punishment. Curse tablets, small inscriptions calling down misfortune, were sometimes buried by enemies. Soldiers carried protective charms into battle. Even pharaohs had magical rituals to reinforce their rule. During coronation, they were endowed with spells that bound them to Ra and Osiris, ensuring their kingship was sanctioned by both sun and underworld. Humour found its way here too. Egyptians loved playful spells. Some loved charms promised to make the desired partner restless until they confessed affection, essentially the magical equivalent of sleepless obsession. There are even records of spells to silence nagging wives or unruly husbands. Whether these were serious or tongue-in-cheek, they show that magic covered every corner of human life, from grand cosmic battles to awkward family dinners. The Hika worldview blurred the line between religion, science and medicine. A typical healing spell might invoke a myth to explain illness. For example, if someone was bitten by a snake, a spell might retell the story of Horus being healed from a similar bite, transferring the divine cure to the patient. To speak the story was to channel its power. This principle, that words carry creative energy, lay at the heart of Egyptian thought. Speech itself was action. One can't overstate how democratic Egyptian magic was. Yes, the great temples with their priestly hierarchies wielded the most elaborate rites. But the humble farmer's amulet, the mother's bedtime charm, the merchant's scarab seal, all belong to the same continuum. Everyone, from pharaoh to peasant, had access to Heka in some form. It was not a separate branch of religion. It was religion itself in practice. Archaeology gives us vivid glimpses of this. Magical wands carved from hippopotamus ivory, decorated with protective figures, were used to draw a circle of safety around mothers and children. Ostraca, potsherds with hastily written spells, have been found in workmen's villages, showing that even labourers scribbled protective charms during dangerous projects. Amulets turn up in graves across all social classes, from gold-embellished scarabs in royal tombs to humble clay charms in village burials. Of course, some kings tried to tighten control. In the late period, temple priests emphasized their monopoly on the most potent rituals, especially funerary spells. But popular belief was never stifled. If anything, it flourished. Magic thrived precisely because it was practical. When a child fell ill, a mother didn't wait for a royal decree. She reached for Bes, Tawere, and a spell whispered into the night. What makes Egyptian magic so fascinating is how seamlessly it integrated with everyday belief. Unlike in later Western traditions, there was no sharp line between religion and superstition, prayer and spell, medicine and magic. Everything was part of the same fabric. The gods were near, their power could be borrowed, and Mahat demanded constant reinforcement through small, everyday acts. So, picture an ordinary Egyptian household at dusk. The father lights a small oil lamp, placing it near a carved figurine of Bes. The mother ties a protective amulet round her child's neck, murmuring a charm to ward off nightmares. In the corner sits a box containing scraps of papyrus with copied spells, ready to be used in times of illness or misfortune. Outside, cats prowl, half pet, half protector. Above all, the stars emerge, reminding the family that Ra is once again sailing the Duat, aided by priests' rituals in temples far away. Their small acts of magic are part of the same cosmic defense. For the Egyptians, then, magic was not exotic or frightening. It was ordinary. It was the water in which they swam, the thread that stitched together home and temple, birth and death, joy and fear. Spells, charms, and rituals were ways of negotiating a world always on the edge of chaos, ways of calling the gods close and reminding them to keep order steady. And here lies the key. The Egyptians did not imagine a world that ran smoothly on its own. They saw one that had to be maintained by Ra's nightly struggle, by the pharaoh's rituals, and by each family's small acts of Heka. Magic was not escape. It was responsibility, shared by all. So the next time you picture Egypt, don't just imagine pyramids and golden tombs. Picture the humble amulet tucked into a child's blanket, the little figurine on a shelf, the whispered spell before sleep. In those small gestures lay the heartbeat of Egyptian religion, magic woven into everyday belief, keeping chaos at bay and keeping Ma'at alive. For more than 2,000 years, Egypt's gods reigned supreme along the Nile. They presided over fields, temples and palaces, and their myths shaped life and death alike. But Egypt never stood entirely alone. Foreigners came, first as traders, then as neighbours, and finally as rulers. And with them came their own gods, customs and myths. The result was not a replacement of Egyptian religion, but a transformation, a layering and blending that kept it alive while changing its face. Egypt's first significant religious exchanges came through Nubia to the south. The Nile linked the two lands, and their cultures influenced each other deeply. Nubian kings adopted Egyptian deities, particularly Amun, who became central in Nubian temples. In return, Nubian forms of Amun influenced how Egyptians themselves pictured the god, often emphasizing his hidden, mysterious qualities. At times, Egyptian pharaohs ruled Nubia. At others, Nubian kings ruled Egypt, as in the 25th dynasty, when rulers from Kush styled themselves as restorers of Egypt's traditions. In truth, it was always a two-way exchange. To the northeast lay the lands of the Levant and Mesopotamia, bustling with trade and warfare. Egyptians encountered gods like Baal, Astarte, and Resheph, and occasionally welcomed them into their own pantheon. In some New Kingdom texts, Astarte, a Canaanite goddess, is depicted as a daughter of Ra. She was given a role in the fight against Apophis, showing that foreign deities could be folded into Egyptian myths when useful. Egyptians were pragmatic theologians. If a new goddess could help fend off chaos, she was welcome aboard. The Hittites, those formidable Anatolian neighbours, also left their mark. After the famous Battle of Kadesh in the 13th century BCE, Egypt and the Hittites signed one of the earliest known peace treaties. Royal marriages followed, and with them came cultural exchange. Hittite gods such as Teshub, a storm deity, found a place in Egypt, at least symbolically. The Egyptians, who had long associated storms with Seth, could easily link foreign storm gods with their own. But the most dramatic transformation came in the late period, and especially under the Ptolemaic dynasty, when Greek rulers sat on the Egyptian throne after Alexander the Great's conquest in 332 BCE. Greek and Egyptian religious systems didn't just coexist, they fused. The Greeks were fascinated by Egypt's ancient traditions, while Egyptians adapted their deities into forms accessible to Greek worshippers. Take Serapis. This was a god deliberately created under the early Ptolemies as a fusion of Osiris and Apis, hence the name, with features of Zeus and Hades blended in. Serapis had the beard and throne of a Greek ruler, but the essence of Osiris, god of the dead and renewal, beneath. He became the patron deity of Alexandria, embodying both Egyptian depth and Greek accessibility. The cult of Serapis spread widely, reaching as far as Rome. The cult of Isis, too, flourished under foreign influence. Already beloved in Egypt as the devoted wife and mother, Isis now absorbed traits of Greek goddesses like Demeter and Aphrodite. Her worship spread beyond Egypt into Greece, Asia Minor, and eventually Rome. By the 1st century CE, Isis temples stood across the Mediterranean, from Delos to Pompeii. In some places, sailors prayed to her as protector of voyages, while in others she was revered as a universal mother goddess. The Egyptian Queen of Magic had become an international deity. This blending was not just religious but political. For Greek rulers in Egypt, merging traditions helped legitimize their reign. By supporting Egyptian cults while introducing hybrid gods, they appealed to both their Greek and Egyptian subjects. Festivals blended Greek theatrical style with Egyptian processions, producing spectacles that impressed everyone. Alexandria, the cosmopolitan capital, became a melting pot of traditions: Egyptian, Greek, Jewish, and later Roman. And yet, for all the blending, the core Egyptian concepts endured. The centrality of Ma'at, order against chaos, remained. The rituals of Osiris, the weighing of the heart, the solar cycle of Ra, these persisted, even if retold in Greek dress. It's a bit like repainting an old statue. The surface may change, but the form beneath stays recognizable. The Romans, too, could not resist Egyptian religion. They embraced Isis and Serapis enthusiastically. Roman emperors built temples to them, and even in the city of Rome, the cults flourished. In Pompeii, wall paintings showed devotees of Isis, and archaeologists uncovered a temple to her that was lovingly restored after an earthquake in AD 62. Proof of her popularity right up until Vesuvius erupted. Egyptian influence also crept into mystery religions of the Greco-Roman world. These were cults promising personal salvation and a blessed afterlife, ideas that resonated with the Osiris myth. Initiates in Isis's cult swore secrecy, underwent purification rituals, and believed the goddess offered them eternal life. Echoes of Egyptian afterlife beliefs can even be traced in early Christianity, which spread in the very same regions where Isis was adored. Of course, not everyone welcomed this. Roman satirists sometimes mocked the Isis cult as foreign superstition, and emperors occasionally tried to suppress it. But the devotion of her followers proved hard to erase. By the time Christianity rose to dominance in the 4th century CE, Isis had already prepared the ground for a universal mother figure worshipped across borders. One might ask, did Egyptian religion truly survive foreign influence, or was it transformed beyond recognition? The answer is both. The local cults of Sobek and Bastet continued in their regions, but the international success of Isis and Serapis shows how adaptable the faith was. Egyptian religion absorbed foreign elements as readily as the Nile absorbed silt, enriching itself while maintaining its essence. Even in decline, the adaptability of Egyptian myth remained clear. In the Roman period, scribes still copied spells from the Book of the Dead, and priests still tended temples at Philae and Dendera. Greek visitors might interpret Amun as Zeus or Thoth as Hermes, but Egyptians continued their own devotions, often blending the identities without fuss. To them, the gods were vast enough to wear many masks. Humour, as always, found a place. One Greek observer noted, with some amusement, that Egyptians worshipped crocodiles in one town and killed them in the next. But this was less contradiction than context. Religion was local, shaped by the environment. If your livelihood depended on crocodiles not eating you, Sobek deserved respect. If you lived farther downstream, perhaps less so. Egyptians never saw these differences as problems. They saw them as the natural diversity of the divine. By the end of the Ptolemaic and Roman periods, Egypt was thoroughly cosmopolitan. Yet even as foreign rulers and new religions swept in, the heartbeat of Egyptian faith, the cycles of sun and flood, death and rebirth, Ma'at and Isfet, still pulsed beneath it all. The gods had new names and new robes, but the worldview endured. Picture Alexandria in the 1st century BCE. In one district, Greek actors perform tragedies in honour of Dionysus. In another, sailors pour libations to Isis for safe passage. At Philae, priests chant hymns to Osiris as they have for millennia. In the Fayum, farmers leave offerings to Sobek, while in Bubastis, cats prowl through temple courtyards dedicated to Bastet. It is Egypt transformed, yes, but still recognisably Egypt, a land where gods adapt, merge and travel, but never truly vanish. For the Egyptians, foreign influence was not the end of their mythology, but another chapter in its story. The gods were too flexible, too deeply woven into daily life, to be extinguished. They simply learned new languages, adopted new forms, and sailed on. like Ra's bark across the waters of time. The gods of Egypt have not been worshipped for well over 1,000 years. Their temples are ruins, their priests long silent, and their sacred animals little more than bones wrapped in linen. Yet somehow they are still here with us. The jackal-headed Anubis still appears in films and novels. The image of the pyramids, framed by a blazing sun, still evokes timeless power. And Isis, once prayed to by farmers along the Nile, ended her career as one of the most widely worshipped deities of the ancient Mediterranean. Egyptian mythology may no longer command daily rituals, but its legacy has proved astonishingly resilient. To begin, let's consider the most obvious survival: art and symbolism. Egyptian art was designed to be eternal. Gods painted on tomb walls were not simply decoration. They were made to last, to function as anchors for eternity. The style, profile heads, frontal torsos, striding legs, was so distinctive that it became instantly recognizable across history. Even today, a child can doodle a stick figure with a headdress and crook, and we know it's meant to be Egyptian. That's cultural staying power. The symbols of Egyptian mythology, the Ankh, the Eye of Horus, the scarab, still find their way into jewellery and tattoos, adopted as emblems of life, protection, and renewal. Few ancient cultures can boast such a visible afterlife for their iconography. But the influence goes deeper than symbols. The myths themselves seeped into other cultures long before modern rediscovery. Isis, for instance, became an international goddess during the Greco-Roman period. By the 1st century CE, her temples stretched from Egypt to Britain. She was worshipped as a universal mother, a healer, and a protector of sailors. When Christianity spread, some scholars argue, elements of Isis's imagery lingered in devotion to the Virgin Mary, the mother seated with the child on her lap, protective, compassionate, and exalted. It is not a direct borrowing, but the continuity is striking. Osiris, too, left a long shadow. His myth of death and resurrection influenced later Mediterranean mystery cults, religions that promised personal salvation and eternal life to their initiates. In these cults, the idea of dying and rising with the god became central. Christianity, emerging in the same region, adopted its own narrative of death and resurrection, one with a different theology, but one that still resonated with themes familiar to people steeped in Osiris's story. The notion that death was not the end, but a passage to renewal, was already ancient by the time Christianity took hold. Meanwhile, Hermeticism, a philosophical and religious movement that arose in Hellenistic Egypt, drew on the figure of Thoth, the Egyptian god of wisdom, merged with the Greek Hermes. Hermetic writings blended Egyptian cosmology with Greek philosophy, influencing not just late antiquity, but also the Renaissance, when scholars rediscovered these texts and found inspiration in their mystical vision of the cosmos. The sheer longevity of Egyptian religion also left an impression. For 3 millennia, Egyptians told the same stories, celebrated the same festivals, and prayed to the same gods. To Greeks and Romans, this endurance was awe-inspiring. They called Egypt a land of wisdom and antiquity. Philosophers like Plato and later Plutarch admired Egypt's priests as guardians of ancient knowledge. Whether or not the priests were actually whispering profound truths, the image of Egypt as a source of wisdom became embedded in Western imagination. Fast forward to the modern era, and we find Egypt's mythology enjoying an unexpected second life. The decipherment of hieroglyphs in the 19th century by Jean-François Champollion opened the floodgates. Suddenly, texts like the Book of the Dead were no longer silent pictures but voices, telling us about spells, prayers and beliefs in the afterlife. Archaeological discoveries, Tutankhamun's tomb most famously, captured global attention. Newspapers in the 1920s reported the supposed curse of the pharaohs, proving that the mystique of Egyptian magic had survived intact. Egyptian gods quickly became fixtures of popular culture. In novels, films and video games, Anubis stalks cemeteries, Osiris presides over shadowy realms, and Ra blazes across the sky. Admittedly, Hollywood is not always faithful to the theology. One suspects the ancient priests of Heliopolis would have raised an eyebrow at Brendan Fraser's The Mummy. But the fact remains, these deities are still alive in the modern imagination. There is also the quieter legacy of archaeology and tourism. Millions of visitors each year walk among the temples of Karnak, Luxor, and Abu Simbel, gazing at reliefs of gods carved 3,000 years ago. These ruins were not built as museums, but they function now as spaces where mythology continues to inspire awe. Tour guides retell the myths. Scholars reconstruct rituals. Children stare wide-eyed at statues of falcon-headed Horus. In this way, the gods have gained a new kind of immortality, not as objects of worship, but as subjects of fascination. It is worth noting that Egyptians themselves never saw religion as something confined to the past. Even as new rulers and faiths came, elements of the old ways persisted. The temple at Philae, dedicated to Isis, remained active well into the Christian era, not closing until the 6th century CE. That's an astonishing survival, a full 3 centuries after Constantine converted to Christianity. In Nubia, Isis's cult lived on even longer, showing just how deeply she was loved. There is humour here too, if one looks for it. Roman writers often mocked Egyptians for their animal cults. One town worships cats, another crocodiles, one scoffed, and each laughs at the other. But what the Romans missed was that these local devotions kept religion close to daily life. A fisherman in the Fayum could look at a crocodile basking on the riverbank and see Sobek. A mother in Bubastis could see divinity in the cat that kept snakes away from her children. To Romans, this looked absurd. To Egyptians, it was intimacy with the divine. Today, Egyptian mythology has one final legacy. It continues to shape how we think about mystery itself. Egypt stands in the popular mind as a place of secrets, hieroglyphs, curses, and half-hidden knowledge. It is perhaps ironic, since Egyptian religion was in fact highly public, woven into festivals and markets. But the endurance of its symbols and the strangeness of its gods have made it the archetype of ancient mystery. To say something is as old as Egypt is to say it is timeless. So what do we make of this legacy? Egyptian mythology began as the faith of farmers by the Nile, grew into a complex system of temples and rituals, survived conquests and foreign rulers, and then transformed into an international religion through Isis and Serapis. Even after temples closed and priests dispersed, its ideas seeped into new faiths and philosophies. And now, in the modern age, it lives on in scholarship, tourism, and popular imagination. Few religions can claim such an enduring afterlife. Picture, then, a final image, the sun setting over the Nile, temples silhouetted against the sky. Priests chant hymns to Ra as he sails into the Duat. Farmers leave small offerings by their fields. Cats curl at doorways, Crocodiles lurk in the water, and somewhere in a tomb, a papyrus copy of the Book of the Dead rests beside a mummy, promising safe passage to eternity. 3,000 years later, we still tell these stories. The gods are no longer worshipped, but they have not been forgotten. That, in the end, is their greatest victory. Against the serpent of time, against the oblivion that swallows most ancient faiths, Egyptian mythology has endured. Ma'at still balances the scales, Isis still spreads her wings, and Ra still rises each morning in our imagination. The Egyptians sought eternity, and in their myths they achieved it. Imagine a land of sun-drenched stone and shimmering river reeds, where the great Nile slices through the desert like a living god, where gold glints beneath linen veils and the scent of blue lotus drifts through towering palace halls. You are in ancient Egypt, not as a faceless peasant, nor even as one of the ever-bickering scribes. Number today, your fate is sealed with coal-lined eyes and a crown of lapis lazuli. You are to become great royal wife, Queen of Egypt, consort to the living god upon the throne. It is, as they say, an honour. Though whether you will still feel so honoured by the end of your days is another matter entirely. From the moment the high priest's messenger arrived at your family villa with trembling voice and sealed papyrus scroll, your life has been spinning faster than the potter's wheel. Your father, a nobleman of the court, one of the few who might have hoped for such a match, nearly choked on his pomegranate wine. Your mother wept tears that seemed part pride, part dread. You yourself? You smiled, because that is what one does. Inside, a strange knot began to twist beneath your ribs, a knot that even the finest perfumed oils cannot soothe. And so here you are, carried aloft upon a gilded litter borne by 6 of the Pharaoh's finest soldiers, your linen robes trailing like a river of light behind you. The streets of Thebes swarm with onlookers, their voices rising in a wave of acclamation. Or is it curiosity? They shout your name, though many do not know your face. They know only that today a new queen will be crowned. And perhaps, privately, they know too that such queens do not always remain queens for long. The great temple of Karnak looms ahead, colossal columns thick as cedar trunks, each etched with the exploits of kings long dust. The air hums with incense and anticipation. As your litter is lowered before the towering gates, you feel the first flutter of real fear. Once you pass through, there is no turning back. You are met by the high priest, an ancient figure so gaunt he seems to have been carved by the same artisans who built these walls. His smile is thin as papyrus. "Come, daughter of Egypt," he intones, voice echoing through the stone. It is time. You follow him beneath the massive lintels, feet bare upon cool alabaster tiles. Ahead, the inner sanctuary shimmers with lamplight. Statues of Isis and Hathor gaze down upon you, serene and pitiless. Here, the rites of queenship will bind you to the throne, and to all that comes with it. The coronation ritual is long, deliberate, and thick with meaning. You are washed in sacred water, drawn from the Nile at dawn. You are anointed with oils, whose recipes are known only to the temple's innermost circle. Oils meant to confer not just physical beauty, but spiritual protection. Your eyelids are darkened with kohl to ward off the evil eye. Your lips stained with red ochre, symbol of life. You are clad in robes of finest linen, embroidered with the royal uraeus, the rearing cobra that marks divine authority. It is a serpent that offers no comfort. And then, the moment, the great crown of the queen is brought forth, gleaming with gold and semi-precious stones. The high priest lifts it high above your bowed head, his voice solemn as he declares you great royal wife of the two lands. The crown settles upon your brow with surprising weight. You resist the urge to shift beneath it. At that moment the doors to the sanctuary swing wide. A trumpet sounds. You emerge once more into the blinding sun, the air thick with cheering and flower petals. But though you smile and wave as trained, already your mind is elsewhere. You know the stories. Every girl at court whispers them beneath embroidered fans. How queens have risen to command armies, to guide kings, even to rule in their own right. And how they have been poisoned, betrayed, erased from memory as though they had never been. There was Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose face still gazes serene from her tomb, yet whose life was marked by bitter rivalry within the palace. There was Nefertiti, queen beside the heretic king Akhenaten, whose very fate remains an enigma. Some say she ruled after him, others that she was cast aside. And there was the formidable Hatshepsut, who seized the throne itself, and whose stepson later chiselled her name from monuments in furious retribution. Such is the double-edged sword of queenship in Egypt. For all the silks and perfumes, the days spent drifting through shaded colonnades or presiding over temple rites, the queen walks a knife's edge, too visible, and she courts jealousy. Too passive, and she invites replacement. Producing an heir may secure her place, or simply paint a target upon her back. And the harem? Ah, the harem. You have not yet set foot within it, but already you know its whispered reputation. A gilded prison where royal wives and concubines jostle for influence, their children pawns in a game older than the pyramids. There, poison is a language as fluent as gossip. Favours are won not with smiles, but with alliances. The queen reigns supreme, or so it seems, until the day she does not. Yet for now, outwardly at least, the world is yours. You are presented to the court in a grand ceremony within the palace's pillared audience hall. The pharaoh himself, a living god in gold and lapis, eyes outlined in kohl, takes your hand before the assembled nobles. His grip is warm, firm, his smile unreadable. Together you stand before the throne of Horus. Together you receive the acclamation of the court. Yet beneath the ceremony's splendour lies another truth. From this day forth, your life is no longer your own. Your days will begin with ritual ablutions, washed in Nile water and anointed anew. You will preside over festivals and offerings, your image paraded before the people as living embodiment of Isis. You will dine in halls of gilded reliefs, where servants move in silence and every glance is weighed for hidden meaning. You will attend councils, your voice measured carefully, too forceful, and you risk seeming grasping, too meek, and you invite dismissal. At night, within your private chambers, you may gaze upon the moonlit courtyards and wonder how many of your predecessors once stood in this very place, dreaming of freedom. The servants who dress your hair and pour your wine know better than to speak of such things. But in their eyes, perhaps, you catch a flicker of understanding. And then there is the matter of an heir. For all a queen's titles and honours, this is the role upon which her true power rests. A male child secures the dynasty, cements your place beside the king. Yet childbirth is perilous. Many a royal wife has gone to the tomb in pursuit of this duty. Amulets will be placed beneath your mattress, spells whispered over your swelling belly. Physicians will hover. Their remedy is a curious blend of wisdom and superstition. Should the child be a girl, well, you will try again. And should you bear a boy, rejoicing, yes, and a subtle sharpening of daggers among the court's rival factions. The life of a queen is not a fairy tale of happy endings. It is a tale of survival, of playing the long game beneath a veneer of divine favour. For every Hatshepsut who rose to rule, there were 10 whose names are lost, their sarcophagi empty, their portraits defaced. But there is power too. With patience, wit, and a keen sense of timing, a queen may shape the destiny of Egypt from behind the throne. She may command armies through her son, sway the priesthood, forge alliances that outlive her rivals. The wise queens do not reach for power too soon, nor wait too long. And so, as the sun sets upon this day of days, you sit within the palace's perfumed inner chambers, your crown newly polished, your fingers stained faintly with henna. The court musicians play softly beyond the screened doorway. The king dines elsewhere tonight, no doubt consulting with his viziers or inspecting temple plans. You sip date wine from a chalice shaped like a lotus. Sweet, yes, but laced with the bittersweet taste of all that lies ahead. You are great royal wife of Egypt, adored, envied, watched from all sides. Behind the silks and gold lies a simple truth. Here, power and peril are one and the same. Sleep well, queen, while you still can. Morning comes not with a gentle nudge, but with the deliberate chime of bronze bells in the dark. You are awake before the first blush of sun gilds the horizon, before even the acolytes have swept the sand from the temple courtyards. The queen must be seen, polished, radiant, otherworldly, before the realm itself stirs. In the stillness of your private chambers, carved cedar screens filter the early light. The air is cool and sweet with lotus and frankincense, for servants have spent the better part of the night burning cones of resin to ensure that no foul spirit lingers come dawn. One can never be too careful, especially when so many around you would delight in your misstep or your sudden absence. A quiet tap at the door signals the arrival of your handmaidens. They enter in perfect silence, their linen robes whispering against the polished stone. The tallest carries a silver basin filled with Nile water and petals of blue lotus. The youngest, a fresh robe spun from linen so fine it is said to be fit for the goddess Hathor herself. Another bears the precious jars, oils of myrrh and cinnamon, sacred unguents meant to anoint the queen and protect her from both harm and blemish. You are guided to the ceremonial bath, an alabaster pool inlaid with turquoise. The water is cold at first, a reminder that even divine skin must endure its earthly trials. Hands smooth and sure cleanse away the oils of the previous day, tracing each limb with practiced reverence. It is not a task performed for comfort, but for symbolism. To remain pure, to remain worthy in the eyes of the gods and of Egypt, one must be reborn with every sunrise. Once dried and wrapped in linen, you are seated before a low mirror of polished copper. Here the transformation begins. Coal is ground fresh, blended with malachite for its vivid green sheen. Not merely cosmetic, but protective, shielding the eyes from the sun's harsh glare and the ever-watchful gaze of rivals. Lips are tinted with ochre, cheeks with a subtle dusting of rouge. A queen must never appear fatigued, no matter the burdens she carries, or the sleepless nights spent listening for the scrape of sandals in the corridor. Then comes the hair, an elaborate ritual unto itself. Though your natural tresses are healthy, they are supplemented with strands of imported hair, woven skillfully to achieve the desired length and volume. Some strands may well have been clipped from the heads of foreign captives, a thought you wisely keep to yourself. As the final ornament, a broad collar of gold and faience, is clasped about your neck, you glance at the figure in the mirror. Is this still you, beneath the layers of artifice? A fleeting thought. Queens do not indulge in such luxuries as self-reflection. By the time the temple bells toll the first hour, you're ready to face the day. Your appearance must suggest a woman untouched by mortal concerns, serene, gracious, above the petty dramas of court life. Of course, beneath this polished exterior lies a mind that cannot afford a moment's rest. You are not alone in the palace, not by a long measure. It is a world unto itself, a maze of columned halls and sun-dappled courtyards, vast enough to house an army of courtiers, scribes, priests, and artisans. Within these walls pulse the hidden currents of power and intrigue. Your chief rival may greet you with a smile at this morning's offering ceremony, a smile that does not reach her coal-darkened eyes. She, too, knows that every gesture, every glance is part of an unspoken game. To falter is to invite whispers. To stumble is to risk everything. The harem, though called such, is no mere den of idle pleasure. It is a complex political engine, its chambers echoing with the laughter of children who may one day rise to challenge the line of succession. Among the king's wives and favoured concubines, alliances are forged in secret, loyalties shift with the desert wind. The wise queen learns quickly to cultivate both friends and informants, and to trust neither. There are rituals to attend this morning. The Opet festival draws near, and preparations consume the palace. You will be expected to appear before the high priest of Amun, to offer rich garments and rare spices in the name of divine harmony. A minor ceremony, some might say, but one that offers a stage upon which influence is measured. The queen whose offerings gleam brightest, whose comportment seems most blessed, will find her star rising. And so you glide through the halls, trailing a faint scent of rose and cinnamon. The lesser wives bow low as you pass, their eyes carefully averted. Yet you feel the weight of their gazes upon your back the moment you move beyond sight. In the temple, beneath towering papyrus columns painted in vibrant hues, you kneel before the god's image. Priests chant in ancient tongues as you place your offerings upon the altar. Silks from Byblos, lapis from far-off Afghanistan, unguents crafted by the palace's finest perfumers. Every gift is a message, not only to the gods, but to those who watch from the shadows. As the ritual concludes, you catch the eye of one of the king's chief advisors. He inclines his head with a subtle smile, a gesture of deference, or a warning. One must always wonder. By midday, you are summoned to the Queen's council chamber, a rare privilege granted only to those of highest rank. Here you will hear reports from the palace stewards, matters concerning the granaries, the textile workshops, the progress of temple construction. Dry subjects, perhaps, but each a thread in the greater tapestry of power. Your decisions must be swift, yet careful. Approve too many requests, and you risk appearing weak. Deny them all, and the whispers of tyranny will begin anew. You walk a careful line, each word weighed as though it were gold upon a scale. Among the day's matters is news from the workers' village near Deir el Medina. An illness has swept through the sculptor's quarter, delaying work upon your future tomb. A trivial concern to some, but you know better. The tomb is more than a resting place. It is your insurance against oblivion. The artisans will receive additional rations and amulets for protection. A wise investment. Afternoon brings a quieter respite, though never one entirely free of duty. You dine in a shaded loggia, a breeze stirring the embroidered silks that veil the arches. Servants present delicacies, honey cakes, roast duck, figs dripping with nectar. You eat sparingly, as is expected of one so elevated. A queen must never appear greedy. Indulgence is for the lesser sort. As you sip cool barley beer from a slender goblet, a trusted handmaiden kneels beside you with whispered news. A new consort has arrived from the northern provinces, young, beautiful, and gifted with a voice said to rival the songbirds of the Nile. Already she has caught the king's eye. You smile, a gesture as polished as the alabaster columns that surround you, and you begin to consider your next move. Later, beneath the shadow of the palace's western wing, you visit the royal nursery. The children greet you with wide eyes and eager laughter. Here, among these innocent faces, the true future of Egypt stirs. You kneel to kiss the brow of your son, a prince yet too young to grasp the weight of the crown that may one day rest upon his head. You will teach him, in time, the art of ruling and surviving. Evening falls with a golden hush. The palace grows quieter, though within its stone heart the wheels of intrigue never cease their turning. You retreat to your private apartments, where oil lamps flicker against painted walls depicting lotus and papyrus, symbols of eternal life. There is yet one final duty, a private audience with the king. You are summoned to the inner chamber, where incense curls in lazy spirals beneath the gilded ceiling. The king greets you with the measured affection of a man who must divide his time among many. Your words are chosen with care, your gaze demure yet knowing. You are queen, but you are also counselor, diplomat, enchantress. The roles shift as swiftly as the Nile's current. When at last you return to your bedchamber, the moon rides high above the palace. You sit for a time beneath the open latticework, watching its pale light shimmer upon the stone below. In this quiet hour, the trappings of queenship feel both distant and suffocating. For all the silks and jewels, all the deference and titles, the palace is a cage, one wrought not of iron, but of expectation and vigilance. A single misstep, a whispered rumour, and the queen may find herself cast from its heights to its darkest depths. Yet you are here. You remain. And tomorrow, as the bronze bells chime once more, you will rise again to meet the day's challenges with the grace and cunning that have brought you this far. For such is the life of a queen in ancient Egypt. A dance upon the blade's edge, cloaked in beauty and peril alike. There is a single truth in the palace, that all queens, whether newly crowned or silver-haired with experience, understand from the moment they first pass beneath its painted lintels. Your value lies not in your beauty, nor in your wisdom, nor even in the favour of the king. It lies in your womb. You are great royal wife, yes, but if you cannot produce an heir, and preferably a male heir, your days in these gilded halls may be numbered. No one says it aloud, of course. Court etiquette forbids such crassness. Instead, the expectation settles upon your shoulders like the heavy, broad collar you wear at every ceremony, a constant weight at once ornamental and oppressive. Already the whispers have begun. You hear them between the polished pillars where handmaidens exchange knowing glances. You see it in the eyes of the lesser wives and concubines, who watch your every step with thinly veiled anticipation. 1 month has passed since your coronation, then 2. The court astrologers mark the movements of the stars with increasing scrutiny, as if they might coax a royal conception from the heavens themselves. And so begins the most delicate and dangerous chapter of your queenship. It is no simple matter of nature taking its course. No, in Egypt, where the lines between the mortal and divine blur with every sunrise, even the act of producing an heir is shrouded in ritual and superstition. You are bathed in sacred waters drawn at dawn, infused with petals of lotus and fragments of lapis. Priests recite incantations over your garments, your bed, your very breath. Amulets are strung beneath your linen shift, the eye of Horus to guard against miscarriage, the Ankh for life, the frog-headed goddess Heket, midwife of the gods, to ensure safe delivery. Physicians, whose knowledge is equal parts herbal remedy and hopeful guesswork, prescribe strange concoctions, dates soaked in beer and honey, ground pomegranate mixed with frankincense, the occasional live fish, yes, live, pressed gently against the belly to divine the likelihood of conception. One must keep a straight face through such rituals. After all, queens are not afforded the luxury of skepticism. And the king? He, too, is aware of the stakes, though his attention is divided among many chambers, many women. Still, he dutifully appears when summoned, the union of king and queen being not merely a private affair, but a reenactment of cosmic creation itself. The priests say that in your embrace you embody Isis and Osiris, restoring the divine balance of the land. You try to think of this as you gaze up at painted stars on the ceiling, willing your body to cooperate. When at last the signs of pregnancy appear, a mist moon, a flutter in the belly, the court erupts in barely concealed relief. Musicians play in the courtyards, offerings are made at the temples. You are showered with gifts, fine linens, perfumed oils, and statuettes of Taweret, the hippo goddess of childbirth, her toothy grin meant to ward off evil. But celebration soon gives way to caution, for childbirth, even in the palace, is fraught with peril. The annals of Egyptian history are replete with queens who entered the birthing chamber as goddesses and left it not at all. You are moved to special apartments near the temple of Hathor, patroness of motherhood and joy. Here, midwives attend you day and night, their weathered faces betraying both experience and unspoken concern. The floor is strewn with woven reeds and soft mats, the air thick with incense. One corner of the room is reserved for offerings, dates, honey, and the occasional small figurine of a crocodile, a nod to Sobek, whose protective ferocity is invoked at such times. You might wonder at this eclectic collection of guardians, but when faced with the shadow of death, one cannot be too selective in seeking allies. As the months progress, the court holds its breath. The Queen's pregnancy is no private matter. Every noble, every servant, every soldier watches for signs of progress and of danger. Should you miscarry, the blow to your standing would be immediate, perhaps irreversible. Such was the fate of many a royal wife. History whispers of queens quietly dismissed, their names stricken from records after a series of failed pregnancies. Others fared worse, poisoned by rivals eager to clear the path for their own offspring. One cannot overlook the tale of Queen Mutnejmet, wife of the usurper Horemheb, whose repeated miscarriages were immortalized in temple reliefs, and who vanished from a court soon after. Even a successful birth is no guarantee of lasting security, for if the child is female, the court's rejoicing will be muted, the king's gaze perhaps already drifting to younger, more promising consorts. Should the child be male, the stakes rise immeasurably. When your time comes, the palace enters a hush, broken only by the rhythmic chants of the midwives. You kneel upon birthing bricks, inscribed with spells of protection, gripping amulets so tightly that their impressions remain upon your palms long after. It is said that queens do not cry out, that they bear the ordeal with the stoic grace befitting a living goddess. In truth, the stone walls of your chamber have heard many royal screams, though none are recorded in the official annals. At last, a cry pierces the incense-laden air, not yours, but that of a newborn, a boy. The news spreads like wildfire through the palace. Bells ring out from Karnak. Priests light great fires upon the riverbanks. The queen has borne a prince. The dynasty is secured for now. But this victory is tempered by reality. You know that even royal infants are not immune to the frailties of flesh. The child is swaddled in the finest linens, placed beneath protective amulets, and watched by wet nurses whose loyalty has been vetted a dozen times over. A single misstep, a single drop of poison slipped into milk, and the triumph of today could become tomorrow's morning. You must be vigilant. Already factions within the palace shift and realign. The mother of the next in line is a powerful force, but also a target. One need only recall the fate of Queen Tia's daughter, murdered in infancy amid court intrigue, her name deliberately forgotten by the chroniclers. Even as you recover, your duties resume. You appear at public ceremonies, the infant prince cradled in your arms beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers. Statues are commissioned in your likeness, inscriptions proclaiming you mother of the god Sun. Yet in the shadows, rival eyes glitter with envy. For queens in Egypt, there is no true rest. Having secured your position with an heir, you must now defend it with equal fervour. The harem buzzes with fresh schemes. The lesser wives whose sons must now vie for favour redouble their efforts. The old games resume, more dangerous than before. You attend council meetings with the king, your presence a subtle reminder of your new standing. You cultivate alliances among the priests and the nobility, ensuring that should calamity strike, as it so often does, you have the means to protect both yourself and your son. In private moments, you gaze upon the sleeping child with a mixture of fierce love and cold calculation. This tiny, squirming creature is your greatest triumph and your greatest liability. To raise a future pharaoh is to walk a perilous path, one where each tutor, each nursemaid must be scrutinized, each playmate considered a potential threat. And should the king take another great royal wife, not unheard of should you fall from favour, your task will become even harder. The court has long memories and short loyalties. One must never grow complacent. In time, if fortune favours you, your son will grow strong and wise. You will guide him through a labyrinth of palace politics, teaching him whom to trust and whom to watch with smiling suspicion. And if the gods are truly kind, you may one day witness him ascend the throne, the double crown resting upon his brow. But that day is far off. For now you remain within the palace's painted cage, every breath a measured act of survival. You have borne an heir. The court's favour is yours. The songs of the priests praise your name. Yet beneath the gold and incense, the game has only just begun. For in Egypt, a queen's worth must be proved anew with each passing moon. To fade from the king's favour, to bear no further children, to falter in the ceaseless dance of courtly intrigue, is to risk the most chilling fate of all, erasure. And so, as the sun sets beyond the desert horizon, you cradle your son beneath the flickering light of oil lamps. You sing softly, an ancient lullaby older than the pyramids themselves. Yet your gaze is not fixed upon the sleeping child alone. It shifts, now and then, toward the shadows that gather at the chamber's edge. For a queen of Egypt, the night is never truly still, and the game is never truly over. The palace is vast. Towering stone colonnades stretch into cool shadowed corridors. Gardens bloom in neat geometric rows, where papyrus rustles in the breeze, and fountains murmur beneath the gaze of carved lions. Courtiers bow and drift past in linen and gold. From a distance, it looks serene, a world ordered and harmonious, as befits the heart of the greatest civilization on earth. Step a little closer, though. Listen beyond the tinkling of harps and the solemn drone of priestly chants. There is another current running through this place, one not spoken of in the official inscriptions. The palace breathes intrigue, and within its breath it whispers one eternal truth. You are never alone. You are great royal wife, mother of a prince, and that makes you a prize target. Around you swirl the other women of the royal household, secondary wives, concubines, foreign princesses sent as diplomatic gifts, and their formidable retinues of ladies-in-waiting and ambitious relatives. Each one has a stake in the unspoken game, and many will not hesitate to play it boldly. There is no official map to this web of rivalries. You must learn its paths and pitfalls through experience, instinct, and trusted spies, though trust itself is a rare and fragile commodity. Even the servants who anoint your brow with sacred oils may carry news of your private moments to ears you'd rather not imagine. By custom, the king's harem occupies a separate quarter of the palace, a walled enclave of luxurious apartments, gardens and pavilions. Here, many of the royal wives and concubines reside when not summoned to court or to the king's side. In theory, it is a space of beauty and refinement. Music lessons, embroidery, poetry recitations beneath the shade of date palms. In practice, it is a simmering crucible of ambition. You walk the paths of these gardens with measured grace, always with attendants, of course. A queen is never seen wandering alone. That would invite gossip. And gossip here is more dangerous than any serpent lurking in the reeds. There are faces you greet with carefully polite words, eyes you meet with a bland smile that conceals your watchfulness. You know the histories. Nefertari, beloved queen of Ramses the Great, ruled the harem like a goddess in flesh. Yet even she faced the unending rivalry of Isetnofret, a secondary wife whose own son would eventually inherit the throne. The two women vied not only for the king's affection, but for the shaping of Egypt's future. Their courtiers manoeuvred behind silken screens. Their allies whispered in temple halls. At Nefertari's death, her tomb was vandalised. Whether by jealous rivals or the cold hand of courtly politics, none can say. What remains today is both splendid and wounded. You think of such stories often now. They serve as both warning and inspiration. Each new arrival to the palace, each young concubine with eyes like polished obsidian, each foreign princess with her father's promises and her mother's cunning, is a potential threat. The king's heart is easily turned, as history has shown time and again. Queens have been set aside for less than a careless glance at the wrong banquet. Even sisters are not immune to this game. Consider Cleopatra the Seventh, the last and most famous of Egypt's queens. In a world no less treacherous than yours, she eliminated her own siblings to secure the throne. Her brother-husband Ptolemy the 13th was drowned in the Nile after their bitter civil war. Her younger sister Arsinoe was paraded through Rome and later executed at Cleopatra's request. It is a grim reminder that in matters of power, blood offers little protection. You take tea today in one of the palace's shaded gardens, the sandstone walls hung with woven garlands. A small gathering of royal women has been arranged, ostensibly to celebrate the upcoming Opet festival. In reality, it is a subtle test of alliances. The Queen's tea, like all things here, carries its risks. The palace kitchens are well guarded, the chief cupbearer loyal to you, or so he says. Yet poison need not be crude to be effective. A tincture that clouds the mind, a powder that weakens resolve, a slow-acting venom masked by sweet honeyed dates. You sip carefully, smile lightly. The cup never leaves your sight. Conversations drift around you. A young concubine boasts of her skill with the harp. Another praises the king's latest hunting exploits. All harmless on the surface. But beneath the words flow subtle currents of status and intent. Every compliment is a probe, every glance a calculation. One of the lesser wives leans forward, her eyes gleaming. "Your son grows strong, my queen. I hear he bested his tutor in wrestling last week." A harmless comment, or a veiled threat. To draw attention to your son is to draw attention to the ambitions that circle him like vultures. "He is a child," you reply smoothly. "He enjoys his games." You shift the topic with practiced ease, asking after the health of her daughter. To accept flattery is dangerous. To appear defensive, fatal. Such exchanges are endless, their stakes invisible to the casual observer. Many queens of old failed to master them and paid dearly. Queen Ankhesenamun, widow of Tutankhamun, sought alliance with a foreign prince to secure her safety. A bold move that ended with her vanishing from the record. Was she betrayed by a rival? Silenced by the priests? No one knows. Even now, you must wonder which smiles around you conceal knives. The old adage holds true. A quiet tea in the garden can be more dangerous than a battlefield. Your allies are few, and must be cultivated with care. A trusted lady-in-waiting whose family owes you loyalty. A eunuch whose discretion has been purchased with gold and promises. A priestess whose whispered prayers carry double meanings. You build your network slowly, patiently, for haste invites exposure. Yet alliances shift. Friendships sour. Today's confidant may be tomorrow's betrayer. The palace records are rich with such cautionary tales. In quieter moments, you walk among the statues of past queens. Their faces, serene in alabaster or painted with fading pigments, offer no counsel. Yet their stories linger. You think of Tie, wife of Amenhotep III, who wielded immense influence and corresponded with foreign kings. yet whose legacy was nearly eclipsed by the rise of Akhenaten and his religious upheaval. You think of Hatshepsut, who dared to rule as king, donning the false beard of Pharaoh. For years she outmaneuvered her rivals, until her memory was almost entirely erased by the jealous Thutmose III. Such are the lessons you must heed. Power is never given freely. It is seized, defended, and, if one is wise, relinquished only at death. As evening falls, the gathering disperses. Courtiers retreat to their quarters. Musicians pack away their lyres. You linger a moment beneath the stars, the scent of jasmine thick in the air. A new note arrives by the hand of a trusted servant, unsigned, of course. It speaks of a foreign envoy scheduled to arrive in secret tomorrow, bearing gifts for one of the king's newer favourites. Another ripple in the pond, another game to watch. You retire to your chambers, where attendants remove your ornaments and unbraid your hair. In the quiet, you allow yourself a moment of reflection. The palace is beautiful, yes, but it is no sanctuary. It is an arena, one of subtle wars and shifting alliances. Each day is a contest of wit and will, where the stakes are survival and legacy. You share this palace with rivals. And while you walk its painted halls with grace, your heart must remain as sharp as any blade. For in this place of stone and shadow, even a queen must remember. Trust is a luxury, vigilance a necessity. And tomorrow, the game begins anew. You sit beneath the painted ceiling of your private chamber, the walls cool beneath your fingertips. A gentle breeze stirs the linen draperies, carrying the scent of crushed myrrh and blooming acacia. In your lap lies a scroll, a genealogy of your illustrious house, inked by the finest scribes in the land. You unroll it slowly, eyes tracing the names. Father, mother, grandfather, grandmother, uncles, aunts, cousins, many of whom have, in one form or another, become entangled in the great tapestry of your dynasty's lineage. It is a fine thing, they tell you, to have royal blood. The purer, the better. And here in Egypt, purity takes precedence over all else, certainly over more pedestrian concerns of propriety or genetic diversity. You will marry within your family. You know this. Every girl born beneath the palace roof knows this. It is not a matter of preference or affection. It is a duty, a cosmic necessity woven into the very fabric of kingship. The gods themselves set the precedent. Isis and Osiris, sister and brother, husband and wife, created the divine order. To imitate their union is to uphold Ma'at, the sacred balance that holds the universe together. That the practice also serves to consolidate power and property within the royal house is, of course, a fortunate coincidence. Your own match was announced with great ceremony. The court heralds proclaimed it a union of destiny. The high priests invoked the blessings of the pantheon. Privately, you reflected that the match was more likely the result of several tense negotiations behind closed doors. Still, the marriage was sealed, and sealed with blood as well as gold. Your new husband is your brother, or perhaps your half-brother. The lines blur. You have known him since childhood, chased sunbeams across the palace courtyards together. Now you meet beneath the heavy weight of crowns and expectations. The wedding itself was a spectacle. Musicians played beneath canopies of palm fronds. Dancers performed in honour of Hathor, goddess of love and joy. Incense smoke curled toward the heavens as you knelt before the altar. Hands joined beneath a net of golden thread. The priest's voice echoed through the temple halls. By this union, the house of Horus is strengthened. By this union, the land shall flourish. You smiled as expected, your gaze serene beneath the weight of elaborate headdress. The court watched, whispering beneath painted fans. It is the Queen's duty to set the tone after all. Behind the smiles, the truth remained unspoken. Marriages such as this carry risks, as well as rewards. The royal family tree is a twisted thing, its branches curling back upon themselves like the tendrils of a papyrus plant. Sibling marriages, uncle-niece unions, even the occasional pairing of aunt and nephew, all are recorded in the annals of kingship. The line of the Ptolemies would later make an art of such unions, but they were hardly innovators. Consider Akhenaten, the heretic king, and his great royal wife Nefertiti. While their exact relationship remains a matter of scholarly debate, their daughters were later wed to their own relatives, perpetuating a cycle that would culminate in the tragic figure of Tutankhamun. Ah, poor Tutankhamun. The boy king, crowned before his bones had fully hardened. Modern science has laid bare the consequences of his inbred lineage. A cleft palate, a clubfoot, fragile bones prone to breakage. His family line was riddled with genetic maladies, the result of generations of insular unions. Even the treasures of his tomb, glorious though they are, could not conceal the frailty of the young pharaoh they enshrined. You cannot help but wonder what price your own bloodline might yet pay. It is not a thought one can voice within these walls. The priests will tell you that royal blood must not be diluted, that the gods themselves demand it. The courtiers will nod and murmur in agreement, ever eager to align themselves with orthodoxy. Still, the palace midwives whisper tales in the dark. They speak of stillborn infants, of twisted limbs and breathless babes laid silently to rest. The tombs of queens tell a similar story. Many a consort has been interred with tiny coffins beside her, tragic echoes of an unbroken line's hidden cost. And yet the cycle continues. To marry beyond the royal bloodline would be unthinkable, a breach of divine order. The occasional foreign princess may be taken as a secondary wife, her presence a symbol of alliance rather than affection. But the true lineage must remain pure, its sacred essence undiluted. Your own marriage proceeds as court marriages do. You and your brother husband share formal meals beneath painted stars, exchange carefully chosen words in public settings. In private, the dynamic is more complex. Affection, rivalry, duty, resentment, all mingle beneath the silks of your marriage bed. You are aware that your husband's eye wanders. It is expected. No one rules the heart of a king. The greater danger lies in the ambitions of his other consorts, who watch your union with keen interest. A brother's wife may be queen today, but tomorrow, who can say? You have allies, of course. The High Priestess of Hathor, whose loyalty has been secured through generous patronage. The captain of the palace guard, whose daughter serves as your handmaiden. Such bonds are as vital as any marriage. Still, you tread carefully. The fate of queens who misstep is no secret. The walls of the palace remember tales that the official chronicles prefer to forget. There was Cleopatra II, whose marriage to her brother Ptolemy VI ended in bitter civil war. Their sibling bond, once celebrated in public ceremony, could not withstand the pressures of shared rule and competing ambitions. Their eventual reconciliation was as much a matter of political necessity as familial affection. Then there was Arsinoe II, who married first the king of Thrace, then her own full brother, Ptolemy II. Her intelligence and political acumen were unmatched, yet her life was marked by the endless necessity of navigating the treacherous waters of court intrigue. You study such examples with care. They offer not only cautionary tales, but blueprints for survival. In moments of private reflection, you wonder how the common people perceive these unions. The artisans who carve your likeness upon temple walls, the scribes who inscribe your name in golden cartouches, do they whisper of the unnatural closeness of the royal house? Or do they accept it as part of the great cosmic order, as immutable as the flooding of the Nile? It matters little. The perceptions of the common folk do not shape palace policy. Power does. And so you play your part. You stand beside your husband at public festivals, your hand resting lightly upon his arm. You present offerings to the gods as a united front. You cultivate the image of harmony and divine favour. Yet beneath the surface, you remain watchful. Should a rival consort bear a son, the balance of power may shift in an instant. Should your own union fail to produce an heir, your position may falter. In this game, there are no guarantees, only the certainty that the dance will continue. Even now, scribes record your marriage in glowing terms. The scrolls will speak of divine union, of the strengthening of the royal line. They will not speak of your private doubts, of the knowledge that the path you walk is both gilded and perilous. You roll the genealogy scroll once more, its inked names seeming to twist beneath your gaze. The gods demand purity, the court demands heirs, the people demand spectacle. Between these demands, the queen must navigate a path as narrow as a knife's edge. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your bare feet grounding you for the tasks ahead. Another day of ceremonies awaits, another round of alliances and calculated smiles. And so you steel yourself. For in Egypt, to marry your brother, your uncle, or worse, is not an aberration. It is a duty, one you will fulfill with all the grace and cunning the role demands. The dance continues, and you, Queen of Egypt, must dance it well. You wake to a dawn as gold as any that has graced the Nile in its long, winding history. The stone columns outside your chamber are bathed in soft light, their painted reliefs of lotus blooms and soaring falcons glowing faintly in the early warmth. It is a beautiful morning, though beauty, as you well know, counts for very little in the halls of power. As great royal wife, you are mistress of the palace in name, favoured consort in ceremony. But beneath the bright surface of this life, you have been cast into a game, one vast, intricate, and merciless. And in this game, even a queen is but a pawn. You did not ask to be moved across this board. Few do, but that will not save you. The viziers plot with soft words and watchful eyes. The priests chant hymns in the open while whispering curses in the dark. Even your own family, whose blood flows in your veins, see you as an asset to be deployed, a prize to be wagered in alliances that may or may not survive the next full moon. And you? You smile, you bow, you move your own pieces in turn, for there is no other choice. You were raised on such stories, of course. What girl of noble blood has not heard of Queen Nefertiti, the favoured wife of Akhenaten, the heretic king who dared to defy the ancient gods? At first, her role was ceremonial, a queen, nothing more. But as Akhenaten's grip on the old order faltered, Nefertiti's power grew. In temple reliefs, she is shown smiting enemies, an honour few queens ever claimed. Some believe she ruled in her own right after his death, under the name Neferneferuaten. Others whisper darker endings, a palace coup, a convenient disappearance. The lesson is simple. A queen may rise in this game, but her ascent is neither guaranteed nor safe. You are summoned this morning not to the king, but to his vizier, a man whose years have taught him the art of masking threats with courtesies. The message is polite, the appointment unavoidable. You seat yourself upon a low, cushioned throne in the audience chamber of the vizier's quarters, flanked by carved images of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and balance. The irony is not lost on you. He greets you with florid compliments, inquires after your health, your son's progress, the upcoming festivals. Then, with a smoothness born of long practice, he begins to circle the true subject. A marriage, perhaps, between one of your cousins and a minor prince of the Levant. A gift to secure the alliance. Your approval, your involvement, would lend the match the weight of royal favour. You smile, nod, and give the expected answers. And silently, you consider what is not being said. Who benefits from this marriage? What loyalties are being purchased? Which factions will rise or fall if you support this match? And, most importantly, what trap may be woven into the request? Queens are convenient messengers. They are even more convenient scapegoats. You leave the vizier's chamber with polite words exchanged and many more questions unspoken. Your thoughts turn to other examples. Consider Queen Mutemwia, mother of Amenhotep III. Little is known of her, but much can be inferred. Her marriage was likely a political manoeuvre. A foreign princess, perhaps, her presence at court negotiated by embassies and scrolls sealed with wax and wary smiles. When her son rose to the throne, she gained new influence, but only so long as she remained useful. Such is the way of things. Or take Cleopatra VII again, a master of this deadly game. From her earliest years she was trained in the arts of diplomacy and manipulation. When her father Ptolemy XII fled Egypt, it was young Cleopatra who held the palace together. Later, she would align herself with Rome's most powerful men, first Julius Caesar, then Mark Antony, forging alliances that shook empires. Yet even she couldn't outrun the forces arrayed against her. Rome's legions and Octavian's ambitions were a tide too great to turn. Their stories are instructive. They remind you that no alliance is permanent, no favour eternal. You return to your chambers where trusted advisers await. Messages have arrived. One from your brother, now governing a northern province. Another from a foreign envoy seeking audience. Each parchment carries its own implications, its own risks. You must answer carefully, for every word may be read by eyes other than those for whom it is intended. And while these matters unfold, others gather in darker corners of the palace. The priests of Amun watch the king's heretical tendencies with growing concern. Some whisper of ancient prophecies, of rightful bloodlines, and the necessity of sacrifice to restore cosmic order. You are no stranger to such murmurs, nor to the veiled threats they carry. You're not untouched by the machinations of your own kin, either. Your uncle writes often, urging you to press certain causes before the king. A priesthood appointment here, a land grant there. Each request is framed as a favour to the realm, but you know well that favours must be repaid, and debts are dangerous things. You play this game as best you can. You host banquets, where the placement of each guest is a calculated signal. You sponsor temple rites, weaving ties with the priesthood, even as you guard against their ambitions. You present yourself at court as the model of royal virtue, while cultivating discreet channels of information beyond the official scribes. It is exhausting, this life, but it is the life you have. Sometimes, in the quiet of night, you walk the palace gardens beneath the stars. You pass the statues of forgotten queens, their features worn smooth by time. Some were pawns who never moved beyond their first square. Others became queens in truth, players of rare skill who bent the game to their will. You wonder which path will be yours. In these moments you recall the foreign princesses who entered this game with fewer advantages. The Mitanni bride sent to Amenhotep III, the Hittite princesses dispatched to Rameses II. They came with dowries and diplomatic hope, but little else. Many faded into obscurity, their tombs unmarked, their names preserved only in dusty inventories of marriage gifts. And yet a few seized their chance. The Kassite princess who became a queen of Babylon, the Mitanni bride whose letters reveal a keen grasp of court politics. You have more power than they did, but also more enemies. Each day brings new maneuvers. A minor official seeks an audience. A priest hints at omens concerning the king's health. A noblewoman's sudden illness sparks rumours. Was it a natural ailment or the work of unseen hands? Even the king himself is not immune to manipulation. His advisers counsel restraint in foreign policy. Or is it fear? His favoured courtiers press for greater privileges or greater control. You walk a narrow line, seeking to guide without appearing to command. You think again of Nefertiti. At her zenith, she shaped Egypt's destiny alongside Akhenaten. And then, as swiftly as she rose, she vanished. Her disappearance remains one of history's great mysteries. Was it death, exile, assassination? No one knows. The stone faces of Amarna offer no answers. But you have learned this much. In this game, the wise queen prepares for all possibilities. And so, you strengthen your network. You place trusted agents among the palace staff. You cultivate ties with the merchants who supply the court. For information flows where silver passes. You ensure that should the tide turn against you, you will not face it alone. The game continues. It always does. You have seen queens fall for a single miscalculation, a misplaced word, a forgotten alliance. You will not join them. As the sun sets beyond the palace walls, casting long shadows across the painted courtyards, you prepare for tomorrow. Another audience. Another round of calculated smiles and veiled promises. Another step along this treacherous path. You are a pawn, perhaps, but pawns can become queens. And queens, as the old proverb says, can shape the fate of kings. You rise from your seat, the cool stone beneath your feet grounding you once more. The board is set, the pieces move, and you, Queen of Egypt, are ready to play. The sun has not yet cleared the horizon when you are summoned. Already the palace hums with activity. Servants flitting through the colonnades, courtiers rehearsing their lines for the day's ceremonies, priests preparing sacred oils and incense. You rise from your bed of carved ebony and linen, your sleep light as ever. The title of Great Royal Wife brings with it many privileges. Restful nights are not among them. A handmaiden kneels at your side. The High Priest of Amun requests your presence at the Temple of Karnak, my queen. Of course he does. The festival of Opet is upon you once more. a grand spectacle intended to renew the divine power of the pharaoh, and, by extension, the land itself. As great royal wife, you are no mere observer. You are a living embodiment of the goddess Hathor, consort of the sun god Re, and patroness of love, beauty, and fertility. You must play your part with grace. The kingdom, and your standing within it, depends upon it. The transformation begins at once. You are bathed in sacred waters, anointed with unguents of myrrh and cinnamon, dressed in flowing linen, dyed the deep blue of the night sky. A heavy collar of gold and faience encircles your throat, its cool weight both comforting and constraining. Upon your brow, the ceremonial headdress of Hathor gleams, a solar disk nestled between the horns of a cow, symbol of nurturing and divine femininity. You catch your reflection in the polished bronze mirror. The face that gazes back is serene, inscrutable. A goddess, or so they must believe. Outside the temple, the crowds gather in anticipation. The air is thick with incense and expectation. Musicians pluck at lyres, the notes drifting upward like the prayers of the faithful. Priests chant hymns older than the pyramids themselves, their voices echoing through the stone corridors. You make your entrance beneath a canopy of ostrich feathers, flanked by priestesses and guards. The people prostrate themselves as you pass, their cries rising in a tide of devotion. Behold Hathor incarnate. Behold the Queen, beloved of the gods. It is a heady experience, this public adoration. Yet beneath the gilded surface lies an undeniable truth. Worship is no shield. If anything, it invites sharper knives. You recall the fate of Queen Amos Nefertari, revered in her lifetime as a divine figure. Statues of her stood in temples across the land. Offerings were made in her name centuries after her death. Yet in the volatile years following her reign, her descendants were swept aside by rival factions. Veneration did not prevent betrayal. You step carefully through the temple's great hypostyle hall, each footfall a study in controlled grace. The king awaits beneath the towering columns, a living god in gold and lapis. Together, you perform the rituals of renewal, presenting offerings, pouring libations, reciting sacred texts. The air vibrates with reverence and scrutiny. For every priest who bows in devotion, another watches with calculating eyes. Popularity, after all, is a dangerous thing. The queen who commands too much affection from the people may find herself accused of overstepping, of eclipsing the king himself. History offers no shortage of cautionary tales. Consider Queen Tyr, wife of Amenhotep III. A woman of remarkable intellect and political acumen, she wielded influence beyond the palace walls, corresponding with foreign rulers and advising her husband on matters of state. Her statues were erected alongside the king's, an unprecedented honour. Yet, when her son Akhenaten began his radical religious reforms, Tyr became a convenient target for those seeking to undermine the royal house. Her legacy was tarnished by association, her memory contested. Even the divine are not immune to public opinion. As the procession winds its way through the temple complex, you offer measured smiles to the assembled dignitaries. A well-placed glance here, a gracious nod there. Each gesture is calculated, each moment an opportunity to reinforce alliances, or to remind potential rivals of your enduring presence. Among the crowd you spot a familiar figure, the high priest of Amun, resplendent in ceremonial garb. His eyes meet yours, a flicker of something unreadable passing between you. Respect? Resentment? A mixture of both, perhaps, The priesthood wields power nearly equal to the throne. Their favour is invaluable and fickle. Too close an association invites suspicion. Too distant a stance invites hostility. You walk a narrow path indeed. Later, in the cool shadows of your private chapel, you offer prayers of your own. The goddess Hathor smiles serenely from her gilded shrine. You wonder, not for the first time, whether the divine truly intervene in mortal affairs, and whether they find amusement in the tangled games of palace life. Your attendants bring news as you recline upon a cushioned bench. Whispers circulate of a rival consort's rising favour. A lavish new estate granted by the king. A private audience that lasted well beyond the expected hour. You mask your reaction with practised ease. Such tides rise and fall daily. The wise queen remains steady, unmoved. Yet you take note. The game is relentless. A single misstep, a single lapse in vigilance, can unravel years of careful positioning. Consider Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great. Her beauty and wisdom were immortalized in her magnificent tomb, adorned with celestial imagery and hymns of praise. Yet even she faced rivals within the harem, chief among them Isetnofret, whose son would ultimately succeed to the throne. Nefertari's enduring legacy did not shield her from courtly intrigue. You instruct your attendants to prepare gifts for the high priest. A subtle reminder of your piety, a gesture to maintain favour. Influence, like incense, must be continually renewed, lest it dissipate into nothing. As evening falls, the festival reaches its zenith. Torches blaze along the processional route, casting flickering shadows upon the stone walls. You ride in a ceremonial bark, the people thronging the banks of the Nile, their chants echoing across the water. Hathor lives, the queen is her vessel. In this moment, you are adored beyond measure. Yet the weight of the headdress upon your brow serves as a constant reminder. Adoration is fleeting. Safety is an illusion. You think of Cleopatra once more, a queen who mastered the art of public image, cultivating her persona as Isis reborn. Her charisma captivated rulers and subjects alike. Yet in the end, neither divine association nor popular acclaim could shield her from Rome's inexorable advance. Returning to the palace, you dismount with composed grace. Behind the smiles and accolades, you feel the familiar undercurrent of tension. The queen who draws too much light upon herself risks casting others into shadow, and shadows breed resentment. In your private chambers, you remove the heavy regalia piece by piece, the solar disk, the golden collar, the layers of perfumed linen. Beneath it all, you remain yourself, flesh and blood, a woman navigating a treacherous world beneath a veneer of divinity. You know that tomorrow will bring fresh challenges. The favour of the gods may be eternal, that of the court decidedly less so. And so you prepare once more. For in Egypt, a queen may be worshipped as a goddess, but she is never, ever safe. You do not sleep deeply anymore. Not truly. The palace is too full of whispers for that. The night air brings them through cracks in stone and silk. A servant's careless word here, a scribe's furtive glance there. In this life, the trick is not to silence such whispers. It is to hear them first. And so you wake, well before dawn, to the rustle of your most trusted handmaiden slipping through the door. A message is pressed into your palm. A scrap of linen, no more. One glance is enough, and there is movement among the concubines. One in particular has grown bold, too bold. She boasts of the king's growing affection, of late-night audiences and gifts wrapped in lapis and ivory. And worse, she has begun to gather allies. You smile faintly, though there is no mirth in it. You had expected as much. In the great game of the Egyptian court, survival is not merely a matter of charm or divine favour. It is a matter of vigilance, and of striking first when the balance tilts. History remembers the queens who played this game well. It remembers, too, those who failed. You rise from your couch, moving with deliberate ease. Outside, the moon lingers pale against a violet sky. Your attendants prepare you for the day, unaware that this morning's tasks go far beyond temple rites or polite audiences. As they drape you in fine linen and coil your hair with strands of gold, your mind is elsewhere, assessing your pieces, testing the strength of each. You think of Nefertiti, whose statues once stood beside her husband's as an equal ruler. Some say she orchestrated her own rise through careful alliances with the priesthood and military. Others whispered darker tales, that rivals were silenced with poisoned honeycakes, that dissenters vanished into the sands beyond Amarna's walls. The truth? It hardly matters. The result was the same. For a time, she held the power of kings in her own hands. You step into the corridor, your sandals whispering against polished stone. Waiting in the shadows is one of your most discreet agents, a eunuch who oversees the palace kitchens and has ears in every corner. He bows low and murmurs quietly, "Yes, the concubine has sent word to a priest of Ptah. There is talk of offerings, and of a prophecy concerning her unborn child. A dangerous gambit. The priests can make or break a royal faction. If they proclaim a child blessed by the gods, the king's affections may harden into something more lasting." You thank him with a nod and a coin pressed discreetly into his palm. The coin is a formality. Loyalty must be nurtured constantly. The day unfolds with its usual pageantry. You attend court, listening with practised patience as minor nobles present petitions. You exchange polite words with the king, noting the tired set of his shoulders, the lingering touch of his new favourite's perfume. And all the while, your mind turns over the board. Queens who survived this game did not wait for fate to play their hand. They shaped events with quiet force, with whispers in the right ears, with smiles that concealed daggers. You think of Arsinoe II, who married her brother Ptolemy II and ruled as co-sovereign. She crushed her political enemies with ruthless efficiency, exiling rivals and rewriting temple inscriptions to solidify her divine status. Few mourned those who vanished in her wake. Fewer still dared oppose her afterward. Your own strategy must be more subtle. Direct action invites too many eyes. But there are other ways. Later that afternoon, beneath the pretext of overseeing preparations for an upcoming festival, you summon the High Priestess of Hathor, a woman whose loyalties have been carefully cultivated with gifts of rare perfumes and generous endowments to her temple. Over cups of date wine, you speak lightly of omens and portents. You suggest, with the gentlest of phrases, that the concubine's rising influence may be unsettling the cosmic balance, that rumours of her child's supposed divine favour risk angering the gods. The priestess nods slowly. Her temple's rituals, after all, depend upon the queen's continued generosity. A quiet word from her can blunt the concubine's ambitions without bloodshed. This is the first move. You must also address the concubine's allies. A list has been prepared. Minor officials, household staff, ambitious courtiers drawn to the scent of rising power. Some will be warned. Others will be removed. Reassigned to distant posts, their influence quietly eroded. You remember Cleopatra VII's mastery of this art. She charmed Roman generals and Egyptian priests alike, weaving a web of alliances that kept her on the throne despite overwhelming odds. Yet she knew when charm must give way to force. Her half-sister Arsinoe learned this lesson too late, paraded through Rome in chains before meeting an untimely end. Such ruthlessness is not your first choice, but you will not hesitate to employ it. That evening, you attend a private banquet. The king is present, flanked by courtiers and advisers. The concubine is there as well, radiant in lapis and gold. Her laughter rings a touch too loudly through the hall. You meet her gaze with a smile that is both gracious and cold. You speak little, allowing the silence to speak for you. And as the evening wears on, you note with satisfaction the subtle shift in the room. Glances exchanged, conversations paused as the high priestess's warnings begin to ripple through the court. Later, beneath the moonlit colonnades, you confer with your steward. Certain shipments of fine oils and silks meant for the concubine's apartments will be delayed indefinitely. A message will be sent to the captain of the palace guard, requesting increased patrols in certain quarters. Visibility, after all, discourages reckless ambition. And so the game unfolds. You plot, you spy, you strike first, with words, with influence, with the careful orchestration of perception. You recall Queen Hatshepsut, who rose from regent to pharaoh in her own right. Her path was not secured through brute force alone. She built alliances with the priesthood, commissioned grand temples, and controlled the narrative of her reign through art and inscription. It was only after her death that her enemies dared deface her monuments. Too little, too late. You aim for the same legacy. But unlike Hatshepsut, you cannot yet command armies or don the false beard of kingship. Your weapons are subtler, and no less effective. Days pass, the concubine's influence wanes, her boasts growing quieter. The priests no longer speak of divine favour. Her allies drift away, sensing the shifting winds. You do not celebrate openly? Such victories are fragile. One must remain vigilant, always. Yet in the quiet of your chambers, as your attendants prepare you for another day of ritual and performance, you allow yourself a rare moment of satisfaction. You have played this round well, but the game is never over. Beyond the palace walls, foreign embassies arrive bearing gifts and hidden agendas. Within, new rivals await their moment. The king's affections remain as mercurial as the Nile's flood. You will plot again. You will spy again. And when the time comes, as it surely will, you will strike first once more. For in Egypt, a queen who waits for fortune to favour her is a queen who does not long survive. There comes a day when even the brightest queen in Egypt begins to glance more often toward the west, not toward foreign lands or shifting alliances, but toward the golden arc of the setting sun. For all the crowns and garlands, for all the priests' honeyed words about divinity and eternal favour, one truth remains unyielding. You are mortal. And in Egypt, where death is not an end, but a beginning fraught with peril, a wise queen prepares well for her final journey, or risks being erased in both life and afterlife. You are older now. The courtiers still bow low. The priests still chant your titles with reverence. But beneath the oil lamps and gilded beams of the palace, You see it in their eyes. A quiet measuring. Your hair, once black as coal, is now touched with silver, though the finest perfumers can soften its gleam. Your face is still fair beneath its careful layers of ochre and scented oils. But you know time's hand better than they do. You have survived long beyond many rivals. The concubine who once schemed to raise her son above yours now lies forgotten beneath a modest tomb. The vizier who dared plot against you has long since been sent on an extended pilgrimage from which he will not return. You have played the game with skill and iron patience, but even the sharpest blade dulls. Even the most careful player must at last prepare to leave the board. And so you begin. It is not a morbid task. In Egypt, preparation for the afterlife is a queen's sacred duty, as crucial as any offering to the gods. The Book of the Dead speaks plainly. The unprepared soul faces oblivion, or worse. You begin with your tomb. It is already underway, of course. No queen of standing would dare leave such matters until too late. For years now, artisans from Deir el Medina, the finest painters and masons in the land, have toiled to create your eternal house. Its chambers spiral deep into the limestone cliff of the West Bank, beneath the Valley of the Queens. There, beneath layers of earth and stone, your body will rest, awaiting the long journey through the Duat, the realm of the dead. You visit the site now more often. Clad in plain linen robes, your face veiled, you descend into the half-lit corridors while your retinue waits above. The air smells of fresh-cut stone and beeswax. The walls bloom with new pigment. Fields of reeds, boats of the sun god Ra, the winged goddess Ma'at stretching her arms in welcome. Your artisans bow low, their eyes bright with reverence, and perhaps some fear. A queen's gaze lingers long on their work, and one poorly rendered glyph might invite ruin. You study the scenes carefully. They must not only please the living court, but persuade the gods themselves. You think of Hatshepsut's mortuary temple at Deir el-Bahari, its grand colonnades proclaiming her divine birth and rightful rule. Such a monument is a weapon against forgetting, for even in death your rivals will not rest. They will seek to tarnish your name, to strike it from stone and memory. And so you plan each inscription with precision. Your titles, Great Royal Wife, Mother of the King, Mistress of the Two Lands, must be chiselled deep, so no careless chiseller can erase them lightly. Your image must appear not only on the main walls, but in hidden panels, known only to your most trusted priests. Should the outer paintings be defaced, these secret images will preserve your claim to eternity. You select the item that will accompany you, not merely gold and jewels, though there will be plenty of those, if only to deter tomb robbers by their sheer weight, but more personal treasures. A beloved necklace gifted by your mother, a set of carved alabaster jars, their lids shaped like protective goddesses, a simple wooden board for playing senet, the game of passing through the afterlife. You consider, too, the more potent artifacts. A dagger of meteoric iron, its blade dark as the night sky. Amulets inscribed with ancient words of power. Scrolls bearing the most secret chapters of the Book of the Dead. Words known only to a handful of living priests. Every object is a tool. Every spell a shield. For the journey beyond is no peaceful sleep, but a gauntlet of trials. You have seen what happens to those who do not prepare. In a forgotten chamber beneath Karnak, you once glimpsed the shattered coffin of a queen whose name no one speaks. Her sarcophagus had been cracked by rivals. her face and cartouches scraped away. Without her name, she wanders the afterlife nameless, a shadow among shadows. Worse still are those whose tombs are desecrated by enemies. The valley is full of such stories. Tombs opened in secret, their treasures looted, their occupants left adrift in the eternal void. Queens who once ruled in splendour now lie in fragmentary remains. Bones scattered by jackals, their spirits lost. Even the great Nefertari's tomb, most splendid of all, suffered damage through the ages. Yet her beauty endures upon its walls, a testament to the care she took in her preparations. You will take such care. Beyond the tomb, you plan your mortuary cult, the priests who will tend your spirit and perform the offerings that sustain it. The king's favour ensures the best among them will serve you, but you secure their loyalty with gifts of land and silver, binding their interests to your eternal well-being. You commission stelae to be placed in the temples of Isis and Hathor, reminding future generations of your piety. If the royal court forgets you, the common people must not. The voice of a single farmer praying for your name may tip the scales when your heart is weighed in the hall of Ma'at. And your heart, it will be protected. Among your burial treasures, you order the finest heart scarab to be crafted, its spell clear and forceful. Do not stand against me at the weighing of the heart. You will not leave such matters to chance. As the years pass, you witness the truth of Egypt's oldest wisdom, that the living wage war upon the dead. You hear of rival queens' tombs ransacked, of priests bribed to neglect their cults, of names erased from the king lists. You take steps to guard against this. Trusted scribes prepared duplicate copies of your inscriptions to be hidden in remote sanctuaries. Loyal family members are instructed on the secret locations of your personal cache. Should the official tomb fall to time or treachery, your essence will endure. It is a strange fate, this double life of a queen preparing for death. You attend court as ever, your smile serene, your posture flawless. You preside over festivals, make offerings to the gods, advise your son the king with measured words. Yet in quiet moments, beneath the gilded trappings, you are already walking the shadowed path toward eternity. You oversee the carving of your canopic jars. Each lid must bear the correct goddess, Nephthys, Selket, Isis, Neith. Their protection is no mere symbol. Their vigilance is vital. You instruct the embalmers in secret preferences. The oils to be used, the linen to be woven with spells, the placement of the Shabti figures, tiny servants who will labour for you in the fields of the afterlife. And you compose a personal prayer to be recited beside your body at the final rites. It will speak of your love for Egypt, your loyalty to the gods, your worthiness in the eyes of Ma'at. Not all queens receive such care. The evidence is stark. Archaeologists have uncovered countless examples of queenly tombs whose sanctity was violated, mummies stripped of their wrappings, bones broken, names obliterated. Sometimes this was the work of common robbers. Often it was sanctioned from within the court itself. Hatshepsut's name was hammered from her monuments by her stepson. Nefertiti's fate remains one of Egypt's great enigmas. Some believe her tomb was deliberately hidden to prevent such desecration. Even in death, the game does not end. And so you plan, layer upon layer of protection and remembrance. A net of spells and offerings, inscriptions and hidden truths, designed to anchor your spirit in the world beyond. You understand the stakes. The soul that is forgotten ceases to exist. The name that is not spoken fades into oblivion. And you have not spent a lifetime mastering this perilous world, only to be consigned to the darkness. You prepare for death, but not for rest. For in Egypt, the afterlife is a realm of struggle, no less fierce than the court you leave behind. You will face it with the same will that carried you through the palace intrigues and shifting alliances of the living world. You will not be forgotten. You will not be erased. And as you gaze one last time upon the setting sun, you whisper a final vow beneath your breath. I will endure. There comes a moment, no matter how strong your spirit, no matter how carefully laid your plans, when your breath falters for the final time. The flesh that wore crowns and gold lies still upon the polished stone slab, anointed and wrapped beneath layers of linen and spell. The queen is dead. And yet, is that truly the end? In Egypt, death is a doorway, but not a simple one. Beyond it lies a winding path through darkness and starlight, 1,000 dangers and 1,000 hopes. Whether you cross into the fields of reeds, a land of perfect harvests and unbroken joy, or fade into the black, lost among the restless dead, depends upon more than piety or preparation. It depends upon memory, upon whether your name, your image, your story endure. You knew this. You prepared for it. You wove your legacy into every surface that could bear it. Stone, gold, papyrus, even the whispered songs of temple choirs. But as you now drift toward the western horizon, the final game begins. One played not by you, but by those who remain. Your tomb is sealed with solemn ceremony. Priests chant the ancient spells. Oil lamps flicker in the darkness as the final stones are set. Outside, the mourners wail and scatter sand upon their heads. Your son, now king, promises that offerings will be made for evermore. For a time, all is well. The first year, your mortuary cult burns incense and pours milk upon the altars. Songs are sung in your honour. The weavers of the palace still speak of your grace. The priests of Hathor remember your generous gifts. But memory is a fragile thing. Even now, in the second year, the tides begin to shift. A new great royal wife adorns the palace. Her charms are praised, her likeness commissioned in fresh stone. Courtiers bow low to her now. Your name is spoken less often in the great halls. You are no longer present to remind them. You think of those who managed to defy this slow erosion. Queen Nefertari, beloved of Ramses the Great, whose tomb is a jewel of colour and light. Her image, arms outstretched in prayer, endures across the ages. The queen who became a goddess in the hearts of her people. Or Hatshepsut, whose mortuary temple still rises against the cliffs, defying the attempts of her successor to erase her legacy. Though her statues were broken and her name struck from many records, the grandeur of her works forced Egypt to remember. You dared hope for such endurance. Yet for every Nefertari or Hatshepsut, there are 100 others. Queens whose names are now no more than a faded cartouche on a broken shard, or a mention in a scribe's forgotten account. Already you feel the tremors of erasure. The rivalries you once outplayed still echo in the shadows. The descendants of your enemies whisper to the king, "Why lavish offerings upon one so long departed? Why spend temple resources on a queen of the last reign, when new alliances must be forged?" A subtle shift here, a missed offering there. The priests grow tardy in their duties. A scribe fails to copy your name upon the festival lists. You see it unfolding, and there is nothing you can do save hope that the seeds you planted will bear fruit. You think again of Cleopatra VII, a queen who defied Rome, who held emperors in thrall, who ruled with cunning and brilliance. Her end was tragic, her body lost, her tomb a mystery, yet her name lives on, burnished in the world's memory like a polished gem. Even the might of Augustus could not erase her entirely. This, too, is a form of immortality. But it is not granted to all. In the centuries that follow, your fate may take many forms. Perhaps a young priest, stumbling upon your image in a half-forgotten shrine, will pause to speak your name. A simple act, yet one of profound power. For the Egyptians believed that to speak a name is to make it live again. Or perhaps your tomb will be found by robbers in the dark of night. They will strip it of gold and ivory, leaving your carefully prepared body exposed to the dust. Your name may be scrawled upon a ledger, sold with your stolen jewels to the highest bidder. Worse still, perhaps an enemy, rising in a future court, will order your name erased entirely. The artisans will chip away your likeness. The priests will be forbidden to utter your titles. You will become one of the damned forgotten, wandering the afterlife, rootless and unremembered. And yet, even this is not the full truth. For Egypt is a land where the past lingers beneath every stone. Names thought lost have been found again. A cartouche buried beneath sand. A fragment of hymn preserved in a crumbling scroll. The archaeologists of this new age, strange priests in foreign garb, uncover the works of queens long vanished. They brush away the dust of centuries, read aloud the ancient words, and in that moment the old magic stirs again. Your voice may yet be heard. You reflect on this as the millennia unfold around you. Time here has no meaning. You drift between moments, glimpsing flashes of a world that has forgotten much but remembers just enough. One day, perhaps, a team of scholars will descend into your tomb, torches blazing against the carved walls. They will marvel at the richness of your burial, the artistry of your stele. They will photograph your face, preserved by sacred oils and ancient skill. Your story will be told anew, perhaps with errors, perhaps with embellishments, but told nonetheless. This is the strange afterlife you inhabit now, a dance between fading and remembrance. You know that some queens were not so fortunate. The tomb of Queen Mutnojmet, once adorned with scenes of royal triumph, was stripped bare. Her body left to moulder in obscurity. Her name nearly lost to history. Others fared little better. Tombs desecrated, bones scattered. Names ground from temple walls. Forgotten entirely, save for a few tantalizing hints in dusty archives. And yet, even they are not beyond hope. For as long as the stones of Egypt endure, there remains the chance of rediscovery. Of a voice, however faint, calling out from the depths of time. And so you watch. You wait. You think of your son, now an old man himself, his face lined with years and cares. Does he still honour your name? Does he instruct his children to do the same? Perhaps, perhaps not. In the end, your immortality lies not only in blood, but in story. You recall the ancient proverb, "A man is not dead so long as his name is spoken." It is a truth deeper than the Nile itself. As the modern age dawns and the strange new scribes pore over ancient texts, you feel a flicker of hope. Your cartouche appears in a scholarly tome. A replica of your jewellery gleams in a glass case. A visitor, gazing upon your likeness, speaks your name aloud, imperfectly, but with wonder. And for that moment you live again. You understand now what the priests could never fully grasp. Immortality is not merely a matter of offerings or perfectly recited spells. It is memory, it is story. Queens who transcended time, Nefertiti, Cleopatra, Hatshepsut, grasped this instinctively. They shaped their legacies with words and images powerful enough to echo across the ages. Others vanished without a trace. You prepared well. You fought long. Whether you will endure as one of the remembered or fade among the forgotten, that now rests in hands beyond your reach. But as long as Egypt endures, as long as curious minds seek the whispers of the past, there is hope. And so, in this twilight realm between the living and the dead, you wait. Not for rest, but for remembrance. For you are a queen of Egypt. You will not be forgotten lightly. And should your name be spoken once more beneath the vault of the stars, you will smile and walk again among the reeds of the eternal fields. Let us begin with a stone. Not just any stone, of course, but one that stands over 7 feet tall and looks rather like a blackened thumb. If that thumb had 282 laws etched into its surface and had spent the last few thousand years in the Louvre. This is the Code of Hammurabi, carved around 1754 BCE in ancient Babylon, under the regal direction of King Hammurabi himself, a man who, if the stone is to be believed, was chosen by the gods to bring about the rule of righteousness in the land, to destroy the wicked and the evildoers, so that the strong should not harm the weak. Which sounds terribly noble, until you begin reading what justice actually looked like under his rule. Because for Hammurabi, righteousness meant, among other things, that if a builder's house collapsed and killed the owner's son, then the builder's son would be put to death in return. No refunds, just sons. This is a legal tradition known as lex talionis, or the law of retaliation, often summed up by that famous phrase, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. In Hammurabi's Babylon, this wasn't a metaphor. If you knocked out someone's tooth, the state would knock out yours. If you gouged out someone's eye, you could expect your own eye to be carefully removed, presumably by someone with very steady hands and a good understanding of symmetry. Of course, not everyone's eyes were created equal. If a nobleman gouged out the eye of another nobleman, the law required his eye be taken in return. Fair's fair. But if he gouged out the eye of a commoner, someone from the lower class, then a fine would do, a few shekels of silver, and the problem was considered solved. And if a nobleman harmed a slave, well, that was the slave owner's financial problem, not a legal one. Babylonian justice, you see, was tiered. Righteousness was a sliding scale, and your place on that scale depended on your birth. This wasn't considered cruel or unjust. On the contrary, it was orderly, predictable. And in a world of floods, famine, and suspicious goat entrails, predictability was comfort. But let us return to the stele. Imagine yourself standing in the hot sun of Mesopotamia, staring up at this stone monument. At the top, you'd see a carving of King Hammurabi himself receiving the law from Shamash, the god of justice and the sun. Shamash is seated, holding a rod and a ring, divine symbols of authority, while Hammurabi stands obediently, like a schoolboy being handed a very long assignment. Below this scene, the laws begin. Not alphabetically, not by topic, but in a sequence that suggests either deep wisdom or mild disorganization. Law 1 concerns false accusations of sorcery. Law 2 jumps straight into perjury. By Law 6, we're into theft. And by Law 21, we're already discussing burglars being put to death and buried at the breach point in the wall. It reads like a stern father's notebook. Part legal code, part grim to-do list. Now, one might expect the earliest legal systems to be obsessed with murder, theft, and general mayhem. And while Hammurabi's code certainly covers those topics, and covers them with particular enthusiasm for dismemberment, it also dedicates surprising space to irrigation. Yes, water channels, canals, ditches. Law 53, for example, states that if someone is too lazy to keep their dam in good repair and it breaks, flooding their neighbours' fields, then they must repay the grain lost. Fair enough. But if they can't repay the grain, they'll be sold, not sued, sold. Law 55 adds that if someone accidentally floods the fields while trying to irrigate, they must compensate the neighbours. This all sounds terribly modern until you remember that the tools used for irrigation were often little more than sticks, clay pots, and hopeful guesses. In other words, Babylonian farmers were expected to control water with the precision of civil engineers, or risk being reduced to property. There's also a law about renting oxen, and one about improperly labelling beer, and quite a few on adultery, mostly involving drowning. Which brings us neatly to the topic of wives. In Hammurabi's Babylon, marriage was a legally binding contract. It came with obligations, punishments, and, in the case of infidelity, some truly inventive consequences. Law 129 is especially famous. It states, if a man's wife is caught lying with another man, they shall bind them and throw them into the water. Presumably not a spa. However, there's a small but revealing clause. If the husband decides to pardon his wife, the drowning can be cancelled. A sort of by royal permission on a local scale. The law didn't say why she might be pardoned. Perhaps she baked excellent bread. Or perhaps he didn't fancy being single again. But the power lay with him. Still, Babylonian law wasn't entirely without nuance. If a woman was neglected, if her husband left her without food or care, she could file for separation and, if proven, return to her father's house. Even here, control and hierarchy were everything. She could leave, but only with permission, and only to a sanctioned destination. Another favourite is Law 218, which concerns surgeons. If a doctor performed a major operation on a nobleman and the patient died, the doctor's hands were to be cut off. Not sued, not disbarred, just handless. It's worth noting that this applied only if the patient was a nobleman. If the doctor killed a commoner, the penalty was a fine. And if the patient was a slave, the doctor had to pay the owner for the value of the slave. In Babylon, even death had market value, and a very specific receipt. There are also a few laws that feel oddly domestic, even faintly bureaucratic. Law 196. If a man destroys the eye of another man, they shall destroy his eye. Law 197. If he breaks another man's bone, they shall break his bone. Law 198. If he destroys the eye of a commoner, he shall pay 1 mina of silver. The pattern becomes clear. Babylonian justice was deeply transactional. If you had enough silver, you could buy forgiveness. If you didn't, your body paid the price. This created a world in which justice wasn't blind. It was rather exacting in its bookkeeping. Now, before we judge too harshly, we must remember the environment from which these laws emerged. Babylonian society was complex, hierarchical, and deeply religious. The gods were believed to oversee every aspect of life, from harvests to sickness, to the precise width of your neighbour's boundary stone. Law was not simply about fairness. It was about maintaining cosmic order. Punishment wasn't vengeance. It was alignment. The idea was not to comfort the victim, but to rebalance the moral universe. If someone stole a goat and the punishment wasn't administered, the gods might take offence and punish the entire community. Better to drown one adulteress than suffer a drought. And so, these laws, written in cuneiform, carved onto basalt, and displayed in the public square, weren't just practical guidelines. They were theological architecture. Every verdict, every amputation, every flooded field was part of a divine ledger. And woe betide the man who tampered with it. Hammurabi himself ends the code with a long and rather self-congratulatory warning. He invokes the gods, calls himself the King of Justice, and curses anyone who dares alter his words. May the great gods of heaven and earth tear out his seed, judge his case, and destroy his land. Strong feelings for a man who just wanted people to label their beer properly. As you drift off now, imagine a world where every disagreement, from land disputes to bad medical outcomes, was handled by reference to a stone monument, where class decided your value, and the gods were assumed to be extremely interested in your plumbing problems. It was orderly, yes. Fair? That's another matter. But above all, it was strangely human, trying in its own severe way to bring justice to a world of chaos. One eyeball at a time. Sleep well. If Babylon gave us laws carved in stone, then Sumer gave us something even more impressive. Clay tablets, hundreds of them, baked to permanence by the Mesopotamian sun, inscribed in cuneiform, those neat wedge-shaped marks made by pressing a stylus into soft clay, and quietly catalogued by scribes who, one assumes, were very good at sitting still. We're going back further now, to around 2100 BCE, to the dusty sun-baked city of Ur, in what is now southern Iraq. This was a time before alphabets, before coins, and, crucially, before the concept of separating gossip from crime. The Sumerians, though overshadowed in textbooks by their Babylonian successors, were rather remarkable. They invented writing, or at least a version of it. They built cities with irrigation, organized temples with priests, and filled their lives with contracts, inventories, and the deeply held belief that everything, from land boundaries to whispers behind closed doors, needed documentation. They also gave us one of the earliest legal codes we know of, the Code of Ur-Nammu. Written nearly 3 centuries before Hammurabi, it is both more lenient and somehow more peculiar. And it begins, as so many things did in ancient Sumer, with the gods. King Ur-Nammu of Ur, the man behind the code, claimed divine authority, not modestly. His law code opens by declaring that the gods Nana and Utu appointed him to bring peace, order, and justice. One imagines Utu, the sun god, sighing as he handed down a to-do list that included regulating the behaviour of millers and resolving donkey thefts. Ur-Nammu's laws, though fewer in number than Hammurabi's, were striking in their own way. There were no eyes for eyes here, no sons executed for the sins of their fathers. Instead, punishments tended to involve silver fines, physical punishment, or occasionally death by drowning, though that last one was reserved for special occasions, usually involving adultery. It all starts out quite sensibly. If a man commits a murder, he shall be killed. Director. No arguments, but then it turns quickly into the realm of the oddly specific. If a man divorces his first-time wife, he shall pay her 1 mina of silver. If a man is accused of sorcery, and it is not proven, he shall pay 3 shekels. What's striking is not just the punishment, but the precision. The law doesn't say the man is innocent of sorcery, just that it wasn't proven. And in that lack of proof lies a fine, a sort of penalty for being suspiciously magical. This brings us neatly to the Sumerian obsession with slander. The legal code suggests that gossip was not a hobby. It was a prosecutable offence. Whispering about someone's conduct could land you in court, or worse, in a canal. The Sumerians seemed deeply concerned with what people said, how they said it, and whether a third party might be quietly listening through a curtain of reeds. The gods, after all, were always watching. And if they weren't, your neighbours certainly were. In fact, one surviving fragment of a Sumerian legal text describes a woman accusing another of having killed her husband. The accused is forced to undergo a trial by ordeal, a divinely supervised dunking. If she drowns, well, divine judgment. If she floats, she's innocent. Some scholars have debated the logistics. Did they tie weights to the accused? Was there a ritual involved? Did the gods prefer a gentle toss or a ceremonious shove? The tablets are silent, but the logic is clear. The river was the courtroom. The gods were the jury. The outcome? Wet. But not all laws were so dramatic. Many were eerily bureaucratic, like entries from a very ancient insurance manual. If a man lets his ox stray, and it gores another man, the owner shall pay compensation. Oxen were rather the SUVs of Sumer. Heavy, slow to turn, and occasionally deadly. And so they were regulated. Their behaviour, their owners' responsibilities, even their breeding. Ox-related incidents were no laughing matter. Other laws covered false weights, tampering with boundary stones, and the proper payment for wet nurses. A profession taken so seriously that there were legal contracts for how long a child should be breastfed, and how much milk was owed daily. One gets the impression that Sumerian lawyers were extremely good at paperwork, and that justice was measured not just in fairness, but in volume. How much milk, how many shekels, how deep the canal. Now let's pause for a moment and imagine a courtroom in Ur. There is no jury, no powdered wigs. The judge is a high-ranking official, perhaps even the king's representative, sitting on a stone bench in the temple courtyard. Scribes lean nearby with wax tablets and styluses. The accused stands barefoot, nervous, possibly clutching an offering. The crime, allegedly cursing the neighbour's sheep. The punishment? Depending on the outcome, perhaps 10 shekels. Perhaps drowning. Perhaps a firm warning and a recommendation to be less dramatic in the future. It's hard to say. One surviving case tells us of a woman falsely accused of adultery. She swears her innocence. Her accuser insists otherwise. There are no witnesses, so the temple priest recommends a trial by water. Again. Water, in Shimmer, was not just for bathing. It was divine. It connected the world of the living with the realm of the gods. To submit someone to water was to invite judgment from beyond. It's hard to imagine the accused finding this particularly comforting. Even contracts of adoption were strictly regulated. If you adopted a son and he displeased you, you couldn't simply unadopt him. You needed a valid reason. Just as in a land dispute, you might need witnesses, written agreements, and a clay tablet or two to prove your side. Which brings us to an important point. The Sumerians loved writing things down. They wrote down court cases. They wrote down contracts, receipts, prayers, hymns, astronomical data, and, when time allowed, complaints about copper shipments. Yes, we have those. Their legal culture was not just about punishment. It was about record keeping. The written word, they believed, was more reliable than memory, especially when memory might be swayed by bribes, wine, or the persuasive powers of one's mother-in-law. So they recorded everything. And in doing so, they gave us one of the earliest pictures of a civilization trying, not always successfully, to regulate itself. Another point of interest is the uneven severity of punishments. Murder, death, adultery, death or drowning, theft, fines, unless it involved temple property, in which case also death, breaking a dam or floodgate, reparations and possible servitude. But lying about someone, even without proof, could carry just as harsh a penalty. This wasn't about protecting truth so much as protecting social cohesion. The Sumerians lived in close quarters, in dense urban clusters. Gossip could erode trust, and trust was vital when your neighbour's goat had access to your barley. If the gods wanted justice, the Sumerians wanted quiet. Nowhere is this clearer than in their language. They didn't use a word for law as we know it. Instead, they had terms for verdicts, decrees, and judgments, usually connected to temple activity. Law wasn't a separate institution. It was an extension of divine will, administered by scribes and priests on behalf of the gods. And those gods had very particular preferences. They disliked disorder. They hated arrogance. And they were surprisingly attentive to how many jars of grain one paid for. As for prisons, there weren't many. Most punishments were immediate. You were fined, flogged, mutilated, or drowned. Very efficient. Long-term imprisonment didn't yet exist as a widespread tool of justice. Why feed someone for months when a canal and a rope were faster? That said, it wasn't all brutality. Many fines were modest. Compensation could be negotiated. In some cases, the goal was reconciliation, not revenge. And there's even evidence of legal forgiveness, a practice where wrongs were formally forgiven and recorded. Not out of mercy, but to maintain balance, so the gods wouldn't become cranky. So, to summarize, ancient Sumer was a world of contracts, fines, trials by water, suspicious oxen, and the ever-present threat of divine opinion. Justice was not blind. It was written in clay, witnessed by scribes, and administered by people who genuinely believed that gossip could bring down a city. The law was not about fairness, it was about balance, about making sure everyone stayed in their place, kept their oxen tethered, and didn't accuse their neighbours of witchcraft without cause. And if you must lie, at least do it quietly. As you drift off now, picture the bustling city of Ur at dusk, the mud brick homes, the ziggurat towering in the distance, the scribes finishing up their tablets before the oil lamps burn low. Somewhere, a man is arguing with his brother over a stolen goat. A priest listens. A judgment is passed. A fine is paid. Order is restored. And the gods for the moment are pleased. Sleep well. Let us now travel to a land of sun, sand, and extremely patient civil servants. Ancient Egypt, land of pyramids, papyrus scrolls, and the firm belief that even death required documentation. Unlike the Babylonians, who carved their laws in stone, and the Sumerians, who baked them into clay, the Egyptians preferred to keep their laws a little more flexible. There is, as it turns out, no single surviving Egyptian law code, no equivalent of Hammurabi's stele looming in the town square. But that's not to say the Egyptians lacked laws. Far from it. They had oaths, court proceedings, contracts, judges, tax assessors, and enough legal scribes to make even the most modest dispute feel like a minor festival. They just didn't feel the need to engrave every rule on basalt. Instead, they trusted in a concept far older and far more sacred than statute. They called it Mayat. Mayat was many things. A goddess, a principle, a feather. She represented truth, balance, justice, and the order of the cosmos. Pharaohs swore to uphold Ma'at. Judges were said to administer it. And at the end of your life, when your heart was weighed in the Hall of Two Truths, it was Ma'at's feather they used as the counterbalance. If your heart was lighter than the feather, congratulations, eternal paradise awaited. If not, you were devoured by a demoness with a crocodile head and a lion's backside. So no pressure. But what Ma'at meant in practical terms was this: the Egyptians preferred ethical harmony over legal rigidity. Their justice system was based less on written codes and more on what seemed fair, appropriate, or divinely pleasing at the time, which, as you might imagine, made for some fascinating court cases. Consider a simple dispute. Two farmers are arguing over a boundary stone. One accuses the other of moving it during the night to steal land. There is no GPS, no satellite imaging, no surveyor with a clipboard. Just a few dusty witnesses and a stone that's clearly not where it used to be. The case is brought before a local official, perhaps a village mayor, perhaps a provincial governor. The official listens, questions the parties, perhaps consults a record keeper. Then he renders a verdict. Was it fair? Reasonable? Consistent with Ma'at? That was the goal. Not legal consistency, but cosmic correctness. Of course, not everything could be handled by philosophy and feathers. For larger cases, there were official judges called Sashemu. They were often priests, scribes, or royal appointees. Men of learning, which in Egypt meant men who could write without smearing ink across their linen kilts. Judges worked in temples, courts, and administrative buildings. They were known for their calm demeanour, extensive memory, and ability to keep a straight face while listening to a goat herder accuse his neighbour of casting spells on his sheep. Some trials were held in public, others in quiet chambers, and nearly all of them required paperwork. The Egyptians, more than almost any other ancient civilization, believed in the power of writing. They wrote everything down. Contracts, confessions, wills, marriage agreements, even grain loans, complete with interest tables and repayment terms. In one surviving case, a man defaulted on a barley loan and tried to flee the region. He was caught, dragged back to court, and ordered to repay the debt plus one additional donkey for his trouble. Justice, as always, had a price, and sometimes it had hooves. Egyptian law was especially meticulous when it came to property. Land could be inherited, bought, leased, and gifted. Boundaries were marked, catalogued, and updated with painful regularity by scribes known as inspectors of fields, men whose job involved walking through hot sand with measuring cords and extremely precise expressions. Property ownership was not reserved for men either. Women in Egypt could own land, file lawsuits, and manage their own estates. They could divorce, sue for alimony, and pass property to their children, rights that wouldn't be guaranteed in Europe for another 3,000 years. However, don't let this give you the impression of utopia. This was still a society with strata, obligations and expectations, and gods helped the person who upset the balance. Take, for example, the case of false testimony. Lying under oath was not just a legal offence, it was a cosmic insult, a disruption of Ma'at. Penalties ranged from fines and flogging to more creative punishments. In one recorded case, a man who falsely accused another of theft was sentenced to receive 100 blows with a stick and to have his nose cut off. Now, we can assume that this punishment was not metaphorical. Ancient Egyptian law, while poetic, was rarely symbolic when it came to noses. In other cases, liars were exiled, enslaved, or publicly shamed. And in one remarkable record from the New Kingdom, a man is punished not just for lying, but for causing another man to lie. It appears that enabling dishonesty was also a crime. Then there were the oath ceremonies. In serious legal matters, parties would be required to swear truthfulness in the name of a deity, usually Ra or Osiris. The ritual was solemn. Candles, incense, possibly a priest nearby, frowning gently. Breaking such an oath wasn't just perjury, it was blasphemy. In a society where the afterlife depended on the purity of your soul, lying in court could condemn you in both worlds, the here and the hereafter. Imagine testifying about a stolen cartwheel and realizing that one fib could result in your heart being fed to a crocodile demon 40 years later. It rather encourages honesty. Legal punishments varied widely depending on the offence. Minor crimes, such as drunken brawls, slander, or minor theft, might result in whipping, often 50 to 100 lashes, administered with a rod made of tamarisk or palm. Not quite a feather. Major crimes, like murder, temple theft, or rebellion, could lead to execution, dismemberment, or, for particularly audacious offenders, burning alive. One famous decree, issued by Pharaoh Ramses III, involved a conspiracy by members of his own harem. When it was discovered that they had plotted his murder using magic and poisoned figs, the accused were subjected to ritual trials, forced suicides, and in some cases, public mutilation. Even in paradise, one must be wary of poisoned fruit. Now let us turn briefly to inheritance law, that quiet battlefield where families came to quarrel in the name of tradition. Egyptian wills were binding legal documents. Parents could divide their property among children, favour one heir over another, or, in a particularly popular twist, disinherit them entirely. In one surviving letter, a father writes to his son, "Because you have vexed me, I have given your house to your brother." A legal and emotional blow, delivered via scribe. Children could contest wills, but the process required witnesses, bribes, and, ideally, the good graces of a sympathetic priest. There is also evidence of parents threatening to invoke Ma'at against their children, a kind of divine guilt-tripping. One of the most curious legal artifacts from ancient Egypt is something known as the negative confession. It is not a legal testimony per se, but it reads like one, and it gives us extraordinary insight into how the Egyptians saw justice not just as a public system, but as a private ledger between soul and eternity. When the dead appeared before Osiris in the afterlife, they would recite 42 declarations, one for each judge of the underworld. I have not stolen. I have not committed murder. I have not told lies. I have not eavesdropped. I have not shut my ears to truth. The list goes on. In essence, this was a spiritual deposition, a soul pleading its case, not in front of a jury, but in front of eternity. And what's most astonishing is that it reflects the very same concerns found in the real-world courts. Theft, slander, dishonesty, disrespect. Justice, it seems, was a lifelong performance, reviewed not just by judges, but by gods, and perhaps by your great-uncle, who kept receipts. To tie things together, we should note that Egyptian law was rarely about deterrence through cruelty. Rather, it was about maintaining mayat, the balance of things. Disputes were to be resolved quietly. Contracts were to be honoured, and justice, whenever possible, was meant to be restorative. And if that failed, well, at least it was written down. As you settle now, imagine a gentle breeze over the Nile, a courtroom with reed mats, oil lamps flickering, and the soft scratching of a scribe's pen. A farmer pleads his case. The official nods, adjusts his linen robe, and passes judgment. In the distance, the statue of Ma'at watches silently, a feather atop her head, a scale in her hand. Everything must be in balance, even the law. Sleep well. The ox was, quite literally, allowed to snack on the job. Yet in contrast, the legal penalties for moral or theological crimes were severe. Adultery, death. Blasphemy, death. Worshipping other gods, death. Sorcery, death. Cursing one's parents, also death. The law could be shockingly absolute, but always it claimed to serve the same purpose, to maintain holiness within the community. It wasn't all fire and brimstone. There were moments of surprising legal gentleness. Consider the cities of refuge, 6 designated towns where someone guilty of manslaughter, not murder, could flee. If they'd killed accidentally, say a flying axe head during a wood-cutting mishap, they could stay in the city under protection until the high priest died. Only then could they return home. The symbolism here is quietly poetic. The death of the high priest reset the ledger. A communal pardon. You might not get off scot-free, but you weren't condemned either. And then naturally there were laws that seem oddly specific. Take this gem from Deuteronomy. If 2 men are fighting, and the wife of one intervenes by grabbing the other man's private parts, you shall cut off her hand. Show no pity. Deuteronomy 25:11-12. One imagines this was not a common occurrence, but the fact that it required legal commentary suggests at least one memorable incident. Also from Deuteronomy. When you build a new house, make a parapet for your roof, so that you may not bring blood upon your house if anyone falls from it. 22.8. It's the world's oldest known building safety code, and honestly, rather sensible. Some laws dealt with animals. Do not plough with an ox and a donkey yoked together. If you find a bird's nest, let the mother go, that it may go well with you. There's something almost tender in these, a reminder that even in a rigid legal system, mercy extended downward, to the birds, to the labouring beasts, to the forgotten. The law wasn't only about punishing wrongs, it was about shaping a nation of conscience. The year of Jubilee was perhaps the most radical idea of all. Every 50th year, land was returned to its original owners. Debts were cancelled, slaves were released, It was a cosmic reboot. The land, said God, belonged to him, not to the people. They were tenants, and their fortunes were not to be hoarded across generations. Whether the Jubilee was ever fully practiced is debated, but its inclusion tells you everything about the legal imagination of ancient Israel. There were also rules for warfare, holidays, architecture, debt collection, and even neighbourly disputes. One law states that if your neighbour's ox falls into your uncovered pit, you must repay him. Another says that if someone borrows your cloak overnight, you must return it by sundown, since it may be his only blanket. It's legal philosophy as moral empathy, structured, yes, but deeply human, and all of it built on a foundation of divine partnership. In court, capital cases required 2 or more witnesses. False witnesses were punished with the same penalty they sought for the accused. If they tried to frame someone for a crime deserving death, they were executed in return. Justice was not only about truth, it was about responsibility. To accuse was to take on weight. You could not whisper a slander and walk away untouched. As you lie back now, picture a quiet village in ancient Judah. The sun has set, fires are out, the pots have been scrubbed. There's no travel, no hammering, no gossip. The Sabbath has begun. A family sits silently under an open sky. A scribe records the week's final measurements. A priest tucks away his scroll. And the law, as ever, rests, not abolished, not forgotten, just waiting, like the 7th day itself. Sleep well. Let us now venture into the arid hills of the ancient Near East, into a world defined not by city walls or irrigation canals, but by covenant. A world where the legal system wasn't just a set of rules. It was a divine relationship, inked in fire, thunder, and stone tablets. This is the world of ancient Israel, a society whose laws were written not by kings or senates, but by the very hand of God, or so it was believed. Laws that governed not just theft and murder, but rest days, dietary habits, mildew outbreaks, and the occasional goat in the wrong yard. You'll forgive the tone of quiet disbelief. But once we're finished here, you might understand why even a hardened Babylonian judge would raise an eyebrow at what passed for everyday legislation among the ancient Hebrews. And at the centre of it all, the Sabbath, a day so sacred, even sticks were a matter of life and death. Let's begin at the beginning, or near enough. According to the book of Exodus, Moses received the law from God atop Mount Sinai. It was not a subtle event. There was lightning, there was fire, there was a cloud, and a voice like thunder, and a mountain that trembled. And then, just like that, law was born. The first 10 were engraved in stone, but that was only the preface. What followed, woven through Exodus, Leviticus, Numbers, and Deuteronomy, was a vast and intricate system. 613 commandments, or mitzvot, governing nearly every aspect of Hebrew life. Many of them made moral sense. Do not steal. Do not murder. Honour your parents. That sort of thing. But others took a more specific turn. Do not wear garments of wool and linen woven together. Do not sow your field with 2 kinds of seed. Do not boil a young goat in its mother's milk. It was law as lifestyle, as identity, as theology you could taste, wear, and smell. Every rule had a reason, even if that reason was known only to God. The Sabbath was not merely a break from labour. It was a legal obligation, ranked 4th among the 10 Commandments, placed even above murder and adultery. 6 days shall you labour and do all your work, but the seventh is a Sabbath to the Lord your God. On it you shall not do any work. Now you might ask, what exactly counted as work? Surely one could stretch a little, sweep a corner, light a candle. Number absolutely not. Lighting a fire was prohibited. Gathering food was forbidden. Even walking too far was frowned upon. In Numbers 15, a man was caught gathering sticks on the Sabbath. Sticks, not trees, not furniture, just sticks. He was brought before Moses. The community waited while Moses inquired of God, and God said, in no uncertain terms, he shall be put to death. So the people took him outside the camp and stoned him. You begin to understand why ancient Israelites planned their firewood collection very carefully on Fridays. Hebrew law didn't merely legislate behaviour, it shaped identity. The Israelites were to be a people apart, set aside for a divine purpose. Everything about their way of life, from the food they ate to the way they harvested fields, reflected that calling. You shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy. Leviticus 19:2. This was the driving force behind the dietary laws, the purity laws, and the general refusal to mix, blend, or hybridize anything, including seeds, animals, garments, or holidays. The kashrut laws, what was kosher, were intricate and serious. No pork, no shellfish, no mixing meat and dairy, no eating animals that hadn't been slaughtered properly, no consuming blood. It wasn't just about health or hygiene, it was about obedience, about internalizing the law through routine. You weren't just following a rule, you were aligning yourself with divine order 3 times a day. Then there were the purity laws, and these, frankly, deserved their own scroll. Becoming unclean was not a sin, but it did render you temporarily unfit for participation in the community or temple rituals. Causes included touching a corpse, giving birth, having certain skin diseases, or even just having sex. The solution? Bathing, waiting, and often sacrifices. Priests were trained to inspect skin conditions in detail. Leviticus provides a suspiciously thorough set of diagnostic guidelines. If the hair in the sore has turned white, if the raw flesh appears in it, if it spreads over the body. One can imagine the priest peering at someone's arm, murmuring, "That looks suspiciously scaly," and immediately declaring them unclean for 7 days. It wasn't personal. It was theological dermatology. Justice in Hebrew law could be both compassionate and utterly uncompromising. There were provisions to protect the poor. Fields were not to be harvested to the edges. Forgotten sheaves were to be left for the orphan and the stranger. Debts were forgiven every 7th year. Slaves were freed on a schedule. Even livestock got a break. Do not muzzle the ox when it treads the grain. Deuteronomy 25:4. If you've ever felt nervous about jury duty, take comfort. At least your fate doesn't rest on the behaviour of a chicken. In ancient Greece and Rome, justice was both a public performance and a divine negotiation. You didn't just consult witnesses, you consulted omens. The gods, after all, had opinions too, about lawsuits, about treaties, and occasionally about poultry. The Greeks gave us the concept of democracy, and with it, the courtroom drama. Not quite the gavel and robes variety, but something more theatrical. Hundreds of jurors, a lot of shouting, and very little concern for calm deliberation. The Romans, by contrast, gave us legal infrastructure, a code-based system with trained magistrates, professional advocates, and an obsessive love for categories. Theft wasn't just theft. It was furtum manifestum, caught in the act, furtum nec manifestum, not caught, and so on. Yet beneath this legal polish lay a system just as curious, superstitious, and oddly specific as anything in Babylon or Judea. Let's begin with a pig. In both Greece and Rome, animals could be put on trial. Yes, you heard correctly. If a pig knocked over a statue, a goat damaged sacred property, or a dog barked at the wrong priest, the creature might be captured, tried in a proper court, and, if found guilty, executed. Not because animals were moral agents, but because their offence had disturbed the cosmic balance. In Athens, the Areopagus court, a hilltop tribunal of elite citizens, once tried and condemned a statue for falling on a man and killing him. The statue was then ceremonially tossed into the sea. In Rome, bees that produced honey in a temple were declared public property. If they stung someone during a religious procession, legal questions were raised. Was it divine punishment, or just bad luck? You might think this quaint. The ancients, however, took it very seriously. Law was not just about human behaviour. It was about order, and order extended to animals, objects, and omens. The Greeks were especially fond of public trials. A typical Athenian court might have 201 to 501 jurors, chosen by lottery, paid a modest wage, and often older men with time on their hands. There were no lawyers as we know them. Each litigant spoke for themselves, though wealthy citizens might hire a ghostwriter to craft a convincing speech. Time was strictly controlled. A water clock, called a clepsydra, ensured each speaker had a fair turn. When the water ran out, so did your argument. And the subjects of trial? Well, they varied. One man was tried for stealing grapes, another for seducing a flute girl under false pretenses. Socrates, famously, was tried for corrupting the youth, and not believing in the gods of the city. He lost, and was given a choice between exile or drinking hemlock. Ever the philosopher, he chose the hemlock. The method of voting was simple. Jurors dropped bronze discs into urns, one for conviction, one for acquittal. Majority ruled, no appeals. It was loud, chaotic, and often deeply personal, but it was justice. Or at least Athens' best attempt at it. The Romans, meanwhile, took a more procedural approach. Their laws were laid out in a formal code, the 12 Tables, first inscribed around 450 BCE. It was a response to popular demand. Plebeians wanted to know the laws, rather than rely on patricians who conveniently remembered them in court. The 12 Tables covered debt, property, marriage, funerals, inheritance, assault, slavery. They were, in many ways, stunningly detailed. Table 3, for example, states that if a debtor doesn't pay, the creditor may chain him for 60 days. After that, he may sell him or kill him. And if there are multiple creditors, they may cut the debtor into pieces, and no one shall complain if the pieces are unequal. Whether this was metaphorical or not remains, mercifully, unclear. Roman law also included strangely ceremonial procedures. To transfer property, early Romans used a process called mancipatio, which involved 5 witnesses, a set of bronze scales, and a formal declaration. It looked less like a sale and more like a ritual sacrifice. Wills had to be read aloud before 7 witnesses. A wrong word, or a stammer, could render the document void. Even marriages were legal ceremonies involving symbolic cakes, hand-holding, and an agreement that the bride would share in all matters religious and domestic. There were laws for everything, including, quite literally, how to sneeze in public. Romans had a unique interest in omens, especially in politics. Before major decisions, especially declarations of war or the founding of new colonies, augurs were consulted. These were religious officials trained in the ancient art of bird watching, not for leisure, for omens. They would release sacred chickens and observe which way they flew, how they ate, and whether they clucked with approval. If the chickens refused to eat, the gods were displeased. If they ate too eagerly, the gods were suspiciously enthusiastic. Once, before a naval battle, the chickens refused to peck. The general, irritated, tossed them overboard, saying, "If they won't eat, let them drink." He lost the battle, and possibly his job. Law and religion, you see, were not separate. They were braided together like a rope you wouldn't dare untie. Let's return to Athens for a moment. The Greeks had a legal charge known as hubris, not pride in the modern sense, but arrogant behaviour intended to humiliate someone. If a wealthy man insulted a poorer citizen in public, he could be prosecuted. In one surviving case, a man was fined for slapping another citizen at a dinner party and making rude jokes afterward. The idea wasn't just to punish violence, it was to prevent social decay. A society couldn't function if the powerful mocked the weak, so they made cruelty a crime. It was, in some ways, surprisingly modern. In others, less so. There was also the Athenian punishment known as ostracism. Once a year, citizens could vote to exile someone they believed was becoming too powerful or dangerous to the democracy. If the person received enough votes, written on pieces of pottery called ostraca, they were banished for 10 years. No trial, no appeal. It wasn't meant as punishment. It was more like preventative maintenance. Imagine being exiled for being a little too popular. Roman law, for all its structure, could be profoundly unequal. A patrician who killed a slave might pay a fine. A slave who struck a master could be crucified. A noble woman caught in adultery might be quietly divorced. A common woman? Likely stoned, or worse. And yet, there were moments of bizarre logic. Take, for instance, the law on theft by night. If you caught a thief breaking into your house at night, you could kill him without consequence. But if it was daytime, and there was enough light to identify him, you had to call for help before taking action. The law seems to imply that murder is fine, as long as you can't see the thief's face. In both cultures, torture was legal, but usually only applied to slaves. In Rome, a slave's testimony was considered valid only if extracted under torture. Otherwise, it was assumed they might lie to protect their master. This created a strange system in which truth had to be beaten out of someone before it counted. There were also legal penalties for sorcery, necromancy, and cursing your neighbour with wax figurines, a surprisingly common offence. Inscriptions have been found listing the names of rival charioteers, buried in graves with curses attached. The ancient equivalent of sabotaging someone's fantasy football team. And then there's the matter of funerals. In both Greece and Rome, the law regulated how loud, long, and luxurious a funeral could be. Excessive wailing, fined. Too many flute players, also fined. Romans in particular had laws about how many mourners you could hire. Yes, professional mourners were a thing. And yes, they were regulated. The goal was to prevent social competition from becoming theatrical grief. A humble baker shouldn't feel ashamed that his funeral didn't include 12 sobbing women and a chariot. legal education was also taken seriously. In Rome, aspiring advocates studied under jurists, men like Gaius, Ulpian, and Cicero, learning not just laws, but rhetoric, gesture, and courtroom performance. Cicero once wrote that a good legal speech should include an introduction to win sympathy, a narration of facts, a statement of the case, refutation of the opponent's argument, a conclusion that stirs emotion, in other words, law as theatre, the courtroom as stage. One wonders how often jurors were actually persuaded, and how often they were simply impressed. As you drift now toward rest, picture the agora of Athens. A man stands before a crowd, defending himself in a case of olive theft. His voice shakes, the water clock drips, the jurors whisper. A pigeon lands nearby, possibly offering commentary. Or perhaps imagine a Roman basilica, columns soaring, magistrates in togas, a young scribe furiously copying down testimony while trying not to yawn. In the corner, someone releases a chicken to see which way it turns. And justice, ever ceremonial, ever subjective, unfolds again. Somewhere between logic and omen, law and luck, speech and silence, sleep well. Let us now drift eastward, toward the banks of the Ganges. The air is thick with incense and monsoon mist. Somewhere a conch shell is blown. In the distance, a temple bell rings. You are in ancient India, where justice was not just a matter of law, but of cosmic harmony. Here the law was called dharma, a word so expansive it defies direct translation. It meant duty, righteousness, moral order, and social obligation, all at once. Dharma governed how one should speak, eat, marry, pray, rule, and, yes, how one should be punished for stealing another man's cow. You see, in ancient India, a crime wasn't merely illegal. It was a violation of the universal order, a fracture in the great cosmic rhythm, something to be corrected, not just for society's sake, but for the sake of karma, reincarnation, and one's position in the next life. It's hard to overstate just how layered this legal system was. Because if you stole a loaf of bread in Babylon, they fined you. If you stole it in Rome, they might beat you. But in ancient India, they asked what caste you belonged to, whether you'd bathed that morning, how pure your soul was, and whether the bread had been offered to a priest. Then they decided your punishment. The most famous legal text from ancient India is the Manusmriti, also known as the Laws of Manu. Believed to have been compiled somewhere between 200 BCE and 200 CE, it wasn't technically a legal code. It was more like a theological instruction manual for society, a guide for how humans ought to behave if they hope to avoid spiritual disaster. Manu, the mythical first man and lawgiver, opens his treatise with due flair. This is the law that was spoken by the self-existent creator to Manu, and by Manu to the sages, which is frankly a rather strong introduction. It also tells you everything about how this law was seen, not as human opinion, but as divine instruction. And what follows is, by turns, beautiful, bewildering, and utterly rigid. Central to the system was Varna, the caste order. There were 4 official castes: Brahmins, priests and scholars, Kshatriyas, warriors and rulers, Vaishyas, merchants and landowners, Shudras, servants and labourers. And beneath these, the untouchables, those outside the caste system entirely. Later known as Dalits, these individuals perform tasks considered spiritually polluting: tanning leather, handling corpses, cleaning latrines. Now, here's the critical point. Your caste determined your legal status, not your innocence, not the nature of your crime, just your caste. If a Brahmin and a Shudra committed the same offence, their punishments were, how shall we put it, very different. If a Brahmin stole, he might pay a fine and recite some hymns. If a Shudra stole, he could be branded, mutilated, or enslaved. If a Brahmin murdered someone, perhaps a pilgrimage, some penance, maybe fasting for a month. If a Shudra merely insulted a Brahmin, he could have his tongue cut out. This wasn't seen as inequality, it was order. Each caste had its dharma, its role, and punishment was about preserving that hierarchy. To challenge it was to challenge the cosmic design, and the cosmos, as we've seen, doesn't appreciate being questioned. There were even fines indexed to caste. Manusmriti 8.267 lays it out plainly. The king shall inflict punishment according to the caste of the offender. In other words, there was no such thing as equal under the law. A Brahmin's body, according to Manu, was sacred. To harm it was to defile the vessel of knowledge. To harm a Shudras? Well, less so. One might argue it was a legal system designed by priests for priests. But the logic, if one can call it that, was cosmic accountability. You were born into your role because of your karma. The law didn't aim to elevate you. It aimed to help you perform your role better, so that perhaps you'd do better in the next life. The legal distinctions weren't just about class. They extended to gender, ritual purity, and intention. For example, if a man of lower caste had intimate relations with a Brahmin woman, he could be executed. If a Brahmin man seduced a lower caste woman, he might be fined or forgiven altogether if it was by mutual consent. You begin to see the pattern. Women too had a specific legal role, to serve father, husband, and son, sequentially. A woman must never be independent, says Manu. In childhood, she is dependent on her father. In youth, on her husband. In old age, on her son. Adultery laws were severe, but more so for women. A woman caught cheating might be burned alive. A man might be fined unless he was of a lower caste, in which case, fire again. Some punishments were surprisingly symbolic. A thief might have his fingers chopped off, yes, but a liar. He might be forced to hold a red-hot iron ball. If he dropped it, he was guilty. If he held it, the gods had clearly protected him. It was trial by ordeal, a method not exclusive to India, but executed here with considerable flair. In some cases, the accused might be submerged in water. If they floated, they were innocent. If they sank, well, at least justice had been served. And then there were the fines. Manu was very fond of fines. There were tables of them, charts, algorithms really, for calculating how much one owed based on caste, intent, and timing. Stealing a cow? That'll be 10 panas. Stealing a sacred cow? 50. Stealing a cow during a festival? 100. Stealing a sacred cow during a festival after defiling yourself by eating garlic? Probably death. The laws also ventured into deeply personal territory. There were rules about what to eat, when, and with whom. Rules about how to bathe, where to spit, and which direction to face when sleeping. There were rules about naming your child. Brahmins should have names ending in Sarman, while Kshatriyas might end in Varman. Even bodily posture had rules. A student should not lie on his side during Vedic study. A penitent should sleep on the ground. A widow, well, she should ideally join her husband on the pyre, though this practice, known as sati, was debated and not universally enforced. Still, the implication was clear. Every moment of life was subject to regulation. And yet, amid this intricate lattice of caste, purity and penance, there were glimmers of something else. For example, the concept of non-violence, ahimsa, was deeply embedded in the legal and moral tradition. Even animals had protected status. To harm a cow was far more offensive than to insult a merchant. In some cases, accidentally killing an insect could require ritual purification. And then there was the law's interest in intention. Unlike other ancient codes that focus purely on the act, Dharma law often considered the motive. Did you kill out of anger? Did you regret it? Were you under the influence of passion or alcohol? These factors mattered. The punishment might not change dramatically, but the priest overseeing your atonement would certainly take note. There was also a legal mechanism for pardon. If a king erred, or a judge issued an unfair verdict, or if a guilty man confessed with genuine remorse, certain punishments could be reduced. Repentance, fasting, pilgrimage, and charity could all cleanse sin. Not legal innocence, but karmic mitigation. In other words, a man might be guilty in court, but innocent in the eyes of the gods, if he performed the proper penance, donated cows to Brahmins, and refrained from eating onions for a year. Let us pause now to imagine a courtroom in ancient India. It's not a courtroom as you know it. It's an open-air pavilion, perhaps near a temple. The judge is a Brahmin, flanked by assistants. Nearby sits a scribe with palm leaf scrolls. A merchant has brought a complaint. His neighbour borrowed a plough and returned it broken. The accused denies it. Witnesses are called. Oaths are taken. The plough is examined. An astrologer is consulted. And then the judge gives his verdict, calm, composed, citing both precedent and scriptural verse. The accused is fined 5 panas, and advised to bathe daily, offer ghee to Agni, and stop cursing his neighbour's buffalo. Justice is served, karma is preserved, everyone goes home. As you drift into sleep, consider this. In ancient India, law was not a separate profession. It was a sacred science, a blend of ethics, theology, astrology, and agriculture. Every rule had roots in the eternal. Every punishment shaped the soul. You were not just breaking a rule. You were disturbing the rhythm of the universe. And yet, even the strictest code offered hope, through penance, through discipline, through the long road of rebirth. After all, even the lowest might be reborn a sage, and even the purest might fall, if they forgot to bathe before prayer. So sleep gently, and may your karma remain balanced. Sleep well. Welcome now to ancient China, a land of jade tablets, silent courtyards, and law codes written not with justice in mind, but with efficiency. This was not the realm of mercy or cosmic balance. This was the realm of legalism. If you lived under a legalist regime, you didn't wonder if the laws were fair. You didn't ask whether the punishment fit the crime. You asked whether the punishment would arrive before supper, and if you'd be allowed to finish eating before being arrested. Because legalism, in its purest form, wasn't about morality, it was about control. And nowhere was that philosophy more ruthlessly, gloriously, and, one must admit, strangely applied than under the Qin dynasty, 221 to 206 BCE. A brief dynasty, a harsh dynasty, and one that, despite its short reign, managed to build the Great Wall, standardize the Chinese script, and bury an entire army of terracotta soldiers, all while making it illegal to own certain types of books. It was impressive, it was efficient, and it was absolutely terrifying. Let's begin with the basics. In early Chinese history, there were three competing philosophies: Confucianism, Taoism, and legalism. Confucianism believed in moral cultivation, wise rulers, and filial piety. Taoism preferred nature, flowing with the Tao, and not worrying too much about paperwork. Legalism, on the other hand, believed that people were naturally selfish, short-sighted, and in constant need of correction. It proposed that strong laws, with strict enforcement and harsh punishments, were the only way to maintain social order. It didn't care whether people were good, it just wanted them to behave. To quote the famous legalist philosophers Han Feizi, "If rewards are high, then what the ruler wants will be quickly effected. If punishments are heavy, what he does not want will be swiftly prevented." A motivational poster, if ever there was one. Enter Qin Shi Huang, the first emperor of a unified China. He inherited legalist advisors, legalist ministers, and a legalist worldview that saw mercy as weakness. He abolished the feudal states, replaced noble titles with state-run prefectures, and demanded loyalty not to family or tradition, but to the law. To ensure compliance, he issued a staggering volume of uniform laws, with punishments so precise you'd think they were designed by an angry accountant. Let's take a simple example: failing to report a crime. Under Qin law, if you saw someone commit a crime and didn't immediately report it to the authorities, you were guilty by association. This included your spouse, your children, your co-workers, and, depending on the crime, your entire village. You could be flogged, tattooed, sent to forced labour, or executed. In other words, see something, say something, or else. Speaking of punishments, the Qin had a wide range. Tattooing the face with ink to mark criminals' nose or ear removal for repeat offences. Amputation of the feet for serious theft. Forced labour on imperial projects, like the Great Wall. Execution, often by beheading, for crimes against the state. Interestingly, there were no long-term prisons. The idea was to punish quickly, visibly, and permanently. Rehabilitation wasn't the goal, deterrence was. Qin officials also enforced collective punishment. If one family member broke the law, the other could be punished too. Entire communities might suffer if someone defected, deserted, or harboured fugitives. Imagine your cousin steals a chicken, and suddenly your house is knocked down, your father loses his job, and you're sent to the frontier to build a wall with no shoes. Legalism wasn't subtle, but it was effective. The law also reached into daily life. There were regulations on clothing, hairstyles, tool sizes, weights, and measures. The standardization under Qin Shi Huang was legendary. All carts had to have the same axle width. All written characters were standardized. All coins were made uniform, round with square holes. All legal documents were issued on bamboo strips of identical length. It was a vision of empire as an enormous spreadsheet, neatly aligned, colour-coded, and utterly humourless. One of the strangest features of Qin legalism was its relationship with books. In 213 BCE, fearing the spread of corrupt ideas, especially Confucian ones, Qin Shi Huang ordered the burning of all philosophical texts not directly related to legalist doctrine, agriculture, or medicine. This was not just a bonfire of the vanities. It was a full purge of intellectual memory. Scholars were arrested, libraries destroyed. Those who resisted were buried alive, or forced into silence. The idea wasn't to debate ideas, it was to eliminate them. You were allowed to think quietly. But if you wrote your thoughts down, and they included the words benevolence, ritual, or Confucius, you might find yourself missing a hand or a tongue. Yet for all its brutality, the legalist system worked, at least for a while. Under Qin rule, China was unified for the first time. Roads and canals were built across provinces. Regional dialects were bridged by standardized writing. The Great Wall's earliest segments were constructed. Banditry decreased, revenue increased. The law was harsh, yes, but it was predictable. And in times of chaos, predictability can feel like safety. If you obeyed, you were left alone. If you disobeyed, the consequences were immediate. There was, bizarrely, a kind of fairness in the severity. The rules applied to everyone, on paper. Even nobles were subject to state law. And sometimes, even the emperor's family wasn't spared. Let's look at a few actual Qin laws. If two people fight and one dies, the killer is executed. If both survive, both are flogged, because clearly violence is undignified. If a person moves without state permission, their household is dissolved. If a man of age refuses to marry, he must pay a fine, marriage being considered a civic duty. If a woman is over age and unmarried, she too is fined. If a field goes untilled and you don't report it, you're fined for negligence. If you criticize a government order, you may be labelled an enemy of the state. The message was clear. Don't fight, don't wander, don't complain, and for heaven's sake, plant something. Now, not everything was punished equally. Crimes against the state, sedition, desertion, tax evasion, were punished far more severely than crimes against neighbours. You could kill a man and be sent to labour. But if you questioned the emperor, that was treason. And treason was, as ever, a crime best punished with extreme prejudice. Oddly enough, despite all this rigidity, there were rewards in the legalist system. If you reported a crime, you were rewarded. If you captured a fugitive, you were rewarded. If you turned in your own relative, you were awkwardly thanked and rewarded. The system ran not only on fear, but on incentive. Loyalty wasn't expected, it was engineered. Turn in a tax cheat, and you might get a goat. Turn in a corrupt official, and you might be promoted. It was justice by way of whistleblowing. And, in a strange twist, legalism believed that the ruler should be invisible. Han Feizi advised that a good ruler should never reveal his emotions, never explain his decisions, and never speak more than necessary. The emperor, in this view, was not a man. He was an institution, a black box of power. You didn't need to know what he thought. You just needed to fear his laws. Of course, such systems rarely last forever. The Qin dynasty collapsed after just 15 years. The reasons? Crushing taxes, forced labour mass executions, an unpopular heir, and ironically a lack of flexibility. When rebellion came, it came fast. People were tired of being punished for sneezing at the wrong ceremony. The Han dynasty followed, and promptly tried to soften legalism with Confucian ethics. Law remained, but it was sprinkled with words like virtue and benevolence. Scholars were allowed to write again. The books returned. And the punishments, while still severe, were no longer quite so surgical. Legalism never fully disappeared. Its ideas remain embedded in administrative systems across East Asia. But pure legalism, like a steel trap, was eventually replaced with something slightly more padded. As you drift now towards sleep, Imagine a town under Qin rule. The streets are quiet, too quiet. A child hurries to pull weeds before inspection. A clerk nervously measures coins with a state-approved weight. A farmer stares at the sky, wondering if planting today violates a grain quota. A patrol walks past. No one speaks. No one dares. In a small room, a scholar copies a scroll. He pauses, looks over his shoulder, and changes the word Confucius to Master C, just in case. Because in the world of legalism, silence is safety. And law is not justice. It is obedience. Sleep well. Now we travel north into the Anatolian highlands, to a land of stony plateaus, thick mud brick walls, and rather sensible people with a deep affection for cows and conditional justice. Welcome to the world of the Hittites. They're not the most famous of the ancient civilizations, wedged in history between the more dramatic Egyptians and the attention-hungry Assyrians. But the Hittites left us something wonderfully practical. A legal code that reads less like divine thunder and more like an unusually stern family handbook. Where Hammurabi was all fire and fury, an eye for an eye, the Hittites preferred to ask, can we settle this with a fine, maybe a goat? Their law code, dating from around 1650 to 1100 BCE, is a curious mix of gentleness, logic, and moments of utter bewilderment. And it tells us a great deal about what it meant to live in an ancient society that didn't try to be holy, just functional. Let's begin with what they called the Laws of the Land of Hatti, a set of about 200 laws carved onto tablets and uncovered from the ruins of Hattusa, the Hittite capital. And if Babylon's laws were engraved in stone with the fury of vengeance, the Hittite laws seem to have been revised over time, softened and updated like a well-used office memo. Take this example. Early versions of Hittite law prescribed the death penalty for certain offences, but in later versions, the death sentence is replaced with a fine, or sometimes nothing at all. You can almost hear the scribe muttering, "That does seem a bit harsh. Let's say 10 sheep instead." One of the most telling things about Hittite law is how much of it concerns animals. If someone steals your ox, they owe you 30 shekels of silver. If they steal your pig, 15 shekels. And if your dog bites someone, well, it depends. If a dog bites a man and the man dies, the owner of the dog shall give 1 slave to the family of the dead man. Not a fine, not money. A slave, which, raises questions. Why not just execute the dog? But then, perhaps the Hittites thought it fair to compensate labour for labour. A life lost, a worker returned. It's oddly specific and quietly brutal. The Hittites also had laws concerning cows in the wrong place at the wrong time. If a cow gores a man and kills him, its owner shall pay 6 shekels of silver. Not the cow's fault, apparently, just unfortunate. But if a bull mounts another man's cow without permission, the owner of the bull owes the owner of the cow a fine. Yes, even animal misconduct was a legal matter. It seems no Hittite court was too proud to hear a case about bovine boundaries. Then there's the issue of damage to property, which appears frequently. One law declares, if a man enters another man's house and breaks a pot, he shall replace the pot and give 1 shekel of silver. Very fair, very reasonable. But there's a follow-up. If a man borrows a pot and breaks it, he shall also give 1 shekel, but only if the pot was new. This tells us 2 things. The Hittites were very concerned about kitchenware. They had a robust concept of depreciation. If the pot was old, well, accidents happen. no need for a fine. But if it was new, that's on you. Pay up. It's not divine wrath. It's ancient insurance logic. There are also several laws about accidental death. If a man accidentally kills another while felling a tree, he owes a fine. If someone dies during a house collapse, the builder may owe restitution. And if someone wanders into a construction site and is injured, that's on them. In essence, be careful where you walk. There might be an unsupervised Hittite ladder around the corner. The Hittites were surprisingly invested in liability, and not just criminal, but civil. You broke it, you bought it. You caused it, you pay for it. Simple, pragmatic, occasionally weird. One law is particularly memorable. If a man bites off another man's nose, he shall pay 6 shekels of silver. This opens a number of questions. Chief among them, how often did this happen? It's the kind of law that makes you imagine a very specific, very unfortunate town hall meeting where someone says, "All right, from now on, nose biting is punishable. We've had enough." In cases involving family, Hittite law gets complicated. For example, marriage was usually arranged, dowries were exchanged, and contracts were written. A man could divorce his wife, but he owed her part of the estate, especially if she had borne children. But if the wife left on her own, and there was no abuse or adultery involved, she could lose her claim. Children could be adopted formally, and adoption was legally binding. But adopted children could not be disowned without cause. In other words, once you claimed someone as family, the law expected you to act like it. It wasn't about sentiment. It was about obligation. Hittite law also allowed women to own property, inherit land, and even run households in their husband's absence. This wasn't universal in the ancient world, and while it didn't mean full equality, it meant that a woman, particularly a widow or priestess, could exert legal agency without male supervision. There's even a record of a female estate manager appearing in court to settle a land dispute. The scribe, one imagines, didn't blink. Now, let's talk about magic. The Hittites believed in it, firmly, but they treated it not with executions and bonfires, but with laws. If you cursed someone, you might owe them a fine. If you used magic to cause disease, you'd be exiled. In fact, several laws mention purification rites, ceremonies designed to cleanse wrongdoing or misfortune caused by magical offense. The punishment wasn't always brutal. It was often ritualized, and more importantly, it was acknowledged as real. If your neighbour said you'd hexed his crops, the courts didn't ask for proof. They asked whether you'd performed the proper purification. Again, not a matter of guilt, a matter of restoring order. There are also laws about harming royal property, including palace walls. If a man climbs the palace wall without permission, he shall be killed. Fairly straightforward. One assumes the Hittites didn't appreciate casual scaling, but if a man insulted the king, he might only be fined, assuming he didn't repeat the offence. It's an interesting inversion. Act against the palace, and you die. Say something rude, and you're taxed. Apparently, the king could tolerate words more than trespass. Now, Hittite law was famous in its time for being relatively humane. Unlike the Babylonians, they rarely used the death penalty. Even serious crimes like bestiality, which in many ancient cultures was punished by death, were treated differently by the Hittites, usually with banishment. They seemed to prefer removal to revenge. If someone couldn't live properly in society, They were sent out, not killed. There are echoes here of exile as a moral quarantine. And if a slave was abused or wrongfully punished, the law demanded compensation, sometimes even freedom. One fascinating law concerns shelter. If a man arrived in your village and had no family, no job, and no land, you were expected to give him a place to sleep and some grain. Not charity, legal requirement. The Hittites understood something many societies later forgot, that poverty was a structural issue, not a moral failing. And the community bore responsibility for its vulnerable members. No one should starve in a land with rules. Now imagine, if you will, a courtroom in Hattusa. A man stands before a judge, barefoot, sunburned, holding a broken pot. He says his neighbour borrowed it, used it to cook millet, dropped it in a river, and now refuses to pay. The judge nods. A scribe unrolls a tablet. They check the pot laws. They debate its value. Was it new? Was it glazed? Did it belong to a priest? After discussion, the verdict is issued. Repay the pot, plus 1 shekel for insult. The man nods. The neighbour grumbles. Justice is served. No curses, no swords, just a pot, a rule, and a quiet agreement. The Hittite legal code isn't filled with epic punishments or divine mandates. It lacks the heavenly rhetoric of Moses or the theatrical violence of Assyria. But it is human, deeply so. These were people who understood that most crimes weren't cosmic rebellions. They were mistakes, or accidents, or quarrels over property, livestock, and misunderstandings. And their law didn't try to terrify. It tried to repair. That's what makes it strange. Not because it's alien, but because it's familiar. Surprisingly, modern. As you settle into rest, imagine the world of the Hittites. Stone houses, copper tools, pots balanced on open flames, goats arguing behind a fence, brothers arguing over land, wives arguing over goats. And in the midst of it all, a scroll, a court, a quiet voice saying, "Let's settle this fairly." Because sometimes justice isn't thunder. Sometimes it's a replacement pot, a fine of 3 shekels, and the reminder to keep your cow on your own side of the field. Sleep well. Now we turn westward, across oceans and time, into the rainforests of Mesoamerica. Here, among temples wrapped in vines and plazas carved from stone, we enter the world of the ancient Maya, a civilization of stargazers, calendar keepers, and civic recorders with a strong opinion on how to behave in public. The Maya built cities that rose from the jungle canopy like puzzles of limestone and shadow. They charted the heavens with stunning precision, predicted eclipses, played ritual ball games, and spoke over 30 languages, many of them still alive today. And, crucially for our purposes, they had laws. Not always written on stone or preserved in lengthy legal codes like Hammurabi's or the Roman 12 tables, but embedded in murals painted on pottery and remembered in the social fabric of their cities, especially when someone tried to steal cacao. Yes, cacao, the fermented bean from which chocolate is made, was more than a luxury food. In Maya society, it was currency. And if you stole it, you weren't just a thief. You were a counterfeiter, a threat to the economy, practically a walking economic crisis in sandals. To understand Maya law, one must first understand Maya society. It was hierarchical, but not without structure. At the top stood the Kuhul Ajar, the Holy Lord or King, who ruled both politically and religiously. Below him were nobles, priests, scribes, merchants, artisans, farmers, and labourers. At the bottom were war captives, debt servants, and slaves, though even they retained some legal recognition. Maya cities, such as Tikal, Copan, and Palenque, functioned as independent kingdoms. Each had its own rulers, temples, laws, and traditions. There was no single unified legal code across all Maya regions, just a shared worldview. And in that worldview, justice was about harmony. With the land, with the gods, with your neighbours. When that harmony was broken, say, by stealing another man's cacao sack, balance had to be restored. Now, about the cacao. It's easy to think of chocolate as a treat, but to the Maya, cacao was money. 5 cacao beans could buy a tamale. 10 beans could get you a turkey egg. 100 might land you a modest slave. And for a full sack of beans, you were practically a banker. Naturally, this led to, shall we say, temptation. And so cacao theft was treated with the seriousness modern societies reserve for embezzlement or counterfeiting. If you were caught tampering with cacao stores, watering down the beans, replacing them with fake husks, or stealing from market stalls, the punishments could be severe. Restitution was expected. Humiliation was common. In some cases, your hands could be publicly bound and displayed, the Maya equivalent of a social media flogging. You were not only punished for the theft, you were marked, publicly, richly, and with a strong undertone of, "Don't try this again." But justice wasn't always violent. More often, it was performative. Maya court proceedings, when they occurred, were public events. Disputes were heard by city elders or appointed judges, often nobles, who operated from designated council houses or open courtyards. These proceedings were formal, timed with the calendar, and steeped in ceremonial dress. The accused might be made to stand barefoot in front of the community, arms crossed, head bowed, not just to show shame, but to literally embody guilt. Witnesses were called, testimonies were delivered, and the final ruling was issued not just by word, but by gesture. In some regions, a staff or scepter was held aloft to indicate that judgment had been passed. Unlike the Romans or Babylonians, the Maya placed less emphasis on codified punishment and more on restitution and repair. Let's say a man trampled his neighbour's maize field during a drunken festival. He wasn't imprisoned. He was required to repay the loss, likely with labour, maize, or cacao. If he broke a household pot during a dispute, he might need to replace it and sit outside the victim's home for a full day as a silent gesture of apology. One might call it awkward justice, but it worked. Violent crimes did exist, murder, assault, and occasionally treason, but they were relatively rare and often tied to war or political betrayal. When murder occurred, the punishment could involve execution, but only if the killer refused to offer restitution. If the victim's family accepted a settlement, land, goods, labour, the killer might go unpunished. Justice, in this world, was negotiated, and deeply personal. Even in death, the community had the final say. Now it must be said, Maya law, while thoughtful in many respects, was not equal. Class mattered. Gender mattered. Bloodlines mattered. A noble caught stealing might be disgraced or fined. A peasant, possibly whipped, or worse. Women could bring complaints to court, especially in cases of domestic abuse or land disputes, but their testimonies held less weight. Widows and priestesses fared better, particularly if they managed land or temple goods, but they were the exception. And for slaves, those captured in war or born into bondage, the law was brutally transactional. They could be sold, branded, and sacrificed. though curiously, even some slaves had legal protections if they were mistreated beyond acceptable norms. A line, however faint, existed. It was not justice as we might hope, but it was justice as they defined it. Now, about sorcery. The Maya, being excellent astronomers and expert timekeepers, also held a firm belief in supernatural influence. Curses, omens, and magical offences could carry real legal consequences. If you were accused of casting a spell on someone, say, to make their crops fail, or to cause a miscarriage, you could be brought before a council and interrogated. You might be required to undergo a purification ritual, pay a fine, or in more serious cases, be exiled. And exile was not merely geographic, it was spiritual. You were cut off from your community, your lineage, and your gods. You could be sent into the jungle, not to die necessarily, but to live outside the calendar, beyond the protection of rituals. You were no longer part of time, a fate, some believed, worse than death. One peculiar case survives in oral tradition. The tale of a man who stole cacao meant for ritual use, beans that were to be offered to the gods at the New Year festival. He was caught. He confessed. And rather than being executed or beaten, he was sentenced to stand at the edge of the central plaza, head bowed, holding the cacao sack, while children threw crushed shells at his feet. It was public. It was ceremonial. It was humiliating. And the message was clear. You do not steal from the gods. You can steal from your neighbour, and maybe negotiate. But from the gods? Not unless you enjoy being pelted by very small, very symbolic refuse. Let us talk briefly about debt. Debt in Maya society was often a matter of honour and kinship, not banks. You owed a neighbour, a priest, or a merchant, not a financial institution. Failing to repay a debt could result in indentured labour. But this wasn't always permanent. Work a season, settle your account, and go free. But if you fled your debt, if you disappeared during a planting season, then you might be declared ritually dead, struck from records, your name erased from stelae, your debts transferred to your family. To default was not just economic failure, it was social disappearance. Even timekeeping affected law. Certain days were considered inauspicious for trials, executions, or punishments. You didn't want to condemn someone on a bad date. It might anger the gods or cast a shadow on the community's fate. Some offences were postponed until a more favourable calendar alignment. Imagine telling a judge, "I know I stole the canoe, but today is 3 Ike. That's bad luck for a flogging." And the judge agrees. Now picture the scene. A man stands in a tiled plaza, watched by his neighbours. He's been accused of watering down cacao beans with roasted squash seeds, a serious offence. He does not deny it. The judge, an elder with painted face and feathered robes, listens. Witnesses speak. The market vendor describes the taste, slightly off, more squash than chocolate. The verdict: the thief must repay double the value. He must deliver 2 sacks of pure cacao, hand-picked, uncut, before the next calendar rotation. Until then, he must wear a woven sash marked with the symbol for shame. He walks home slowly. The sash itches. Justice is done. Maya justice was never just about rules. It was about relationship. Between people. Between cities. Between humans and gods. It aimed not to isolate wrongdoers, but to reintegrate them, through payment, purification, and performance. It wasn't always fair, but it was communal. You sinned publicly. You were judged publicly. You made amends publicly. Then, perhaps, you are invited back to the feast. As you fall into stillness now, Imagine the sounds of the Maya night, the chirp of frogs, the hush of wind through sabre trees, the low thump of distant drums, a market boy counting cacao beans under torchlight, and somewhere a thief, rehabilitated, contrite, tending someone else's maize field until his debt is paid. Because in this world, justice is not a cell, it is a circle. Sleep well. We end our journey high in the Andes, among stone terraces, crisp mountain air, and the sound of sandals over gravel. Welcome to the Inca Empire, a civilization that managed to run a vast, multi-ethnic empire without coins, without wheels, and, most relevant to our topic, without written laws. Yes, there were no legal codes carved in stone, no scrolls, no contracts. And yet, somehow, the Inca state governed an empire that stretched across 2,500 miles of difficult terrain from modern-day Ecuador to Chile with impressive precision. There were taxes, courts, judges, and consequences for stealing a potato. It was a system built not on paperwork, but on oral tradition, surveillance, community pressure, and an almost supernatural obsession with organisation. Let's see how it all worked. At the heart of Inca law was the principle of Ailu, the extended community. You didn't live as an individual. You lived as part of a collective, a village unit that shared land, labour, and resources. Your behaviour wasn't judged just on what it cost the state, but on what it cost the group. And if you stepped out of line, your punishment wasn't always personal. Sometimes it was collective too. For example, if one person failed to meet their mitta, the rotating labour tax owed to the empire, the whole Ailu might suffer. They'd lose access to state seed stores, or get reassigned to less favourable land, or find themselves with fewer llamas to distribute in the spring. So when someone broke the rules, it wasn't the state they had to fear. It was their neighbours. Let's be clear, the Inca Empire had rules, lots of them. They were just memorised. The Incas were brilliant record keepers, but their system wasn't written in an alphabet. It was encoded in quipu, bundles of coloured strings with knots tied at specific lengths and positions. These knots recorded numbers, dates, census data, tribute obligations, and yes, crimes. Each province had a designated quipucamayok, a professional knot reader, who could decode these strings and report information to regional administrators. And if your name ended up in a quipu for the wrong reason, say, hoarding state maize, or failing to show up for canal maintenance, it was as if the empire itself had caught you in a tangle of string. You might be summoned, or reassigned, or shaved bald and paraded around the plaza. Most crimes in Inca society were handled at the local level. Village elders and provincial officials held tribunals. These were not elaborate legal dramas. There were no lawyers, no cross-examinations. Just a few stern men sitting on woven mats, listening to complaints and watching body language very closely. If the dispute was about a field boundary, they'd consult oral maps. Stories passed down about where one plot ended and another began. If it was about a theft, they'd ask witnesses. And if no witnesses were found, then the accused would be required to swear an oath to the sun god Inti. Lying under oath was not simply dishonest. It was cosmically dangerous. The sun saw everything, and eventually the gods collected their debts. But the most terrifying feature of Inca justice wasn't divine judgment. It was the spy network. The Inca state operated a system of informants, often elderly locals, who observed daily life and reported suspicious activity. These were not men in black. These were little grandmothers who noticed that your family's corn harvest seemed a little too bountiful this year. They were called Tokoirikok, meaning he who sees all. They were not secret. Everyone knew they existed. That was the point. If you were cheating on your mitter labour, hiding surplus goods, or failing to show proper respect to a local official, chances were someone noticed. And if you thought you'd get away with it, well, perhaps you forgot that your fence leans against state land, and that's not a good place to plant cabbages. So, what happened when someone broke the law? The punishment varied, depending not just on the offence, but on who you were. Inca society was rigidly hierarchical. At the top stood the Sapa Inca, the divine ruler, said to be descended from the sun. Beneath him were nobles, priests, military officers, and administrators. Beneath them, artisans, farmers, and herders. And then, at the bottom, came the Yanakuna, state servants, and Mitmakuna, people forcibly resettled to different provinces. If a noble stole from the state, his punishment was public shaming or loss of status. Sometimes even execution, if the offence was large enough. But if a farmer stole from the storehouses, he might be forced to labour for free, or have his ear removed, or be marched through town with a heavy load of stones on his back, as others threw insults. The goal wasn't punishment. The goal was deterrence. Humiliation was efficient. Repetition was unnecessary. Interestingly, the Inca Empire didn't have prisons, not as permanent holding spaces. Why feed and house a criminal when you could simply shame them publicly, assign them additional labour, shave their head, and reassign their job? Or in serious cases, execute them swiftly. Murder, rebellion, and certain types of theft, especially from the state, could carry the death penalty. But even here, the punishment was practical. The sentence was carried out by a local authority. It was quick, clean, and usually followed by a small ceremony to restore cosmic balance. One might ask, how did the Incas prevent chaos without written laws? Simple. They didn't prevent it. They designed society to avoid it. Every household was registered, every farm assigned, every tool counted. The state knew who you were, where you lived, what you grew, how many blankets you had, and how many working hands were in your home. This wasn't invasive. It was normal. The empire took care of you, and you, in turn, followed the rules. You gave labour, you got clothing, you contributed to harvests, you received maize during droughts, and if you failed to contribute, then you no longer received. It wasn't cruelty. It was equation. Input equals output. No more, no less. The state storehouses, Tampu, were at the heart of this model. Every province maintained storage buildings filled with food, tools, textiles, and weapons. These were distributed during lean years, natural disasters, or war, but they were sacred. To steal from them was to steal from the gods. If you were caught pilfering maize or tampering with inventory, you could be executed, or worse, expelled from the Elu, left to wander without land, family, or name. You existed only through the state. Step outside it, and you ceased to exist. Now let's imagine a day in Inca justice. A farmer is brought before the local administrator. His neighbour accuses him of undercounting his labour hours, claiming to be sick when he was secretly weaving baskets for private sale. The administrator listens. A Quipucamayok is summoned. The knots confirm inconsistencies. The farmer confesses. Not out of guilt, but out of exhaustion. He knows what comes next. His hair is shaved. He's sent to dig irrigation ditches for the next 3 weeks. His family receives no additional clothing that season. Justice has been served. Not with wrath, but with work. The Inca idea of justice was inseparable from the idea of social harmony. You didn't break the law so much as disturb the rhythm. Every person, every crop, every llama had its place. The goal wasn't punishment. It was to put things back where they belonged. There's something quietly beautiful in that. And also, mildly terrifying. Because if you didn't fit, the empire would not rage. It would not shout. It would simply correct. It's worth noting that, for all its structure, the Inca system could be cruel. Public executions, collective punishment, forced labour, state-sanctioned resettlement. And yet, from a certain angle, it also worked. Crime was low, famine was rare, infrastructure thrived, all without a single written law. Because when everyone is being watched, counted and redistributed, there's very little left to interpret. As you drift toward rest, picture the Inca road. A courier runs past, sandals kicking dust, carrying a quipu knotted with information. Perhaps a record of tribute, or a judgment from a provincial court. Above him, terraces climb the mountains. Storehouses rest beneath thatched roofs. A village elder smooths the grass in front of the council hut. Justice here is not a gavel. It's not even a word. It is a system. Invisible, constant, and quietly unavoidable. Sleep well.